Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. The rain had been steady since afternoon, and showed no sign of stopping. It drummed on the ledge outside my sixth-floor window and painted the glass with crooked lines that caught the glow from streetlights below. My TV watched the room in a faint blue as it sat on a pause-save screen, the little rotating icon looping again and again like it was breathing. I had been, between levels, for almost an hour. The controller sat warm in my palms because I kept picking it up, putting it down, and picking it up again without ever pressing a button. I kept looking out through the water on the glass at the mouth of the alley across from my building. The man who slept there most nights was standing under the leaky awning of the corner shop, shoulders rounded against the weather, hands tucked under the armpits of a heavy coat. I had learned his name months ago by accident when a delivery driver called it out. Ted. It fit him somehow, simple and steady. He was one of those people you notice over time because of small things. I had seen him hold the door for a mom with a stroller, and never ask for anything. I had seen him bend to pick up a wallet a man dropped near the curb and jog half a block to return it. Once, late on a Saturday, I watched him step forward behind a man at the bar's outside table and wrap his arms in a quick, practiced way until a piece of food flew from the choking man's mouth and pinged against the metal chair. He had faded back into the shadows after the bartender pressed a glass of water into the man's shaking hands. We had never really talked. When we crossed paths, he would nod and give a small hello, and I would do the same. There are people you trust before you know why. Ted was like that for me. I told myself not to look again, but the rain and the silence made it hard to sit still. I'd had a rough couple of weeks. My fiancée and I had split up in a way that left no soft spaces. I'd moved here with her and our early friends were hers as much as mine, so when we broke apart, groups shifted, and I did not blame anyone for that. The parts of the breakup that had been my fault made it easy for people to choose, and I had no argument with those choices. Still, the city felt like it had doubled in size. Every room felt a little too big. I kept telling myself I was fine. Work kept me moving. Food kept me steady. Games kept me busy. But the truth is I was lonely and didn't like saying that word out loud. I watched the alley again and thought about walking downstairs. The lobby was warm. I had spare blankets. The building rules weren't strict, but no one liked the idea of someone from outside spending the night. Safety, liability, all that. I knew what my neighbors would say. I also knew how it felt to stand at glass with a light behind you, looking out at rain without anyone to tell you to come inside. The thought didn't let me rest. I grabbed the oldest towel from my bathroom and a thin gray blanket from the top shelf of my closet. I took an extra packet of instant soup from the kitchen. The microwave hummed and I stared back out the window, then down at the steam as it curled out of the cup and touched my face. I slipped on my sneakers, zipped a hoodie, and took the elevator down with the blanket over my arm like I was a bellhop. Our building lobby always smells like old carpet on rainy nights. The entry rug turns almost black and the air carries the sharp scent of damp rubber and the faint lemon of the cleaner the super uses after midnight. The door thumped softly when I pushed it. The rain found my face right away and ran cold into the collar of my shirt. Ted was still under the awning, his hood up, his hands hidden. "Hey man," I said, holding the blanket high so it wouldn't get soaked. "You want to get out of this for the night?" The eyes under the hood turned toward me. For a second I thought he might tell me to mind my own business. Some people do not like to be seen when they have done a good job of not being seen. But he smiled that small, almost shy smile I recognized. "Thank you, John," he said. It surprised me that he knew my name. Then I realized I must have told it to him once. I nodded, like we were starting a conversation we had already agreed to have. "No need to thank me," I said. "It'll make me feel better knowing you're not out in this all night." He gave a short laugh and lifted his chin at the rain. "This isn't much. I'll take water over ice any day." We walked together across the sidewalk where sheets of water ran for the curb and swirled darkly around the grate. Inside the lobby, he pushed back his hood and water dripped from the fabric to the tile. In the bright fluorescent light his face looked younger in shape but older in wear, clean-shaven, the skin thin and pale like he had been inside for a long time before this storm. A bald patch showed behind his right ear, round and sharp like a coin pressed into dough. He brushed his hair across it with a quick finger, and the movement made it seem like a private thing I had almost seen by accident. We stepped into the elevator and stood side by side, both watching the lit numbers climb. I was too aware of my own breathing and of the way the wet fabric of my hoodie made a dark map of water against my shoulder. He held onto the silver rail and studied the posters the landlord had taped up, a notice about package thefts, a fire drill schedule, a flyer for a potluck in the lounge that I had not yet gone to since the breakup. The elevator hummed in a way that made you feel it in your teeth. "I'm just down this way," I said when the doors slid open. "6th floor, 6024. He stepped out with me, but I felt him turn his head in the other direction, his attention caught by something I could not see. The hallway bulbs flickered once, then steadied. "I actually have a family friend on this floor," he said. "I thought they were out this weekend. I might have the dates wrong. Mind if I check?" The request was a surprise, but not a strange one. People who live on the streets still have connections. Not everyone cuts loose entirely. I shrugged. "Yeah, sure." He walked down the hall with a light, wary step like he was avoiding waking someone. He stopped 3 doors from the end and knocked twice. There was no answer, but he turned the handle and pushed the door in an inch, then walked inside without looking back. He left the door open. I stood there with the blanket on my arm and stared into a rectangle of dark where a small slice of light showed at the far end from a window or a lamp. "Ted?" My voice sounded too loud in the hall, so I stepped over the threshold to soften it. The entry gave way to a living room, and as my eyes adjusted I could see the outlines of stacks that reached toward the ceiling in places. The smell washed over me, sweet and stale together, the way a nursing home smells when you first walk in, not rotten, not fresh, like many days lived in one place without much air. My shoes brushed plastic and paper as I took another step. Someone had stacked things in rows with narrow paths between them, a kind of order inside the mess. It's rude to stare at the way other people live, but the room felt like a maze built by a person who liked to keep their world close. "I don't think I can stay here tonight," Ted called from down the dark. "But could you give me a hand reaching something? I think there are some extra blankets I can use. They won't mind. I have blankets at my place," I said. "It's no trouble. Don't be so kind," he called back, and his voice carried a smile. "I don't want to dirty up your things. This will just be a second." The entry carpet gave way to bare floor, gritty with small bits I didn't want to identify. The light came from a bedroom at the end of the hall. I moved slowly, careful not to knock anything with my knee or shoulder. The closer I got, the more I could make out the shapes around me. Some stacks were boxes. Some were rolled rugs. Some looked like folded jackets lined up in a way that made sense to the person who had placed them there. At the doorway, the air shifted, warmer and heavier. I lifted my hand to the casing and tried to look like I wasn't peeking even though I clearly was. Ted was bent over an old wooden chest that sat at the foot of a low bed. The chest had brass corners green by time and a split in the top where someone had forced it open more than once. The bed was made with a floral comforter that had seen better years. The walls were lined, not with books or picture frames, but with stretched, folded, and stacked sheets of something I could not name at first. The colors ran from tan to deep brown, some darker than others, all worn to a dull sheen. They were stacked all the way to the ceiling in places and leaned against each other where there was space to lean. They were arranged too carefully to be trash. For a second or two, my brain gave me the simple answers it gives when it is tired. Leather scraps. Old coats. Upholstery that someone had planned to take to a shop. The more I looked, the less those answers fit. The shapes were too regular in their irregular edges. Each piece had a kind of boundary that the next piece mirrored in a way that made the stack look like a deck of giant cards. The edges were smooth, not frayed. There were no zippers, no buttons, no seams. All that absence made my breath catch as if I had seen a shadow of myself where no mirror stood. I leaned closer to the stack nearest the doorway and reached out with one finger even though every part of me knew I should not touch. The surface felt dry and ridged and finer than any leather garment I had ever owned. I pulled my hand back like a child who has been told not to touch a museum display and done it anyway. I wanted to tell myself I was wrong, but my stomach had already started to knot and rise. I looked back at the bed because it felt safer to look at something normal, and that was when I saw the knife in Ted's hand. It was not a big knife. It was a simple folding blade that glinted in the light from the bedside lamp. He turned as if he had only just remembered I was there, and when his hair fell back from behind his ear I saw the round bald spot again, sharp and awkward on that pale skin like a missing patch in a field. My body went still on its own. People talk about fight or flight, but they leave out the part where your legs won't listen. My limbs felt pinned by air. I knew I should back away, turn, and run into the hall. I knew I should have already been out the door. Instead, I watched him, and he watched me, and the lamp hummed softly. He lifted the knife and drew the tip around the bald patch in a small circle, not pressing hard, not sawing, more like tracing the edge of a sticker he planned to peel. He slid 2 fingers under the edge he had made and lifted in a slow, steady pull. The skin came away like a glove turned inside out, revealing a smooth, red surface beneath that did not bleed like I thought it would but shone as if it were always meant to be seen. He worked across his cheek, then over his chin, and the thing I had taken for a face became a loose cover in his hand. He set it down on the bed like a scarf. He did the same at his neck, opening a line and then working his fingers under and lifting. The movements were unhurried and almost careful, like he had done this many times and knew the easiest way. He shrugged his shoulders and the pale outer layer slipped down over his arms in one piece until it hung by his wrists. He shook it free and stepped out of it the way you step out of a shirt on a hot day. What stood before me did not look like a monster from a movie. It looked like a man without his cover. Red muscle traced every line that bone and tendon made beneath, smooth and solid. I could not tell if he was in pain. He did not act like he was. He moved with easy balance like someone whose body had always worked. "John," he said, and his voice was the same, patient and simple, only lower, as if the outer layer had softened it before. "Let me come clean." He turned his wrist, and the blade clicked closed. He set it on the quilt beside the face, and spoke to me as if we were in my living room making small talk. "I rent this apartment," he said. "I have for a while. I don't stay here. A home weighs on a person. You know that weight, don't you? 4 walls. A bed that remembers your shape. A kitchen with your cups in it. It can be a comfort, sure, but it can smother too. Being out on the street is a different kind of heavy. It sits on your shoulders and on your shoes. But the weight of being cooped up sticks to you in a way I have never liked." He glanced around the room and lifted his chin toward the stacks that had frozen me. He spoke gently, almost fondly, the way a carpenter talks about a wall he has just finished framing. "Once you've left enough skins in a room, the smell never goes. Even if you take them away. Even if you scrub the floor and paint the walls. The room carries it. You carry it. So I started doing this instead. Storage. Easier for me. Easier for the rooms where I sleep. It's neat. It keeps the past in one place." It took me a second to understand that he was telling me the stacks were skins. The words sat in my head without moving for a breath or two before it sank down and pulled me with it. I swallowed hard and tasted the sour at the back of my mouth. My knees wanted to fold. I leaned on the doorframe because I had to lean on something. "I don't judge you for letting me in," he said. It was kind. I mean that. It tells me something good about you. Plenty of people see me and cross the street. Plenty of people see what they want to see and walk on. You didn't. He stepped closer by one slow step, and I fought not to step back because I was still trying to pretend I was not completely powerless in my own body. He smelled like rain and a faint metal under it. He lifted both hands, palms open, a gesture meant to calm a skittish animal, and I felt myself breathe again. I'll find some covers at your place, he said as if we were back in the hall. Blankets. A couch. Something easy. We'll keep it simple. No need to fuss here. Words tried to bump out of me, but they got caught in my throat where my fear had drawn a line. I wanted to tell him no. I wanted to tell him yes. I wanted to say I would go with him, and we would both walk out like we had planned to do 5 minutes earlier, and we would get to my door, and I would open it, and the TV would still be paused, and I would hand him soup and a towel, and the night would end exactly the way nights end in a world where the word skin only means what is on your hands. Instead, I made a small noise that meant nothing. He tilted his head like he was listening to a different part of me and nodded. Don't worry, he said, and he smiled again, and it was both of his smiles at once, the shy one from the lobby and something older. I don't judge. The ones you brought home can't smell worse than mine. The sentence fell into the air between us and stayed there, heavy and confusing, and I tried to catch it, and could not. At first it sounded like he was teasing me about the state of my apartment, about the way a single man's place can smell like old shirts and takeout, and laundry time shifted too far. But his eyes held mine a second longer than a joke needs, and I felt my heart thud like a quiet knock on a door. He looked around the room again, at the stacks that were not coats, and not rugs, and not anything but what they were, and then he took a step toward the hall as if to join me in leaving. My body remembered how to move all at once. I shifted back into the darker space and reached behind me for the wall, for the switch, for the only simple thing I could control. My fingers found cool plastic. I flicked it. Light jumped to the ceiling and threw hard edges around everything. The stacks threw long shadows, and the shapes in them made everything worse. I turned and stumbled into the living room, knocked my knee against a low table I had not seen, swore under my breath, and caught myself with a hand on the back of a chair. The smell seemed to thicken. I could hear my own breath and the light sound of bare feet on the floor behind me. I forced my legs into the hallway and out toward the door. The open crack of the door had narrowed in my mind to a slit until I saw it wide again, and almost laughed from relief. I slid through it sideways and put my back against the hall wall opposite and swallowed like I needed to wet my throat before a speech. The fluorescent lights in the hallway buzzed. A pipe somewhere clicked. Far down the corridor, the elevator numbers drifted down from 9 to 8 as someone else rode home. I wiped my palms on my jeans and realized my hands were shaking. I thought about the towel hanging over my shoulder, the soup cup cooling in my kitchen sink, the controller waiting on the couch for a thumb it would not get for a while. Ted stepped into the hall like any neighbor would, careful not to bang the door with his heel. He had pulled his coat back on. The hood was up again. If you passed him, you would not look twice. If you looked twice, you would tell yourself a simple story and keep moving. Which way? He asked. My mouth answered without checking with me first. This way, I said, and my voice sounded like my voice, steady and quiet, like this was normal and I had spent the last few minutes in a room full of old clothes and polite talk. I walked toward my door because not walking would have looked strange, and he walked with me because that was the plan we had made at the start without knowing what else would happen. We reached 6024 and I hesitated with the key in my hand. I have paused at my own door 1,000 times to juggle groceries or to listen for music or to think about whether I had left the stove on. This pause was not like those. This pause had edges. I turned the key because anything else would make my body call attention to itself, and I did not want attention. The lock clicked open and I pushed the door with my shoulder and stepped into the dim, familiar shape of my place. The couch, the lamp, the glass on the table with a ring under it, the soft blue glow of the TV waiting like a patient animal. I stood there half in and half out, my hand on the doorknob, and I realized the rain had eased. The roof and the street still hissed, but softer. The kind of soft that makes you think it will stop by morning. The kind of soft that tells you the worst of it has passed even if the worst of something else has only just begun. Behind me, Ted breathed, slow and even, as if the walk from the other apartment had not raised his heart at all. He did not touch me. He did not hurry me. He waited in the hall like a guest who did not want to be rude, and I stood in my doorway and tried to feel the weight of my apartment the way he had described it, to see if the air in here pressed down on me in a way I had never noticed. It did. It always had. It had felt heavy even when there had been 2 toothbrushes in the cup by the sink and 2 coats on the hook by the door. Sometimes you don't notice weight until someone points at it. He would come in and sit on the edge of the couch, and I would wrap the blanket around his shoulders and hand him the soup and put a movie on mute, and we would act like this was what it was. Or he would come in and stand very still until my mind caught up with what my eyes had seen, and then he would say something that made the night tilt in a way I could not fix. Or I would close the door gently between us and slide the lock and stand there with my forehead against the wood until my breath slowed, and he would turn and walk away and find another place to lay his head, and he would not judge me for not being as kind as I wanted to be. There were so many versions of the next minute that I could not hold them all. I stepped back and opened the door wider. He made a sound that might have been thanks. He took 1 step over the threshold, and his hood brushed the frame. The scent of rain moved past me and into my living room and curled there with the smell of fabric and old coffee and plastic. I thought of the sentence he had dropped in that other room, "The ones you brought home can't smell worse than mine," and I wanted to ask him what he meant because it seemed like he knew a story about me I did not know yet. The words stayed in my head. The question did not make it out. The save screen on my TV blinked again and again. The little rotating icon kept up its gentle turn. It looked like an eye that would not close. The rain softened once more, the sound of it almost kind, and we stood at my door, 2 men carrying different weights into the same small room. They left me at the front steps without a hug. The car door shut, the engine coughed, and the tail lights slid away into the winter dark. The sign above the double doors said ASH House in flaking paint. The wind off the lake cut right through my coat. Inside, the walls were the color of old paper, the floors were waxed to a dull shine, and a smell of bleach hung behind the steam from the radiators. A woman everyone called the instructor stood at a little metal desk and watched me sign my name on a clipboard. She didn't say welcome. She didn't say anything at all. I learned the floors by how the kids looked at you when you passed. Ground floor kids kept their heads down and pretended they knew the rules. Second floor kids leaned against doorways and laughed too loudly. Somewhere above them were a few kings and queens, older kids with better shoes and sharper eyes who met with adults behind closed doors. And then there was the basement. You didn't see the basement kids much. When they came up for meals, they moved at the edges of the room, and the air around them felt colder, even in summer. People didn't say their names. They said basement like a warning and a dare. I heard about a boy down there before I saw him. Kai. People said the instructor hated him and that he hated her back. Devil incarnate, someone whispered once with a shaky grin, and I couldn't tell if they meant her or him. For a while, I kept my head down. I took the seat they pointed to in the dining hall. I learned which stair creaked and which faucet never ran hot. Then 2 boys from the second floor, Michael and Andrew, strolled up to the ground floor table with smiles too bright to be friendly. "Save us 2 seats tomorrow," one of them said to me, like I should feel lucky they'd chosen me at all. I nodded without thinking. The nod felt like a small tap on a tall row of dominoes. The next day at lunch I did what I'd said. My floor mates slid their trays farther down the table the second those 2 sat across from me. "Inestra, right?" Michael said, saying my name like a word he'd found on the bottom of his shoe. They asked little questions that could have been normal anywhere else. How long had I been here? Where was I from? The questions went on long enough for me to notice the basement kids had come in. Their table sat by the wall. A boy with black hair and narrow, dark eyes led them. He moved like he already knew where everyone else would be. The sound in the room thinned the way sound does just before a glass falls off a counter. Michael shifted closer. His shoulder pressed mine. He was smiling, but not at me. He smiled past me, toward the wall. A tray slammed hard on wood. The whole room froze in a breath. The black-haired boy was on his feet. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. "You have 3 seconds to leave," he said to Michael and Andrew. "Before you both become tomorrow's mystery meat." He said it like he was telling them what time it was. Nobody laughed. Andrew tugged at Michael's sleeve. Michael swallowed, stood, and walked away without looking back. The boy from the basement glanced at me once, the fire in his eyes cooling to embers, and went back to his table. By the end of the week, the instructor told me to pack. 3:33, she said, tapping an imaginary watch. "Don't be late." The basement door was at the back of a corridor I had never noticed before, a metal slab with a deadbolt that looked like it had been closed since the building was built. The instructor turned the key, pulled the door wide, and a breath of cold air climbed the stairwell like fog out of a well. She put her hand on the middle of my back and guided me down the first step. The door shut behind me and the lock clicked. The darkness was immediate. My eyes reached for edges and found none. Something brushed my arm. I yelped. A hand, warm, dry, closed on my wrist and then let go. "Kai," a voice said, without any music in it. He didn't pull or push, just walked, and I followed the sound of his breathing and the scuff of his shoes over concrete. It felt like we turned 8 times and slid through 3 doorways before he stopped. He set my fingertips on a blanket and said, "Sleep. I'll be here." I woke more than once, unsure if the black behind my eyelids was the same as the black before them. Shapes grew and shrank as my eyes decided what to keep. I put out a hand and touched skin, a stomach, warm under a thin shirt. A fist closed around my wrist and yanked. "Who are you?" a small voice demanded. I said my name quickly. Footsteps came fast and sure. "Get lost," Kai said from the doorway, and the hand let me go. He led me down the hall, set me on a different bed, and without a word, sat on the one next to it. I could hear the paper whisper of pages. That confused me most, the idea of someone reading a book where there wasn't even light. Later I learned your eyes do change. They learn the shape of the dark and make a kind of map out of it. By the second day, outlines grew into furniture and doorways, and I could walk without a hand on my shoulder. At lunch, Kai waited by the stair door. "Not yet," he said quietly. I didn't know what we were waiting for until 2 tall, vague figures formed on the top step, shapes like people without faces. Their features smudged and went flat gray, like wet newspaper wiped clean. Then they vanished. "We call them guardians," he said as he guided me up. "Don't try to go through when their faces are still faces." In the dining hall, 2nd floor kids stared like we were a noise, not people. A girl sat across from me and lowered her voice like we were sharing something sweet instead of warnings. "Alice," she said, pointing to herself. "Sarah's my sister." She nodded at a small blonde head 2 places down. "Basement runs itself. The adults don't, not really. Kai's the king. No queen right now. Everyone else is equal unless he says otherwise." She smiled and spoke like she was reciting the rules of a game she had learned a long time ago and never questioned. "Oldest is 17. Youngest is 8. Kai's 14. You look about his age." A few mornings later, Kai handed me a bundle of folded clothes, a long-sleeved black shirt, a black t-shirt, black sweatpants, a thin black headband. "Basement clothes," he said. The color made me think of night, but when I pulled them on, the fabric felt soft and lived in. He asked if I wanted a haircut. I nodded before I remembered that meant going to the 2nd floor. He went with me without being asked. At the stairwell door he stopped me again. The shapes appeared, faces went to storm gray, and then we climbed. The barber set me on a stool in front of a mirror I didn't recognize. Lights hummed. Kai stood in the corner and watched my reflection more than me. A bob to the shoulders made me look almost like a different girl. You need anything? The barber asked Kai. He didn't answer. We were halfway down the hall when, without thinking, I slid my fingers over his hair. It was straight and softer than it looked. He turned his head toward me, his expression unreadable. Sorry, I said. He blinked once and faced forward again. After a week of that dark sleep, the dreams began. In them, the basement stretched into long rooms that were not rooms, halls lined with paper faces, corners that moved when you weren't watching. I woke more than once with a scream in my throat that didn't make it to air. Each time, Kai's voice was the same. It's all right. As if those words could turn the air warm by themselves. Whispers about the shadows came like wine through a door. You didn't see them at first, you felt the draft. Alice said they followed you until you knew them, and then they ate you until there wasn't much of you left to follow. They become you, she said. She said it like you might say the sky becomes dark, not a threat, a fact. One morning Kai went up to meet with the other kings and queens. I wanted to go, but he shook his head. Not yet. It wasn't long after he left that a hand clamped over my mouth and 3 boys dragged me down a corridor I didn't know. They snickered like they were pulling a prank. Have fun in the well, darling, one of them sang, and the word darling crawled over my skin. There was a cabinet where no cabinet should be, a square hole 3 feet off the floor. They shoved me through and slammed the door. The well wasn't a room. It was a space that swallowed your sense of where your body ended. Cold bit my hands and crawled up my arms and sat on my chest like a heavy animal. The dark wasn't blank, it seemed to breathe. Time went soft. I don't know how long I was there. Before, I had believed the worst thing a person could do was hurt you. In the well I learned there are other kinds of breaking. There are voices that come from nowhere and tell you what the world is really like. The shadows told me everything bad at once, and my head tried to hold it. War, sickness, hunger, the little cruelties, the big ones, and I felt like a jar packed with too many sharp stones. They told me babies cry because they remember, because something in them has already touched the place beneath places before it forgets for a while. They said hope is the last thing in the box, and maybe it is, and maybe you don't get to keep it unless you know what it is to lose it first. 2 days later, someone told me it was 2 days, but it felt like years and minutes. Kai slid into the well and found me by feeling the air like he could hear with his hands. He pulled me out, lifted me the way you lift someone who might break, and carried me to his room. He didn't ask me to tell him what I had seen. He didn't tell me what he had seen when it had been his turn. He just held me until my breathing matched his. When I went back up for lunch, Sarah stared. "What's wrong with your hair?" she asked before she could swallow the words. Alice told her to hush, but it was too late. I hadn't looked in a mirror since the haircut. Kai's eyes flicked to mine and then away. "Marie Antoinette syndrome," he said flatly. "Stress. Her hair is going white." The words made sense, and they didn't. Sarah opened her mouth to say more. Kai slammed his fist on the table so hard the spoons jumped. "If I hear one more word about the well," he said, and his voice cut the room in half, "I swear I'll kill the next one who says it." No one said it again. On the way to lunch another day, I saw the shapes at the door again. "Guardians," I whispered, and Kai nodded. "They've killed 47 people in 2 years," he said in the same tone he used to say past the salt. "Since I got here." He shrugged when I asked why. "Population control," he said, and there was no joke in it. Soon after, he took my hand and said we were going to see the instructor. The phrase made my bones go cold. At the top of the stairs, a small metal room stood between us and her office. Michael and Andrew lounged on the floor like cats. "Well, well, well," Michael said in a sing-song. Andrew's eyes slid to Kai's hand in mine and back to Kai's face. "Open the door," Kai said like he had 10 appointments, and we were making him late. "Why you?" Michael started, swinging wildly. Kai ducked and hit him once. The crack of bone was sharp as a snapped branch. Andrew moved fast to unlatch the door. Michael wheezed against the wall and cursed in a high, shocked voice like he had forgotten what pain felt like. The next room was dim. A single bulb hung over a cherrywood table. The instructor sat with her hands folded like she'd been waiting for tea. Her dress was black, her hair was silver, her eyes were the pale blue of a sky in January. "Sit," she said in a voice that could have been kind if it hadn't been practiced. Kai kept my hand under the table. "What do you want?" she asked, like the question itself tasted good. "I want to make Anestra the queen of the basement," he said. Her smile didn't move, but something behind it did. "Already?" she said. "I remember your last queen. Bright. Fragile." She turned those pale eyes on me. "And how did you manage to replace her so quickly?" The room felt smaller. Kai dropped my hand and slammed his palm on the table. "She's nothing," he said loudly. "Just a pawn. The basement kids were getting nervous. This shuts them up." He didn't look at me when he said it. He didn't look at the instructor either. He looked at the light like he could stare it down. Shock went through me so fast my eyes stummed. The instructor laughed with her head back like this was the best show she'd seen in years. "That's my boy," she said. "Very well. Pawn or queen, have it your way. You're released." The light snapped off and we were in the hall again. Andrew was crouched over Michael, trying to lift him. He glanced up at us. "He didn't mean it," he whispered as we passed. "It was a show, so she won't get mad." I wanted so badly to believe him that it hurt. Back in our room, I told Kai it was all right, that I understood. In the dark I heard the soft sound of someone trying not to let grief have a voice. "No," he said, and I could hear he was crying. "I'm really sorry." Morning came and found him moving faster than I'd ever seen him move. He packed my things into a small black duffel and set it by the door. "We're leaving tonight," he said. "Before the basement eats your mind." When I asked about Alice and Sarah, he rubbed his temple and nodded once. "Fine. But if they die, it's not on me." The way he said it made goosebumps rise along my arms. At the stairwell he put an arm out, but this time we were too late. I hit something that wasn't a wall and looked up into a grin that wasn't a face. The thing was too tall to fit properly in any hallway. Its skin looked like a smooth suit stretched wrong. Its mouth opened too wide and kept going, curling up past the spot where a nose should have been to two blank white eyes that stared without looking. "Your time is up! Your time is up!" It shrieked in a voice like a broken kettle. It reached for our throats with long fingers. Kai yanked me past, and I ran without shame. Halfway up I glanced back and wished I hadn't. The thing scuttled on hands and feet in a bend that put its head where its chest should be, neck twisted so its face watched us the whole time. At the turn, it stopped and sang that same sentence again. The door banged shut under Kai's hand. "That was a guardian," he said through his breath. "Let's go." We climbed to a place I had never been. A little room with green carpet and a square in the ceiling you could push open with your palms. I went first and slid out into warm light and dust. "Hello?" someone said, and the words sounded like a song. A boy sat in a wooden chair near a round window. His hair was gold. His eyes were green. Chains circled his wrists and ankles and neck like jewelry someone had forgotten to take off. "Anestra," I told him, and he smiled like I'd given him something better than my name. "Kai," he said when Kai climbed up behind me, and they embraced the way brothers do when they've been apart, and taught themselves not to believe in reunion. I didn't need to ask what they were to each other. I could see it in the way they stood in the same way without trying. "Tamaki," Kai said, and his voice had warmth in it I hadn't heard anywhere else. They spoke softly about a creek and flower crowns and a bad decision that had guided a big man's hand. "Turkey Creek?" I blurted, because that was the last place I remembered before the ash house too. They both turned to me like I had pulled a rabbit from a hat. Then all three of us laughed in a way I hadn't in months, a laugh that came all the way from the soles of our feet. When it faded, Tamaki wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and looked at me. "Don't let him go," he said quietly, his hands warm on my shoulders. "He's more broken than he lets on." Be the glue. I nodded and meant it. He tilted his face toward the window where a slice of gold lay across the floor. I miss the sky, he said. See it for me. We found Alice and Sarah waiting near the basement door with 2 flashlights and a box of matches Alice shouldn't have had but did. We have to use the well, Kai whispered against my ear. Can you? I nodded before fear could answer for me. The cabinet door yawned dark. Kai went first with a flashlight. Alice followed, then Sarah, then me. The temperature dropped the way it does when you open a freezer. Dirt pressed through my knees when I crawled. After a long tunnel, the passage opened into a small space lit by a circle on the wall. The circle glowed like coals. A voice came from everywhere and nowhere, a voice that sounded like someone old and someone young saying the same words at once. Hello, my children of the dark, it said, and then it rhymed in simple lines about mines and binds and ruby drops. The last word curled on itself and a guardian crawled out of the wall like a spider from under a plate. Sarah screamed. Alice screamed. My scream felt like it tore something in my throat. Kai didn't hesitate. He swung the flashlight in both hands and smashed until the thing stopped moving. Red ran bright over his wrists. He dragged the bloody end of the flashlight across the circle, and white light returned. The voice came again and told us there were 2 trials left, and to talk to our friends and to beware the bending of our minds. The circle slid aside to uncover another passage. The next chamber had a triangle on the wall that glowed green. The voice whispered one more hint I tried to hold on to, and then it began. Flashes of pictures that weren't pictures but memories that weren't mine, too many and too fast. Bodies and bombs and water rising and hands empty, and hands hurting in grief like a weight on a chest that never lets up. I heard someone screaming and realized I had no air. When the storm of images stopped, my knees hurt from the floor and I could taste copper. Sarah lay on her side muttering words I didn't recognize. Alice reached for her. I reached for Alice. Kai covered my eyes with his palm. Sarah stood up too quickly and went at her own face with both hands like her skin was a mask she could tear off. Allison shrieked and tried to hold her. The triangle doorway slid and we were forced through as a lake of black hands rose and pulled Sarah into the floor inch by inch. Alice kicked and fought us as we hauled her into the next room, but there was nothing to go back to. The door sealed and the green light went out. The last door was plain oak with a soft gold glow around it. The voice returned, sweet and dagger sharp. It asked a riddle about the god of our dark and dusk, the giver of hate and lust, the one we learn to trust, the one who rusts our hearts. The instructor, Kai guessed, because of course he did. Wrong, the voice said, almost pleased. Sarah! Alice cried through her tears, and the word echoed like it had been waiting in her mouth since she was small. Wrong, the voice said, and I heard the cost line up. Parents, I whispered, and then louder. Parents. The pause hurt. Correct, the voice sang, and the door swung outward. Cold air flooded my lungs in a way that made me dizzy. Night spread above us, deep and full of small lights. We stood in grass that crunched under our shoes and smelled like clean. For a second I thought maybe that was the end of all of it, and that we could carry the dead with us quietly and go. Then I realized Alice hadn't stepped forward. She lit a match with shaking fingers and dropped it into the threshold. Flame found old wood fast. No! I yelled, but smoke rose like a curtain and heat shoved us backward. The door warped and fell inward. The house began to burn from the inside out. Sirens started as a far needle of sound and drew closer. The horizon went gray behind the trees. A thin line of orange broke along the edge of the world and grew. We stood without moving and watched the ash house burn. In the new light, the backyard looked almost ordinary. A chain-link fence, a narrow strip of dirt, an empty metal chair on its side. Smoke climbed to meet the pale morning and blew toward the lake. When the first engine turned onto the street, its red light swept the grass and made it look like water. We stayed until a man in a heavy coat with a kind face tried to push us toward a blanket. He kept saying, "You're safe." And I knew he meant well, but the word safe sounded too simple to fit in my mouth. Later there were questions and hands and a soft chair in a room that didn't smell like bleach. I told enough to be believed and kept enough to keep breathing. They asked about my parents. I said the word like it belonged to someone else. They asked about the instructor. I said I didn't know where she was. They asked about kids left inside, and I looked down at my scraped knees and said names I could still say. Not all of them. People like to say freedom feels like a door opening. Sometimes it feels like a door burning behind you so completely you can't even find the ashes. We stepped into a day that came whether we were ready or not. The sun rose like it always did and made the frost on the grass look like sugar. A dog barked 3 streets over. Somewhere, someone poured coffee into a mug and stood at a sink without knowing any of our names. I slept on and off for a week in a place with soft sheets and windows that opened and closed at the same time every day. When I dreamed, the dreams were smaller and had edges. When I woke, I could hear birds that weren't trapped, and tires on a road, and the sound a school bell makes when it has to try hard to be heard over children. When I closed my eyes, sometimes I could still see the green triangle and Sarah's hands, and then I would open them and stare at the ceiling until the room drifted back into view piece by piece. Kai slept in a room down the hall. Sometimes at night I would hear someone crying quietly and then stopping again. I didn't push the door open. I sat in the hall and leaned my head against the wall and matched my breathing to his until the crying stopped. I think about the basement even when I'm not thinking about it. In a grocery store, the hum of the freezers becomes the buzz of the hallway lights. In a park, the shadow of a tree looks like it could stand up wrong at any second. In a mirror, a strand of white hair against black catches my eye, and for a second I'm in the dining hall with Sarah asking the question she didn't mean to ask. In the quiet before I fall asleep, I hear the oracles rhyme and think about riddles with answers that hurt. When people ask how I got out, I don't say cleverness or strength or luck, though all of those had hands in it. I think of Tamaki chained to a room with a window and the way he said sky like a prayer. I think of Alice holding matches like a plan and Lost sitting on her shoulders like a child she'd carried too far to put down gently. I think of Kai killing a thing with a flashlight, and then saying sorry like it was a word that might fix something and knowing it wouldn't. I think of the way the guardians' faces went gray and then they were gone, and how some dangers only move when you look straight at them. Sometimes you don't get a clean ending. You get a morning where you stand in a yard with your hands empty and everything you knew is on fire, and you decide to walk toward the sound of sirens instead of back toward the smoke. You walk because you promised a boy with green eyes you would be the glue, and because a boy with black hair asked you to leave before the shadows learned your name too well, and because something in you remembers that babies cry and still learn to laugh later. I still don't like basements. I keep the lights on when I can. On rainy days, when the sky is the color of the instructor's eyes, I make tea and sit by a window and watch the drops snake down the glass and tell myself this is water and not the feeling of the dark coming back. I say the names of kids I didn't know well out loud so they aren't just faces in a memory that doesn't quite belong to me. I learn the names of trees too, oak, elm, ash, so that when I say ash now it belongs to something that lives and not a house that took and burned. We never went back to Turkey Creek. Maybe one day I will, to stand on the bank and put my hand in the water and say, not today. Maybe Kai will go to the round window and look at the sky for both of them. Maybe Tamaki will feel the sun on his face through glass and think of a day when chains belong only to bicycles leaned against fences in summer. This is what I know. The world is sharper than I was told, and softer too. Some doors open with keys and some with riddles and some because someone who loves you kicks them in. Hope is not the last thing in the box because it hides. It's last because you have to choose it after you've seen everything else. We walked away from a night that was supposed to swallow us, and we did not look back, not because we were brave, but because walking is what our bodies knew how to do. The grass crunched. The sky pinked. The sirens mourned and promised at the same time. And the first sun of our new life climbed over the edge of the morning and warmed our faces. And I breathed until the breath felt like mine. The spring flu was going around the school like it always did, but this time it felt different. People didn't only have fevers and headaches. Their faces went blotchy, their eyes pushed forward like something was swelling inside them, and they wheezed hard, like they had run up 10 flights of stairs without stopping. You could hear the sound everywhere, in the halls, in the cafeteria, between rows of desks. It was a dry, scraping noise that made you think of sand in a pipe. The first truly bad one I saw was in biology. Kara McCormick raised her hand to answer a question, opened her mouth, and a red fountain came out instead of words. There was no warning, no choke first, no cough. It was like a button was pressed inside her, and something ugly was released. For a second the room didn't understand. Then someone screamed. Our teacher knocked over his stool. Chairs scraped the floor. All I could do was stare at the red on her desk and on the floor and on the front of her shirt and think, this is not the flu, this is not normal. Kara was only the first. After that, class after class broke apart. Students went gray and then green and then white. They would sit up straight as if a thought had shocked them, put a hand to their chests like they were trying to hold something in place, and then stand too fast. They ran out of rooms with a hand over their mouths. Some made it to the bathroom. Some didn't. The nurse's office filled up in minutes. People lay on the floor in the hallway outside her door, heads on backpacks, eyes shut, trying to breathe. It was 1991, and for us that meant no cell phones. If you were sick, the nurse called home. Except her calls were not going through. We didn't know that at first. We just knew no parents were arriving, no ambulance sirens were coming, and at lunch a boy named Paul was found on the tiles of the boys' room, lying in a puddle that was more red than anything else. After that, everything fell apart. Teachers stopped trying to teach. Bells rang and no one moved. A few staff members rushed from room to room, telling us to head to the gym. 700 scared teenagers flooded the halls and then the bleachers. Everyone was talking at once, the sound rising and crashing like a storm inside a building. I remember touching the back of a girl I barely knew as she wheezed and bent forward, and then pulling my hand away because, in my mind, the germs were crawling up my skin like tiny ants. The guilt of that hit me fast. I put my hand back and patted her shoulder gently, and felt like I'd failed in 2 different directions at the same time. A group of teachers came in wearing white lab coats from the science rooms and masks made from folded cloth. The coats and masks turned them into strangers. They looked like actors in a movie about a hospital, only they were scared too, and fear makes people look like different versions of themselves. They put us into lines. They called students one by one, tilted chins, checked eyes and throats with the briefest glance, and split us with short words. Auditorium. Back of the gym. Auditorium. Back. It took a second to understand. They were dividing us, those who looked sick and those who didn't. It felt too late for that, but maybe it was all they had. As the line moved, a hand squeezed mine. I jumped like I'd been shocked. Chill out, it's just me, Katie whispered. My chest unclenched a little when I saw her face, but relief didn't have time to warm me. She looked tight and pale in a way I had never seen, and it scared me all over again. Are you sick? She asked. Her eyes scanned my face like she could read answers there. I don't think so. I raced through my own list. Fever? No. Chills? No. Short breath? No. Throwing up? Not yet. I think I'm okay. You. Next. A math teacher barked, and I stepped forward because my feet knew to obey voices like that. He glanced at me, checked something on a clipboard, and said, Auditorium. Why are we going to? I began. Auditorium now. He didn't look up again. I moved toward the door and tried to wait for Katie, but a different teacher snapped at me to keep moving. It was Mr. Clace, my physics teacher, who called me by my first name every day and joked about how I always borrowed his calculator. He wouldn't meet my eyes now. Mr. Clace? What's going on? I asked. My voice came out high and thin. Why aren't we being sent home? Where are the sick kids going? Why? I can't tell you anything. Get to the auditorium, he said, each word clipped short. He looked past me at the next student like I had already been erased. Katie was sent to the same place as me. We walked fast down the hall with a group of others. The auditorium filled with kids who had been told they looked okay for now. Teachers lined the walls. No one was allowed to talk, but whispers crept out anyway. The sound of them skittered across the room and died against the back wall. I pulled Katie into a row far from the doors. "Something's wrong," I whispered, keeping my mouth barely open. "Did you just notice?" she hissed, panic sharpening every word. "Or do you see people vomiting blood in class every Thursday and not tell me?" "I mean the teachers," I said quickly. "They're not letting anyone out. We should be going home or they should be bringing in doctors. Instead, they're grouping us like cattle. Do our parents know? Does anyone know? What if the healthy room isn't really healthy? We've all been in the same hallways. Someone in here is going to start." "Quiet down!" a teacher snapped from the wall. I hadn't realized my voice was rising, but people were turning to look, and shame hit me like a wave. The room tilted. I put my head between my knees and tried to breathe in and out evenly, but my breath kept catching in my throat like there was a tight band around it. Suddenly my body felt hot and wrong. For one terrible second I thought, this is it, this is how it begins. "Emily," Katie said, her hand steady on the back of my neck. "Breathe. In and out. We are going to be okay." Her voice was low and firm the way it got when she helped me study, and I thought I couldn't do it. I focused on her words instead of the room, and the spinning slowly faded. We were not okay. It didn't take long for that to become clear. An hour, maybe less, maybe more, passed. There are pieces of that time I can't find anymore, like pockets in a coat you forget you have. What I do remember is the first cough from our section. It sounded like a chair leg dragged across the floor. The boy who coughed raised a hand to his throat and coughed again. Then a girl 2 rows ahead started wheezing, that saw-like sound. Another face went blotchy. Another body began to shake. Friends tried to shield them from the teachers by leaning close, by whispering "it's okay, just breathe," trying to hold back the truth with their shoulders like doors. You can hide a fever. You cannot hide the moment when someone brings up blood. The teachers swooped in, one hand on each elbow, and walked those kids out. Where? None of us knew. Katie and I slid lower in our seats. Tears rolled down my face without my permission. I didn't sob, I leaked. After a time that did not make sense, the vice principal appeared in the doorway and made a motion with her hand. The teachers stepped out into the hall, and the door to the auditorium closed. The room buzzed, but no one wanted to be the first to make a real sound. The seconds stretched until they felt like pulled taffy. A senior on the aisle stood. "I'm going out," he said, and his voice shook but his chin didn't. "We're right by the front doors. Who's with me?" No one moved. He glared at us. 2 others stood, then 3 more. They pushed the doors, peered out, and slipped into the hall. We waited. We stared at the line of light along the bottom of the doors. We listened to our own breathing, which was all wrong now because we were listening to it. Then a scream tore down the hall. "The doors are locked! We can't get out!" Everything broke at once. Students leaped over chairs and poured through the auditorium doors like water from a burst pipe. We ran to the school's glass front doors and hit them with our palms. We pounded with fists, with the heels of our shoes, with a metal trash can. Someone threw a heavy book and the glass sang but didn't crack. A few people screamed not because it helped but because it was the only thing that felt possible. And then teachers rounded the corner, and instinct told us to run. The floor turned into a maze as kids sprinted in every direction, looking for an exit we had never noticed before, suddenly aware of every door we had walked by 1,000 times. Each one was locked, chained, or blocked. Fear makes you brave and stupid at the same time. I grabbed Katie's wrist and yanked her into a classroom with the door propped open. We shoved chairs against it like that would matter. I was breathing so hard that my ribs hurt. We turned around and froze. Bodies were stacked at the far wall. Bodies were on the floor beside the lab tables. Bodies were on the teacher's desk. I knew some of those faces. I knew the girl from calculus who always copied my homework and asked if I wanted gum. I knew the boy who had carried my books once when I sprained my wrist. I knew Lily and Danny and Jennifer. I didn't know where to put my eyes. I didn't want to look at any face, and I couldn't stop looking. A noise rose beside me, thin and sharp. It took a second to understand it was Katie, screaming like something was being cut out of her. I stumbled toward her and slapped her cheek lightly. The sound cut off. Her mouth stayed open and her breath came in short, shocked bursts. "Pull it together," I whispered. My voice didn't sound like me. "I can't," she cried. "Emily, I can't. I came to school and now. Her voice broke. "We're going to die here. We're going to die and no one knows and they locked us in. Why? Why is this happening?" Hearing her say what I was thinking made something inside me go still, like a pond settling after a thrown stone. I caught her under the arms and pulled. "We have to move," I said. "Not here. We can't sit in here." We pushed back into the hall and slipped into the next classroom. More bodies. Eyes open. The air already turning sweet in the worst way. The next room was the same. After that I didn't say any more words for a while. We found a room with fewer bodies and sat on the floor behind the teacher's desk because it felt like a thing to do. Outside in the hall, shoes squeaked and then stopped. Voices came closer. I pressed my ear to the door, and Katie did the same. I knew one voice right away. It was Mr. Clace. The other voice was a woman's, thick with tears. I couldn't see them, but I pictured how they looked because my brain wanted something normal to do. "Why is this happening?" the woman asked. She sounded like she could barely get air between the words. "Why can't we get out? Who's doing this? I can't keep watching them die." "I don't know," he said. He sounded like himself, and not like himself. "The phone lines are dead. We can't reach anyone. We've lost control. We can't separate them anymore." His voice fell apart at the edges and then faded. Their footsteps moved away. The hall went quiet again except for the sound of the building itself, the hum of lights, the low breath of the vents. We stayed with our foreheads against the door until the light in the window above it went from white to gray. How long was that? I don't know. I only know that the sun moved without asking us. "Our parents will be wondering," Katie whispered at last. "People will be late to work and call the school. The police will come. Someone will come." I wanted to say yes. My mouth didn't have any words inside it. Nature doesn't pause for horror. At some point, my body insisted I needed the bathroom. It felt stupid and small to care about that with everything else stacked around us, but I couldn't ignore it. We walked the hall slowly, looking both ways even though there was no one left to tell us to stop. The school was empty of voices. Classroom doors stood open like mouths. We didn't go inside. We used the bathroom quickly and leaned our backs against the cool, tiled wall and tried to breathe. We searched for a place without bodies and ended up in a supply closet. It smelled like paper and dust and lemon cleaner. The shelves were full of notebooks and boxes of chalk and plastic bins with labels from years before. We slid down the wall and tucked ourselves into a corner like two lost animals. At some point I must have slept. I remember a rough dream where the lockers were lungs and the vents were mouths, and the whole building breathed in time with the noise in the gym. I woke when Katie's breathing changed. It started as a stutter, a catch at the top of the inhale, like a skipped step. Then each breath rasped a little, like air pushing past a stubborn door. I turned toward her. Even in the dim light, I could see the red and white patches rising on her skin, swelling like a heat rash that knew where it wanted to go. I pressed my hand to her forehead. Heat radiated into my palm. "No," I said. The word fell on the floor. "No, no, no." She grabbed the front of my shirt. Her teeth knocked together. She tried to talk and couldn't at first. She took a breath like a swimmer coming up for air and managed. "Emily, please." I never heard the rest. Her body folded as if something invisible had hit her. She retched. and blood poured out of her and onto me. It was warm through my shirt. It smelled like pennies. I didn't move away. I pulled her against me and felt her heart beat and stutter and beat again. Have you ever watched the light leave your best friend's eyes? I do not recommend it. It doesn't happen the way you think. It isn't a flick of a switch or a long fade. It is a soft, terrible slipping. She looked at me as if she was trying to stay, and then she wasn't looking anymore. I held her until the heat went out of her skin. I held her long after that. I don't know how long. Time was not the thing it had been in the morning. Someone came. Police? SWAT? Men in dark clothes with hard voices and careful hands. I remember boots, the sound of radios, the way a door opened that I had watched stay locked. I remember walking like a person who had forgotten how to stand. I remember the cold air outside hitting my face. I remember the hospital lights and a nurse's voice like a lullaby that didn't help. I remember not talking for a long time because any words I had were not built for what needed saying. Later, much later, people in uniforms and people in suits sat me down and told me their answers. A biology teacher had a secret lab, they said. He had made a virus. He had brought it here. He had locked doors and killed phones and started an outbreak in the place where we kept our books. Why? They didn't know. No one had guessed anything like that about him. He was just a teacher with a neat desk and a rubber band ball. He was dead too. The story stopped there for them. They wanted it to stop there for me. I didn't ask for the file. I didn't look up his name again. I know that not knowing changes nothing, but knowing won't bring anything back, and I couldn't put one more piece of that day into my head and expect that it would fit. When something large and violent comes into your life, people think the right facts can smooth it down. They can't. The shape of it stays. In the months after, I learned the shape of silence. I learned how to walk into a grocery store without collapsing at the sound of a cough in aisle 3. I learned how to take a bus and not count the stops as distances to a locked door. I learned how to sleep with the light off. Some nights it worked. Some nights I heard the wheeze and the scream and the thud of a chair and woke up in wet sheets with my heart sprinting. Years went by. I grew older in the way people do when they have to. I got a job that let me sit near a window. I kept a plant alive. I answered the phone when friends called and let them talk about normal things, like new shoes or broken cars or a funny thing their kid said. I nodded and smiled and meant it most of the time. The rest of the time I watched the window and followed a cloud with my eyes and rode the feeling until it passed. Every spring, when the flyers go up about flu shots and reminders to wash hands, a small part of me goes cold. When someone coughs on a train or wipes their nose on the back of their hand and laughs it off, I am back in that auditorium counting the breaths between coughs. When a friend texts, "Ugh, I caught something," I type, "Feel better soon," and then have to put the phone down and breathe in a square. 4 counts in, hold for 4, 4 out, hold for 4, until my chest loosens. I do not tell them about the smell of the supply closet or the way Katie's fingers went still on my sleeve. It is not useful knowledge. It is only heavy. People like neat endings. They like to say, "It made you stronger," and stand there expecting you to nod. I don't nod. I don't believe pain has to earn its keep that way. It doesn't make me noble. It doesn't make me wise. It makes me remember, that's all. It makes me wash my hands and watch for exit signs and decide to be kind whenever I can, because sometimes kindness is the only thing that can breathe in a room like that and not make it worse. If you want a moral, maybe it is somewhere small. Maybe it is in the way the teacher held the elbow of a sick boy and guided him out as gently as he could even though his own hands were shaking. Maybe it is in the way the senior tried to open the door for all of us. Maybe it is in the way a stranger pressed the palm between the shoulder blades of another stranger in the gym and didn't move their hand even when their brain told them to. Those little things didn't save a life that day. But they are the only things that look like the world I want to live in. The school is gone now. They tore it down after the investigation. The grounds are a flat field with young trees planted in lines that will look nice when they grow tall. Sometimes I drive past and pull over and sit with the engine off. There is a fence around the grass. There is a sign with the name of a new project that will go there one day. The wind moves over the field like a hand over a bedspread. I sit and I count the cars. 2, 4, 6. I count the windows on the new houses down the block. 8, 10, 12. The numbers settle something inside me the way they used to before everything changed. Then I stop counting because I have learned I have to do that too. You might be reading this on a day when your throat is sore and your nose runs and you are annoyed. You might be thinking about the meeting you have to miss or the way your voice sounds like gravel. I hope that is all it is. I hope you take a hot shower and make tea and sleep with clean sheets and wake up better. I hope your spring is only about rain and flowers, not about fear. When I was 16, I learned that a regular day can split apart like a thin plate dropped on a kitchen floor. You can spend years picking up the pieces and still find a shard under the stove later. I learned that you can be as careful as you want and still be standing in a room you wish was anything else. I learned that love cannot stop blood, but it can hold a hand and tell a person they are not alone, and maybe that is something. If you ever find yourself touching the back of a stranger because they cannot breathe, if a person you care about needs you to sit on a hard floor in a small closet and count with them until the panic ebbs, I hope you can. I hope you will. I hope you never have to. But if you do, take slow breaths. In for 4, hold for 4, out for 4, hold for 4. Put your hand where it can be felt. Say, I'm here. It's not medicine, but it is not nothing. Sometimes, when the rest of the world is failing, not nothing is everything. If the spring comes and people around you start calling it just a bug, don't be afraid to be careful. Don't be afraid to take it seriously. At worst, you will have washed your hands too often and missed a party. At best, you will have stood a little farther back from a line you never want to cross. Even now, more than 20 years later, when someone near me coughs and jokes about catching the spring crud, I see the gym, and the masks, and the way the auditorium lights looked on Katie's hair. Then I blink and I am back in the grocery store or on the sidewalk or at my desk. I open a window. I text a friend. I drink water. I keep going. That is the thing no one tells you about living after a day like that. You think the world will end, and then it doesn't. It keeps moving in its ordinary ways and asks you to move with it. Some days you can. Some days you can't. It's okay. The days will come again, even if you do not want them to, and they will ask again. You do not have to say yes every time. You only have to say yes enough to make a life out of the pieces. I don't have a clever last line for this. I only have a wish. I wish you never see what I saw. I wish you never have to count breaths that suddenly stop. I wish your spring flu is only a week on the couch and a weak cup of soup and a quiet show on TV while rain taps at the window. If you get that, be grateful. If you don't, if you find yourself staring at a locked door and wondering why the world has turned its face away, remember this. Even then, somewhere inside the noise, there will be a small human thing you can do. Do that. Hold on to it. Breathe. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Some people started calling me a hero long before I felt like one. I never set out to be brave. I just had a habit of moving when other people froze. I pulled a stranger from a river one summer when a kayak flipped under a bridge. I carried a little girl down a fire escape after a grease fire filled her apartment with smoke. I once waded into a brown, rushing street to hook my belt through a dog's collar when a storm turned the gutters into a fast stream, and the animal slipped. My friends said I was crazy. They teased me that I chased danger like other people chase discounts. Maybe they were right. I liked the rush. I liked the moment when the world narrowed to a simple choice, and I knew what I had to do. Back then I did things for fun that I would not even watch on a screen now. I jumped from high rocks into deep lakes with a whoop. I tried bungee jumping once and laughed so hard at the top that I forgot to be scared. I went skydiving and felt my stomach float up into my throat as the ground rose to meet me. I stood at the edge of a cold waterfall with 2 friends and counted to 3 and trusted the water to catch me. I even have a thin white scar on my shin from a cliff that looked softer from above. I thought these marks were stories I would tell at parties. These days, I keep my stories to myself. The night that changed me was 7 winters ago. We were leaving a New Year's party just after 2 in the morning, hats askew, hands in pockets, faces stinging from the kind of cold that reaches through your coat. The wind had a hard edge to it. The streets were mostly empty except for a few taxis and one group of students singing off-key down the block. From the house where the party buzz was still going, it was 6 long blocks back to our dorms, and we all groaned the way tired people do when they know the walk will feel longer than it is. "Hey, wait a minute," Jared said, words wobbling a little. He was that kind of drunk where everything seems like a great idea. "Cut through the park. It's faster." We stopped on the corner under a street light and looked toward the black line of trees. The city had closed the park for the season that year. A couple of signs warned about falling branches after heavy snow and thin ice on the pond. There had been talk about a kid who fell through in early winter. Someone said the park department didn't have the staff to keep it safe at night. The gate at the main path had a chain and a lock. The fence was climbable. We all stood there sucking cold air and thinking. "I hate that place at night," Michelle said. She pulled her scarf up to her nose. She always joked that the park felt like a low-budget graveyard after dark. "Let's just take the long way. It saves 18 minutes, Jared said, as if he had measured it. "Come on. Nothing is going to happen." Elijah and I were the least drunk. We exchanged a look that said we were the grown-ups again. She lifted one shoulder, a small shrug that meant, fine. The wind cut through my jeans, and that decided it. We walked to the gate, threw our legs over the fence one by one, and dropped to the other side. The snow in the park held a faint blue glow under the moon. Every branch wore a coat of frost that caught the light. If it hadn't been so cold, it would have felt like a dream. We followed the path, our boots squeaking. I remembered walking there with my parents years before, in summer. The pond had wooden boats with peeling paint. Tourists drifted with sandwiches and cameras. The water looked friendly then. I wondered what it would look like now, with ice and moonlight and no one around. We stopped at the rise where the trees opened and stared. The pond lay flat and silver, a wide mirror with a skin of frost. It was beautiful. It was also wrong in a way I could not name at first, like a smile held a second too long. "What is that?" Michelle said. She was pointing at the ice with her gloved finger. Her voice had turned thin and tight. We all squinted down the slope. There was a small shape out near the middle of the pond. It looked like a child. It looked like a little girl standing still on the ice, arms at her sides, facing the shore. My heart jumped up into my throat so fast I tasted metal. We ran before we even made a plan. Snow flew. Our breasts turned white in the air. My phone was already in my hand. So were theirs. I fumbled with my gloves and hit 3 numbers. A dispatcher answered and I spoke so fast that I had to repeat myself. I tried to say where we were, and what we saw and how old she might be. I called her Little. That is what she looked like from where we stood. The woman told us to stay off the ice and stay calm, and that help was on the way. I thanked her like she had handed me something I could hold. "Are you okay?" I cupped my hands and shouted to the figure. The sound bounced back at me from the empty park. The girl didn't wave. She didn't cry out. She didn't move at all. She stood there in the middle of a hard winter night like a doll someone had placed there and forgotten. We kept talking all at once and none of it helped. My breath made hissing sounds in my scarf. Under our voices there was another sound, low and subtle, like a faraway sigh. At first I thought it was the wind working at the trees. Then I realized it was coming from the pond itself. I held up a hand. "Sure," I said. "Listen." We stood in a small huddle at the edge of the path, every nerve awake. The sound came again, then again. It was not the wind. It was the ice. It creaked in a long, thin voice. I have heard ice groan on lakes before. This was sharper, faster, like a board under a heavy foot. It made the hairs on my arms rise. "The ice is breaking," I said, saying it made it more real. We all looked at each other. Someone had to go. In stories, this is the point where the hero rushes forward and the music swells. In real life, it is quiet. Your stomach flips. Your body says no, and your feet try to say yes. "Wait for the police," Elysia said, her phone still pressed to her ear. "They said don't. She's going to fall through," I said. It felt like a decision someone else had made inside me. I took a breath, then another, and stepped down off the bank. The snow slid from my boot and hit the ice with a soft thud. The first step held. The second held too. Under my feet I could feel the hard surface, smooth and slick, cold pushing up through my soles. "What are you doing?" Jared shouted. "Come back." "Don't," Elysia said. "Please. Just wait." Her voice broke on the last word. I should have waited. That is easy to say now. At the time, the choice was a straight line. I started toward the girl. I kept my weight low and let my feet slide to keep from stomping. Every few steps I heard a crack that did not come from me. I told myself to breathe. The world narrowed down to my boots, the thin glaze under them, and the small figure ahead. As I got closer, the girl came into focus. She wore a dress that looked thin for that night, as if she had walked out of a spring photograph and into the wrong season. Her skin was pale, almost the same color as the ice. Frost sparkled on her hair and shoulders as if she had been standing there a long time. She looked like she was lit from inside. I wondered if she was breathing. I wondered if she was even alive. "Hey," I said, my breath coming in short clouds. "Take my jacket." I shrugged out of my coat in one fast move and held it out with both hands like an offering. "I'm here to help you. Okay? I'm going to put this on you." She made a sound then, very small, like a mouse behind a wall. I took another step, close enough to see that her eyes were open and unfocused. I reached to drape the jacket over her shoulders, and everything inside me screamed to stop. She wasn't standing on the ice. Behind her, a dark hole showed where the pond skin had been broken. From that hole, something pale and ridged had risen, and that something was holding her up around the middle like a belt. My eyes found an arm, except it wasn't an arm. It was a long, gray coil with small, sharp knobs along it like thorns. It squeezed. The girl's body bent the way a body shouldn't. There was a wet, awful sound that I heard with my bones, not my ears. Her mouth opened, and something thick and dark ran down her chin. The coil tightened once more, and the small body went slack. My jacket dropped from my hands. My heart hit so hard against my ribs that it felt like it would break them. I forgot to breathe. I stared into the hole and saw something beneath the surface that should not exist anywhere. The thing was the same sick pale as the tentacle. Dark veins webbed across it, moving, as if the veins themselves were alive. Two large eyes stared up at me from the black water. They were a deep red, ringed in darker red like bruises. The mouth, if that is what it was, pulled back in a grin that showed two rows of dull, thick teeth stained the color of old paper. I wanted to run, but fear nailed my feet to the ice. The coil slipped back through the hole, pulling the limp little body with it, and the water closed over both. For a second, the pond went still again. The silence pressed down on my ears. Then a shiver ran under my boots. I turned my head and saw my friends halfway to me on the ice, arms out for balance, faces white. "Run!" I tried to shout. It came out as a thin, wrong sound. My legs remembered how to move. I pushed off with my heel and slid. The ice moaned again. I saw the line of shore like a strip of safety tape, and aimed my whole life at it. "Come on!" Jared yelled, reaching out a hand. His voice was too loud, and that made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. "Get off the ice," I said. "Go!" The word tore my throat. A point of cold sharper than any weather jabbed at my ankle. Something hard and ridged scraped bone. The ice in front of me tilted bright on one side, dark on the other, and then I wasn't standing anymore. I was falling. The water took me with a slap that knocked my air away. The cold was not like the air above it. It was a weapon. It shot through my clothes and into my skin and found the warm places in me and tried to put them out. I shut my eyes on instinct. The water stung like it was made of needles. I kept my mouth closed and told myself not to try to breathe even though my chest begged for it. The thing's coils wrapped me, at my ankle, at my chest, at my throat. The small spikes along it dug in and held. One coil jerked my shoulder and something popped out of place. The pain flashed white and then went far away. I opened my mouth and screamed anyway, and my scream made bubbles and came back as a hurt in my lungs. I was not brave then. I kicked and twisted and clawed at the water. I felt the coil around my throat tighten and ease like it was enjoying this. A rough, sandpaper tongue slid across my cheek. I opened my eyes. Those red circles looked back into mine from a face too close and too wrong. The teeth were wider than my fingers. The grin didn't move. There is a point where your body begins to make peace with the idea of stopping. The edges of your vision go gray. Your chest flutters. It feels, strangely, like falling asleep on a hard couch. A thought came to me like a voice from far away. No. Not like this. Not here. Not under this. I pushed through the pain in my shoulder and got my hands between the thing's upper and lower jaw. The flesh was rubbery and slick. I planted my feet against its chest, or what felt like one, and shoved. For a second nothing happened. The coil at my throat pulled tighter. I saw white dots. I pushed harder. Something gave with a crunch. The thing jerked back and made a noise that rattled in my bones. The coils loosened just enough. I kicked, the spikes scraping skin. I flailed for the surface the way you do for a light switch in the dark. A hand reached through the water like a shape in a dream. Then another. Then a third. Heat and strength wrapped around my wrist and pulled. The edges of everything blurred. The cold had become a living thing inside me. I saw the moon in a broken oval, then nothing for a while. I woke to a beeping sound and a light that made my eyes ache. Just turning my head felt like work. The blankets on me were heavy and warm, holding me in place, telling my shaking muscles to rest. When I shifted, a deep ache moved through me in layers: head, shoulder, throat, ankle, ribs. I tasted metal and hospital air. I was alive. The door moved and my friends came in, faces flushed, eyes red, voices hushed like we were in church. They said words like, "Pulled you out," and ambulance, and "so cold." They brought me pieces of the night I had lost. I heard my own name and the word, lucky, in more than one sentence. I wanted to ask if they had seen it. I wanted, for a strange second, for someone else to say it first so I would not have to. "What was it?" Michelle asked finally. "What pulled you under?" "Trust me," I said. My voice was rough and small. "You don't want to know." They wanted to be helpful. They wanted to tell the truth to the officers who came by the room and asked quiet questions. They wanted me to tell it too. I shook my head. I told the police I was drunk and thought I could walk on the ice, that I heard the crack too late, that my friends were the reason I was not still under there. I told them I was an idiot with a drawer full of old adrenaline and a bad habit of testing fate. They wrote it down. They looked at me like I was honest and foolish. I let them. It would have been easy to say I saw things because the cold was trying to pull my brain apart. It would have been easy to call the pale shape a trick of light and fear. It would have been easy to let the story settle where everyone could hold it. I could not describe that red stare without feeling as if I might call it up again. As I got closer, the girl came into focus. She wore a dress that looked thin for that night, as if she had walked out of a spring photograph and into the wrong season. Her skin was pale, almost the same color as the ice. Frost sparkled on her hair and shoulders as if she had been standing there a long time. She looked like she was lit from inside. I wondered if she was breathing. I wondered if she was even alive. "Hey," I said, my breath coming in short clouds. "Take my jacket." I shrugged out of my coat in one fast move and held it out with both hands like an offering. I'm here to help you. Okay? I'm going to put this on you. She made a sound then, very small, like a mouse behind a wall. I took another step, close enough to see that her eyes were open and unfocused. I reached to drape the jacket over her shoulders, and everything inside me screamed to stop. She wasn't standing on the ice. Behind her, a dark hole showed where the pond skin had been broken. From that hole, something pale and ridged had risen, and that something was holding her up around the middle like a belt. My eyes found an arm, except it wasn't an arm. It was a long, gray coil with small, sharp knobs along it like thorns. It squeezed. The girl's body bent the way a body shouldn't. There was a wet, awful sound that I heard with my bones, not my ears. Her mouth opened, and something thick and dark ran down her chin. The coil tightened once more, and the small body went slack. My jacket dropped from my hands. My heart hit so hard against my ribs that it felt like it would break them. I forgot to breathe. I stared into the hole and saw something beneath the surface that should not exist anywhere. The thing was the same sick pale as the tentacle. Dark veins webbed across it, moving, as if the veins themselves were alive. Two large eyes stared up at me from the black water. They were a deep red, ringed in darker red like bruises. The mouth, if that is what it was, pulled back in a grin that showed 2 rows of dull, thick teeth stained the color of old paper. I wanted to run, but fear nailed my feet to the ice. The coil slipped back through the hole, pulling the limp little body with it, and the water closed over both. For a second, the pond went still again. The silence pressed down on my ears. Then a shiver ran under my boots. I turned my head and saw my friends halfway to me on the ice, arms out for balance, faces white. "Run!" I tried to shout. It came out as a thin, wrong sound. My legs remembered how to move. I pushed off with my heel and slid. The ice moaned again. I saw the line of shore like a strip of safety tape, and aimed my whole life at it. "Come on!" Jared yelled, reaching out a hand. His voice was too loud, and that made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. "Get off the ice," I said. "Go!" The word tore my throat. A point of cold sharper than any weather jabbed at my ankle. Something hard and ridged scraped bone. The ice in front of me tilted, bright on one side, dark on the other, and then I wasn't standing anymore. I was falling. The water took me with a slap that knocked my air away. The cold was not like the air above it. It was a weapon. It shot through my clothes and into my skin and found the warm places in me and tried to put them out. I shut my eyes on instinct. The water stung like it was made of needles. I kept my mouth closed and told myself not to try to breathe even though my chest begged for it. The thing's coils wrapped me, at my ankle, at my chest, at my throat. The small spikes along it dug in and held. One coil jerked my shoulder and something popped out of place. The pain flashed white and then went far away. I opened my mouth and screamed anyway, and my scream made bubbles and came back as a hurt in my lungs. I was not brave then. I kicked and twisted and clawed at the water. I felt the coil around my throat tighten and ease like it was enjoying this. A rough, sandpaper tongue slid across my cheek. I opened my eyes. Those red circles looked back into mine from a face too close and too wrong. The teeth were wider than my fingers. The grin didn't move. There is a point where your body begins to make peace with the idea of stopping. The edges of your vision go gray. Your chest flutters. It feels, strangely, like falling asleep on a hard couch. A thought came to me like a voice from far away. No. Not like this. Not here. Not under this. I pushed through the pain in my shoulder and got my hands between the thing's upper and lower jaw. The flesh was rubbery and slick. I planted my feet against its chest, or what felt like one, and shoved. For a second nothing happened. The coil at my throat pulled tighter. I saw white dots. I pushed harder. Something gave with a crunch. The thing jerked back and made a noise that rattled in my bones. The coils loosened just enough. I kicked, the spikes scraping skin. I flailed for the surface the way you do for a light switch in the dark. A hand reached through the water like a shape in a dream. Then another. Then a third. Heat and strength wrapped around my wrist and pulled. The edges of everything blurred. The cold had become a living thing inside me. I saw the moon in a broken oval, then nothing for a while. I woke to a beeping sound and a light that made my eyes ache. Just turning my head felt like work. The blankets on me were heavy and warm, holding me in place, telling my shaking muscles to rest. When I shifted, a deep ache moved through me in layers: head, shoulder, throat, ankle, ribs. I tasted metal and hospital air. I was alive. The door moved and my friends came in, faces flushed, eyes red, voices hushed like we were in church. They said words like, "Pulled you out," and "ambulance," and "so cold." They brought me pieces of the night I had lost. I heard my own name and the word, "lucky," in more than one sentence. I wanted to ask if they had seen it. I wanted, for a strange second, for someone else to say it first so I would not have to. "What was it?" Michelle asked finally. "What pulled you under?" "Trust me," I said. My voice was rough and small. "You don't want to know." They wanted to be helpful. They wanted to tell the truth to the officers who came by the room and asked quiet questions. They wanted me to tell it too. I shook my head. I told the police I was drunk and thought I could walk on the ice, that I heard the crack too late, that my friends were the reason I was not still under there. I told them I was an idiot with a drawer full of old adrenaline and a bad habit of testing fate. They wrote it down. They looked at me like I was honest and foolish. I let them. It would have been easy to say I saw things because the cold was trying to pull my brain apart. It would have been easy to call the pale shape a trick of light and fear. It would have been easy to let the story settle where everyone could hold it. I could not describe that red stare without feeling as if I might call it up again. I left the hospital with my arm in a sling and a long list of instructions. Do not get the bandages wet. Do not drive on painkillers. Do not strain the shoulder. Do not do anything stupid. I wanted to laugh at that last part, and I didn't. My body healed the way bodies do, bit by bit, with itches and aches and unexpected tears. My mind healed in ways you can't track with a chart. I thought the worst part would be the dreams. The dreams were bad, yes, but not the loudest thing. The loudest thing was water. Sinks running. Bathtubs filling. Ice in a glass. A gutter after rain. I could not stand any of it for a long time. I could not look at a pond or a lake. I stopped watching movies that had boats. Friends invited me to the beach and I lied and said I had other plans. I stood in the shower like a soldier, fast and tense. In summer I learned the quick way to cross a street if a fire hydrant was open on the corner. I learned all the dry routes across campus. My hands shook when I drove over bridges. I told people I had developed a thing about water after my fall. Most people nodded and looked kind. I didn't tell them everything. I couldn't. Time is a slow machine. It kept going. I graduated. We all did, though we went in different directions right after. We hugged and promised to meet up and then didn't, the way young adults do when life presses in. Later, much later, I built something that looked like a quiet life. I found a job that didn't make me dread the mornings. I met someone patient who could sit beside me on a couch with the TV off and let a whole hour pass without filling it. We married in a small room with music from a speaker, and only the people we would call in the middle of the night. We had a son. Then, after we had just begun to feel like we might be getting the hang of it, we had a daughter who blew all our schedules apart, and made us happy in a tired way I had not known existed. Every now and then I met up with an old friend from those years. Sometimes it was Jared, balder and warmer and always ready with a joke that didn't land as hard as it used to. Sometimes it was Michelle, with a sensible haircut and a habit of squeezing both my hands when she said hello. Most often it was Elysia. She had 2 boys who ate like small wolves and a laugh that could pull you out of a bad week. We didn't talk about the park unless the talking circled there on its own, quiet and careful. We shared the parts of our lives that were easy to carry. We met at playgrounds and walked around the perimeter while small people raced in the middle. We said things like, "Remember the party where the couch broke?" And, "Remember the diner with the jukebox that only played the same 3 songs?" We let the other memories sit in their boxes. 2 weeks ago, on a Sunday, the kind that feels like it will last forever and then disappears when you look away, I sent my kids with Alicia for an afternoon. She had the energy. I had a deadline. Her dad had left her a small place by a lake when he passed, and they liked to drive up there for ice skating when the winter came early and hard. She sent me a picture of all 4 kids in big coats, cheeks red, arms out for balance, grins wide. My chest hurt with how much I loved that photograph. They came back just as the light was starting to go gold, and the air began to bite again. The kids tumbled through the door, and kicked off boots, and told me 100 things at once. I was bent over, tying a mist knot, when my son, who is not given to telling stories for drama, said a simple sentence that froze the blood in my veins as cleanly as that pond had once tried to. "We saw a very pale girl standing on the ice," he said. I looked up so fast I almost fell. "What?" He didn't know what the word, "what," meant to me. He only knew he had my attention. He spoke without hurry, the way honest people do. "She was way out. She didn't wave. She just stood there like this." He made his arms straight at his sides and stared at the far wall like he was looking through it. "Buddy," I said, and my voice came out too soft. "Did she say anything? Did she move?" "No. But there was a bump by her feet." He held his fingers close together to show small and round. "On the ice. Like something under it. It was pale too, like the ice, with 2 red dots." I swallowed. My mouth was dry. "Did you tell Auntie Alicia?" He nodded. "She blew her whistle and told everybody to come back to the shore right away. She said the ice was thin out there. We put our skates in the bag and went home." In the other room, my daughter asked for hot chocolate. The sound of water in the kettle made the back of my neck prickle. I turned the tap on and then off, and then on again. My hands shook in a way I hoped no one noticed. I put the kettle on the stove and stood there like a person who had forgotten what came next. That night, when the kids were in bed and the house had settled and the winter dark pressed against the windows like a thick blanket, I sat at our kitchen table and listened to the baseboard heater tick. I thought about the girl in the moonlight and the coat I never picked up. I thought about red circles under a thin skin of ice. I thought about a lake an hour away where my son had skated and laughed. Fear rose and fell in me like a tide. I have learned to let it move through. Fighting it makes it bigger. I picked up my phone. I typed a message to Alicia. "Did you see anything?" She wrote back fast. "No. Just the usual cracks." But I didn't like the look of the surface out there. I told the kids to get off. "You okay?" I stared at the screen. I typed yes. Then I typed I don't know. Then I put the phone down without sending either. There are things in the world we can name and fix and understand. There are other things we can only walk around, like a deep hole in a field with grass grown over it. We mark them with a stick and say, "Not here." We teach our children to be careful and hold hands near edges. We trust our friends when they blow the whistle and say, "Back to shore." We boil water for cocoa and stir it until the powder dissolves. We live. I have saved people. I have been saved. I am not ashamed of what scares me now. I am careful in ways that sometimes look strange to others. I don't step on frozen ponds. I don't stand on docks alone at night. I don't get into boats unless the water is so calm that the sky can see itself. If you think that makes me weak, I wish you nothing but soft days and lucky breaks. Sometimes, late at night, I sit with the lights low and listen to the radiator and count the breaths I take. In for 4, out for 4. Even numbers make the space inside my chest feel neat. I think of the boy I was, who jumped and laughed, and didn't know what slept under a thin sheet of ice. I don't blame him. He did what he thought was right. If he could see me now, older and slower and more afraid, I don't know what he would think. I hope he would understand that bravery sometimes looks like walking away before the ice cracks. That hero is a word people give you when they don't know everything about you. That loving the ones in your house well and keeping them from the wrong edges is not small work. When I close my eyes, I still see red sometimes. I do not think that will ever leave me. It has faded, though. It no longer sits behind every picture I take, or every plan I make. I can stand at a window and watch snow fall and feel only the soft kind of sadness, the kind that belongs to winter. If a memory comes like a cold draft, I put on another sweater and wait. It passes. If you ever find yourself walking home on a hard, clear night and someone points and asks, "What is that?" Take a breath. Look twice. Listen for the quiet sounds under the loud ones. If your body says, "Not safe," believe it. If you go anyway, go slow. Tie a rope around your waist, and the waist of the friend who loves you most. If you can wait for help, wait. If you cannot, if the moment is already upon you and the only thing between a life and a hole in the world is your moving feet, then move. Do not forget that you are warm blood and bone and not built for black water. Do not forget that there are things in this world that smile with teeth and do not mean kindness by it. I am not telling you this to scare you away from winter or from ponds or from the quiet corners of a park at night. I loved that place once. I would like to love it again in some softer life where I do not know what I know. I am telling you because not all warnings come as sirens and flashing lights. Some come as a pale girl in the wrong season and 2 red points under ice. Some come as a voice inside you that sounds like your own and also like a stranger. Some come as a friend's text that simply says, "Hey, be careful out there." I say the same to you now. Be careful out there. Keep your people close when the cold settles and the surface looks smooth and safe. Stay on the path. Keep to the shore. If you see something that makes your bones go quiet, turn around. Go home. Drink something warm. Count to 4 with your breaths until your heart slows. Look at the faces you love and let them bring you back to where the floor is solid and the light is easy. And if, later, a child tells you he saw a pale girl on a lake and a small bump with 2 red dots, believe him. You don't have to go look. Some stories are warnings, not invitations. It was cold. Cold and very dark. That was all I could feel while I stared into the black space that filled his eyes. A slow tingle began at my toes and crept up my legs like a small wave of panic trapped inside me. I felt different, as if a hand I could not see was changing me from the inside out. My heart pounded, but nothing else would move. I could not blink. I could not breathe. I could only look. Look into those big dark eyes. At first they looked empty, like 2 holes cut in the night. Then I saw it, tiny lights, far away and soft, shining inside the black. Stars. Not still stars like in a picture, but stars that drifted and turned as if the sky itself were slowly spinning. It was beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. He was beautiful. I wanted to thank him. I wanted to kneel. I wanted to praise him for giving me this view, this private night sky, right there inside his eyes. Warmth spread over me like a blanket. The cold slid away and I could move again. He was gone, but I knew what to do. I must honor him. I must try to be like him. With the memory of those stars still bright in my mind, I reached into my pocket and touched the small knife I always carried. My fingers were steady. My thoughts were calm. My eyes had already seen the best thing they would ever see, so what use were they for the dull things of the world? I lifted the blade. I did not rush. First the left, then the right. It hurt, and then it didn't. Darkness came, but it was not empty. It was full of the stars he had shown me, and I felt a smile spread across my face. I sat down, patient and peaceful. I pressed the blade to my legs and worked with long, careful strokes. It took a very long time. The night was quiet around me. When I was finished and only the hard white parts remained, I folded my hands, and in the deep dark behind my closed lids, the stars kept turning. I would be beautiful. Beautiful like him. Beautiful like Big Face. "Chicken," Dan said, and he grinned because he knew it would sting. "It's just a forest." "It's a forest where people disappear," Brick said back. His voice was rougher than he meant it to be. Most days he would have said yes to a camping trip without thinking. But that winter the brick walls near the bus stop were crowded with fresh flyers, faces smiling above phone numbers and the word missing in big black print. It was hard to laugh at rumors with those pages flapping in the wind. "You don't know they vanished in the forest," Dan said. "No one knows. Unless you're scared of Big Face." He said the name like a joke and wiggled his eyebrows. Brick shoved him. "I'm not superstitious," he snapped. "I just don't want to be stupid." "Oh, he's real," Dan said, drawing out the words. "I've seen him." "You're lying," Brick said. "If you saw him, you wouldn't be here. You sure know a lot about something you say isn't real," Dan said. "Sounds like chicken talk." "I'm not a chicken," Brick shouted, and a couple of kids walking by turned their heads. "Then prove it." Dan's smile thinned. "Saturday. 3 o'clock. At the path. Bring a bag." "Fine," Brick said. He tried to sound bored, like it was no big deal. His throat was tight, and his palms were damp. "I'll see you." They split and walked off in different directions. Near the corner, Brick stopped and looked back. Dan was already on his phone, laughing at something on the screen. Brick could still feel the push of Dan's fingers in his shoulder where he had shoved him first. On the ride home, he kept casting small glances out the bus window. The trees stood in a long black line beyond the last street. They were tall and close together, winter bare, the kind of trees that let you see far in, but not all the way through. He told himself it was fine. Every town had a story like this. Some said there were lights in a cornfield. Some said a dog walked upright in the old quarry. Some said there was a woman in white at the bridge. His town had Big Face Marsh. He laughed to himself for a moment, and the sound eased something inside him. A giant floating head, like a balloon someone cut loose. What would it even do? Headbutt you to death? The idea was silly when he put it that way. He tried to hold on to that feeling and carry it up the steps to his apartment. He tossed his backpack on his bed and turned on his game system. If his mom walked in, he would say he had just finished his homework. If she asked to see it, he would say it was in his head tonight, mental math, reading pages he had already read. He pushed buttons and stared hard at the screen and didn't hear the car door outside until it slammed. He jumped, shut everything down, and ran for his desk. He pulled the first book from his bag and opened it to the middle. When his mom knocked, he looked up slowly like a person pulled away from deep study. She came in and smiled at the sight. They talked for a few minutes about his day. She asked about classes. He gave short, safe answers. Then, when her voice had softened and the air felt light, he asked if he could sleep over at Dan's on Saturday. "Sure, honey," she said, surprised and pleased. "Do you need a ride?" "No," he said fast. "We'll bike. It's not far." She nodded. "Text me when you get there." "I will," he said, and he made his face calm and trustworthy. He hated the lie. He also knew there was no way she would agree to a night in the woods. It was better not to have that argument. "Thanks, Mom." When she went downstairs to start dinner, the quiet in his room came back heavy. He set the open book down, lay back on his bed, and stared at the ceiling. For a little while, he felt brave. Then the shadows in the corners seemed deeper, and the courage slipped away. He woke 3 times in the night. Once to the soft crush of tires and the sweep of headlights across his wall. He sat up, heart racing, sure the light was another eye looking in. Once to the sound of laughter from the street which, half asleep, he heard as a thin, far-off scream. And once to the dream that came and came again no matter how hard he tried to push it away. A huge face floating between the trees, mouth stretched in a wide grin, and the dark holes of its eyes filled with spinning, moving stars. At one point he opened his eyes and thought he saw a mask lying on his extra pillow, a smooth white face with a painted smile. He could not move. He blinked hard. The pillow was empty. His clock said there were still hours before dawn. He pressed his hands over his eyes and waited for morning. When the alarm finally buzzed, he was already awake, lying on his back and counting his breaths. He ate 2 bites of toast and dropped the rest into the trash under a paper towel so his mom would not see. He packed his bag with the careful steps of a person who is trying not to think. He added a flashlight and extra batteries, a cheap plastic whistle, an apple he didn't want, and the old pocket knife his uncle had given him with the dull warning, "Only for rope, never for anything else." He put on his warmest socks and told his mom he loved her, and was out the door before she could ask if he'd eaten enough. The ride was slow. He told himself it was to save his energy for later. The truth was his legs felt unsteady. The rows of houses fell away in his back tire. The air smelled like wet leaves and cold iron. He could see his breath. By the time he reached the path, Dan was already leaning against the fence, a pack slung over one shoulder, the kind of grin on his face that meant trouble and fun. "You made it," Dan said. "I was starting to think you'd chicken out." Brick lifted his chin. "I said I'd come?" "Yeah, you did," Dan said, and for a second his grin softened into something like respect. Then he clapped his hands once and the sound rang in the thin air. "Let's go." They climbed the chain link and dropped down into the crisp, still quiet of the trees. The park had posted signs earlier in the season: "Keep out, thin ice, dangerous conditions," but signs didn't stop kids. Word was if you went deep enough you could shout, and hear your voice double back from the marsh, as if someone else shouted the same thing just behind you. Word was if you stared long enough at your reflection in the black water, the water would blink first. The boys walked until the path grew narrow and the ground turned from hard to soft. There was a spot Dan liked, a flat patch among a ring of older trees that kept the wind off. They set the tent where the dirt was dry, with the opening facing away from the marsh and toward the path like a small door back to the world. They gathered wood. They did not talk much. Even Dan, who always had a story, worked in a quiet rhythm. By the time the sun slid behind the line of trees, they had a little fire going, the kind that looks weak until you lean close and feel how much heat it holds. They ate from their pockets, soft granola bars, a handful of nuts the apple Brick didn't want. The fire cracked and sank and grew again. The flames painted their faces gold and made their breath look like smoke. Brick told himself the tight feeling in his chest was from the cold. He scooted closer to the fire and held his hands out. Even the small forest noises, the tick of cooling bark, the soft brush of a branch, made his shoulders jump. Something snapped, loud in the quiet. Brick spun around. Dan burst out laughing and held up the 2 ends of a thin stick. "Dude, your face," he said between laughs. "Worth it." "That's not funny," Brick said. He stood because sitting made him feel like a target. "Cut it out." Dan stopped laughing, but the smile was still there, ghost soft. He opened his mouth to say something else, then shut it. His eyes had moved to a point just past Brick's shoulder. He was looking at something behind him. "Don't," Brick said. "I'm not falling for it." Dan didn't answer. His mouth hung open a little. He lifted his hand and pointed. His finger began to shake. The smile slid off his face like a mask sliding down a wall. Brick rolled his eyes and turned, ready to catch Dan's next joke. He froze. Something stood between the nearest trees. At first it looked like a person in an old coat. It swayed a little, and the light from the fire rolled across it in a thin sheet. Brick blinked. The shape was almost human, but not right. It moved without moving. It looked too thin, like a drawing of a person, not a person. It took 2 slow steps and came into the edge of the firelight. Brick saw what his mind had refused to name. It was a person, or it had been, but there was almost nothing left. White bone flashed under skin that wasn't there. It wasn't a costume. It wasn't a trick. The face was whole, and somehow that made it worse. The skin was pale and tight, and the place around the eyes was dark and wrong, as if something sharp had been drawn across them. Dried marks striped the cheeks. Brick's brain flipped through a deck of images in a rush, and there it was. the smiling picture from the missing flyer near the bus stop. The same mouth, closed. The same ears. The same line of the jaw. The eyes now looked like they had been ruined on purpose. Brick's stomach rolled. He turned to run, to grab Dan, to do anything at all, but Dan was no longer at his side. A second figure, as thin, as quiet, had stepped behind him and lifted two hands that were not hands to hold Dan's arms still. Dan's eyes were bright with wet. His breath came in sharp little pulls. He shook his head once, twice, fast. Brick took a step back and stopped himself because stepping back felt like stepping off a cliff. More shapes moved at the edges of the light. The boys were not alone. They were surrounded in a loose circle, as if these pale, ruined people had come to watch a show. Brick looked for a gap. Every gap filled. He looked for a weapon. The only thing close was a piece of wood too soft to hurt anything. Something large drifted forward from between two pines. The circle opened for it, the way a crowd moves aside for a car. Every muscle in Brick's body went tight. He could not turn his head. He could not squeeze his eyes shut. He knew what it was even before he was sure what he was seeing. It was a head, and almost nothing else. A huge, smooth head, round and heavy-looking, floating a few feet above the ground. There was no neck. No shoulders. Just a face so big that it swallowed the space in front of them. The mouth was wide, the lips too full, the smile too long. The skin was the color of old paper. The smell was like cold water and old stone. It came to a stop so close that Brick could have reached out and touched it if his arm would move. He had never seen eyes so big. The dark circles where eyes should be were not empty at all. They were deep. As he stared, small lights woke one by one inside them, and then the lights began to turn. It was like watching the sky on a clear winter night, but the stars were not far away above him. They were close, inside the dark, moving in slow, easy spirals. Brick's breath went in and didn't come out again. Dan's arm stopped shaking. The burned wood smell of the fire faded. The cold on Brick's face warmed. The sounds of the forest quieted until the only thing he could hear was the soft, endless hum of those turning stars. A kind of peace came down on him like warm rain. He felt small and safe and important all at once, as if the whole world had finally opened and he was allowed to belong to it. He didn't think about the missing flyers or the thin faces at the edge of the light, or the fact that he could no longer feel his own hands. All that mattered were the stars. He could have stayed there forever. The head blinked. The stars went out. The big face went soft and smooth again. The space in front of them was empty, as if nothing had ever been there. The circle of pale watchers stepped back into the dark without turning. The hands on Dan's arms loosened. The shapes at the tree line drifted away, silent, one by one. Brick blinked like a person waking from a too heavy nap. His knees felt weak. Tears cooled on his cheeks. His skin under his coat felt hot and strange, as if he had stood too close to a fire for too long. He turned his head and found Dan looking back at him with the same expression he knew was on his own face. They didn't have to speak to know they were thinking the same thought. They knelt at the same time. They set their palms on the cold ground and searched by touch for stones. Not big stones. Not smooth ones. Sharp ones. Stones that would cut. They were calm. It felt important to be careful. They needed to do it right, and they would. They needed to see the stars again, the way they were meant to be seen, not through the dull world. They needed to show they understood. They needed to be like him. Brick found a flake of rock with one good edge and lifted it toward his face. On Monday, people said the marsh looked beautiful that weekend. The snow that fell late on Sunday covered the black water with a soft white skin. A few brave kids tested the edges with their boots and came home red-cheeked and laughing. Someone found a piece of jacket near a ring of black on the ground where a small fire had been. A dog trotted home with a strip of cloth in its teeth and wagged for praise. The posters at the bus stop flapped and flapped. By Friday there were 2 more sheets added to the wall. New faces. New phone numbers. The wind lifted the corners and let them fall. In the photo, the boys were smiling, just like all the others. If you looked long enough, you could almost see a pattern in how the pages overlapped, like the first stars of a small, strange constellation. Night rested over the top of the world like a heavy blanket. The air was sharp and so cold it seemed to bite. Ice pressed against rock, and snow lay piled on old mountains that had no trees and no birds. There was almost nothing living up there, and there was no road, no path, and no town in sight. But in that endless dark, one small light pushed back the night. Between two white mountains, a little cottage sat with smoke drifting from its chimney. To anyone who might have passed by, though no one ever did, it looked like a warm, simple home where two kind people might drink tea and talk by the fire. Someone could stare at it and wonder, how could a place like that exist here, so far from everything? The truth of the North is that almost nothing is what it looks like. The land is hard and cruel, and if you make a mistake, it can take your life in minutes. Only a few kinds of beings are allowed to live there, and even those few must know old rules and old magic. The people in that little house were not ordinary. With a quiet kind of magic and careful hands, they lived a happy life that looked simple but was not simple at all. From outside, you would think the house was only a small cottage where an elderly couple loved each other and kept warm in winter. But that would be wrong. Beneath the floorboards, under the packed ice and the old stone, there was a secret that glowed like a hidden candle. The house was only the tip of a much larger place, a workshop dug into the ice itself. It was a world under the world. For many, many years, so many that people stopped counting, children woke on Christmas morning and laughed because of the work done in that hidden place. Tiny hands, quick and clever, worked all year long making toys for good boys and girls. These hands belonged to elves, the last of a very old kind. They sang while they hammered and carved, and a gentle light followed them down the halls. 3 days after the winter solstice, when the longest night was already fading, the old man above would pull on his heavy coat and tall boots, whisper to the wind, and rise into the sky. He always found every house. He always found every child. But everything in the world has two sides. Where there is day, there must be night. Where there is a beginning, there will be an end. And for every kind child, there is a child who lies, or breaks, or takes. The old man understood this. He was generous, but he was not blind. Far below the singing and the bright lanterns, deeper than warmth could reach, there was another workshop. No songs were sung there. The walls were gray and wet with cold. The tools were rough and the tables bent. In that place they made toys too, but not the kind that make eyes shine. They made cheap things that broke easily, the kind a child would forget by afternoon. No love went into them. No joy came out of them. Even so, the old man did not want to leave any child without a gift. He would not waste the skill of the elves above on such work, so he gave the other work to the elves that had been cast out. These were elves who had chosen themselves above others, who took more than they gave, who let greed eat their hearts. They had been stripped of the long life their kind enjoyed. They lived in the cold and the dark under the bright workshop, with only flimsy plastic and thin paint to pass the time. They did not sing. At a torn workbench in that silent place, an elf named Ada sat with a piece of old brass in his hands. The light was poor. The metal was dull. He lifted a hammer and brought it down again and again. The sound ran along the empty hallways like footsteps where no one walked. He struck the sheet until it bent to the shape he wanted. Then his hammer slipped and flew from his fingers. His hand went weak and hung useless at his wrist. He stared, angry and afraid, as a thin strip of dead skin came away from his knuckle. He did not have much time. His body was failing, and his strength came and went like a tide. His other hand still worked, though it shook. He reached into a small box and pulled out a long, crooked nail. He pressed the point into the back of his numb hand and pushed until the tip pierced his palm. The pain flashed up his arm and filled his head with bright sound. The thick tendons woke, and his fingers curled and opened. He grabbed the hammer again and went back to work. Every strike of metal against metal carried the weight of years. Erdra shaped the brass with anger, with memory, and with a plan. He wanted to make something that could carry a curse. He wanted it to slip through the world and find child after child, year after year. He would hide it among the cheap toys sent to the naughty ones, and it would do what he could no longer do by himself. It would pull a little bit of life from those who touched it, and send that life back to him. He would drink that life like a cold man drinks tea. With enough of it, he would wake again, and his hands would be strong, and he would not be trapped in this frozen hole. Once, long ago, Erdra had worked in the bright workshop above. He had made beautiful things and laughed with friends. He had loved the work the way a singer loves a song. But envy grows fast in the dark parts of the heart. He wanted to keep some of the treasures he made. He told himself he only wanted one, just one, the one that called to him. His friend Lahila was finishing a music box, a gift meant for a king's first child. The box was made of oak, warm to the touch even in winter. Thin lines of gold climbed its sides, curling and meeting like vines. When you opened it, a lullaby played. Tiny figures, 3 children, danced around a tree. It was a gentle thing made with love, and when Erdra looked at it, something in him burned. Why should it go to a human girl who would not understand what it was? Why should a child who had done nothing receive a treasure like that? Erdra wanted it for himself. He wanted to hold it and keep it forever. One night, when he knew the workshop would be empty, he crept in and reached for the box. He had wrapped it in cloth and was almost out the door when Lahila returned. The friend who trusted him stood and stared. He saw the box in Ergra's arms, and he understood at once. Elves do not steal. It is a hard rule among them, as old as the ice. Lahila took a breath and turned to tell the others. Erdra was already moving. He grabbed a hammer and brought it down again and again until his friend lay silent on the floor. The workshop swallowed the sound. Erdra hid what he had done as well as he could, but there are eyes in that place older than mountains. The old man saw. The elves saw. The music box went to the baby girl as it was meant to, and Erdra was brought to the edge of the bright workshop and lowered into the dark one below. They took the long years from him. They took the light from him. They left him with his hands and his hate. Seasons passed. Snow fell and melted and fell again. Ergra's anger hardened. He told himself that children have everything and he has nothing. He told himself that life is unfair, and this gave him strength to do the work he planned to do. He bent the brass and hammered it on the anvil. He spoke to the metal as if it listened. "It lives in warmth," he said, and the blunt hammer made a hollow tube. "It stuffs its face with sweets," he said, and stubby legs were welded to the body. "It gets anything it asks from mother and father," he said, and a crooked head took shape with ears too short and too sharp. "It gets anything its heart wants," he said, and he polished the surface until it shone. He set small stones into the brass, pale blue pebbles of turquoise at each cross of the lattice. He picked up a red stone that looked like a live coal and set it on the left side of the head. He picked up another red stone and set it on the right. The face looked wrong. It looked like something that had once been alive and was not alive anymore. He set the brass rabbit on a silver locket that opened like a book. Inside, on each side, was a mirror. The rabbit looked into one mirror. The other mirror looked back. From a little bottle, he poured a clear liquid across the rabbit's head and the silver hinge. The liquid was lymph. In elves, it is magic made into fluid and carried by a second heart only they have. It is life, and it is power. Only a few drops came out, but even that was enough to glow. Light washed across the rabbit and the locket, first gold, then deep purple. Erdra closed his eyes and whispered old words, the kind you must not say by mistake. The clear liquid darkened and left a stain across the metal and the glass. When the light faded, the stain stayed. He covered the rabbit and the locket with a cloth. He did not look into the mirrors. He did not meet the red stones. He wrapped the whole thing in paper printed with little bells and trees, the kind you would find under any pine on Christmas morning. He set it in a small box tied with a bit of old ribbon. On his way out, he moved past shapes that hung from the beams like long shadows. Those shapes had once been elves. Their bodies had given him the last drops he needed. He had done his sums right. The curse would hold. For the first time in many years he smiled. He could almost hear snow falling above the ground, he could almost hear bells, and the ache in his bones sounded like a song. In a warm house far away, a little girl named Gabby woke before anyone else. Snow pressed its face to the windows and stuck there. The house was quiet. The tree in the corner wore lights and tinsel. Presents lay under it like sleeping animals. Gabby had promised to wait for her parents, but promises made at night sometimes break in the morning. She went down the stairs in her soft socks and sat on the floor, and the wrappers called to her in colors and crinkles. She loved her parents. She knew she would be in trouble. Still, she slid one small box toward herself and peeled the tape and lifted the lid. It felt good. It felt like opening a door. After one box there was another, and then another, and somehow her hands kept moving. When she stopped, paper lay around her like drifted leaves, and all the gifts were open. She had gotten everything she had asked for. Even so, there was a small hunger in her that did not go away. As she stood, something caught her eye at the base of the tree. She could have sworn it had not been there before. It was small and wrapped in paper that had gone yellow with age. The tag said, "To Gabriella." The letters were big and careful. She would have noticed it earlier if it had been there. She was sure. She took the gift and sat with it in her lap. The paper tore away in thick, dry strips. Inside there was a box, and inside that a smaller box sealed tight. There was also a rolled piece of paper tied with a bit of thread. She untied it and read. It said she was lucky. It said she now owned Pepe, the rabbit. It said Pepe loved her and would be her best friend. It said Pepe could give her anything her heart wanted. But there were rules, and she had to follow them if she wanted to be his friend. The rules were simple. She should place Pepe on his locket so he faced his mirror. She should never look him in the eyes. He was shy, the note said. He only liked to see her through the glass. She could ask him for 3 things. She should say each wish out loud. In 3 days he would give her what she asked for. And again, the note reminded her, not once, but twice, not to look into Pepe's eyes. He did not like it. He would be upset. The note told her again that Pepe loved her, more than anyone, and that he would make sure no one could hurt her. If she loved him back, she would listen to him and do what he asked. It ended with the same words, gentle and strange. Pepe loves you. No one can come between you and him. Pepe loves you. Gabby felt a shiver that wasn't from the cold. It crawled along her arms and then was gone. She looked at the smaller box and turned it in her hands. The tape cracked when she pulled it, and the lid opened with a soft sigh. Inside lay a silver locket on a thin chain. When she touched it, a print formed where her finger had been, like a smudge on a mirror. On the velvet next to it was a tiny rabbit made of brass. Little blue stones dotted its body. 2 small red stones sat where eyes should be. The rabbit was ugly and beautiful at the same time. It looked like the memory of a rabbit rather than a real one, like a toy from a dream. Without meaning to, Gabby tilted it, and almost met the red stones straight on. The words from the note came back to her. Do not look him in the eyes. She set the locket on the floor and opened it like an old book. Mirrors shone on both sides inside, pale and cold. She put the rabbit on the hinge so it faced one mirror, and the other mirror faced the first. For a second, she thought she saw the rabbit move, just a tiny bit, the way a leaf moves when there's no wind. She told herself it was a trick of the light from the tree. She told herself to breathe. The house was still quiet. Her parents were asleep upstairs. In the kitchen, the heat clicked on and filled the vents with a soft sound. Outside, the snow fell like feathers. Gabby looked at the rabbit, and then at the note again. She thought about what a friend could mean, a friend that listened and never got bored, a friend that never forgot you. She thought about the list she had made for Santa and how all those gifts were here now, and yet a little space inside her still felt empty. She felt silly for feeling that way. Maybe everyone feels that little space sometimes. Maybe that was normal. Maybe this was only a strange old toy and a funny story on a note. Maybe. She thought about a wish. The note said 3 wishes, said to say each one out loud so Pepe would hear, and that in 3 days he would give them to her. She did not want to make big wishes. That seemed greedy. She told herself she would ask for small things, to test it, like when you dip a toe in the water before you jump in. She sat cross-legged and folded her hands in her lap. She spoke softly so she would not wake anyone. She said the first thing that came to her, a little wish that felt safe. Then she said a second, a little bigger than the first. Then she said a third, the one she had not told anyone because it felt like telling might break it. She waited. Nothing happened, of course. The rabbit did not nod. The mirrors did not fog. The locket did not hum. It all sat very still on the floor in front of her. She wanted to look into the red stones again, to see if there was anything alive behind them, even if it was only her own face reflected back at her. But the note had been clear in a way that felt like a hand on her shoulder. Do not look him in the eyes. She stood, put the rabbit and the locket back in the box, and slid the box under the tree where the branches hid it. She picked up bits of torn paper and crushed them into a ball. She told herself she would put everything back before anyone came down. She would act surprised and excited and sorry, all at once, because all those things were true. On the other side of the world, under a mountain of ice, a thin smile pulled at Urgra's mouth. He could not see the girl, but he felt a warmth like a faraway fire on his cheek. A cord had been tied. It would pull tight in 3 days. The day moved slowly in Gabby's house. Her parents came down the stairs, stopped, and stared. They knew at once what had happened. There was a long talk about patience and respect and waiting. Gabby said she was sorry. She meant it. She helped pick up the paper. They stacked empty boxes and folded ribbons and tried to put the morning back together again. Later, her mother made breakfast, and her father shoveled the walk. The new toys took their places around the room, and the tree hummed quietly with its little lights. It was easy to forget the small box where Gabby had slid it under the branches. Every now and then, she felt like someone was watching her, not in a bad way, not like someone outside the window, but like a person in another room who cares where you are. She told herself it was her imagination. She told herself her mind was only playing games with her because she had read the note in the quiet before dawn. That night she could not sleep. The snow had stopped. The house creaked the way houses do when they are settling in the cold. She thought about the 3 things she had asked for, and she felt embarrassed, and then she felt excited, and then she felt tired. She told herself she would be patient for 3 days, the way the note had said. She closed her eyes and counted backward from 100 to 1. When she reached 1, she opened her eyes and stared at the shadow on her ceiling until sleep came and took her. In the deep workshop, Urgra lay on a narrow cot. The curse did not need him to hold it. It moved on its own now, slow and certain, like a river under ice. He felt a small strength return to his fingers and lifted his hand to see if it would shake. It did not. He felt the ache in his elbow ease. He felt, for the first time in years, a kind of hope. On the second day, the house felt normal again. Gabby played with the gifts she had opened too early. She read. She built. She drew. She helped in small ways without being asked, because she wanted to be good and because love lives in small things. She walked past the tree many times and always looked away from the shadow of the box under the lower branches. She told herself she was not thinking about it. She was. On the 3rd morning, clouds moved fast across the sky. Wind pushed at the side of the house and made the kitchen door rattle. Gabby woke before the alarm again. She went downstairs and sat on the bottom step with her chin on her knees. She listened to the house breathe. The clock in the hall ticked in a slow, steady way that made the rest of the world seem slower too. She looked at the tree. She told herself she would wait until the afternoon. She lasted 10 minutes. She pulled the small box out and carried it to the rug in the center of the room. Her hands felt warm and a little shaky. She opened the lid. The locket lay where she had left it, and the rabbit sat where she had placed it. For a second she thought the red stones were brighter, but maybe that was only the way the room's light hit them. She lifted the locket and spread it open. Both mirrors were clean. She set the rabbit facing one and sat back on her heels. She remembered the rules. She remembered the part about not looking into his eyes. It struck her as strange that the rule had been written twice, like when adults say a thing again not because you did not hear it, but because they are afraid you will forget. She smiled at that thought. She was not going to forget. She had done everything right. She had waited. She had been patient. She did not say anything out loud this time. She did not know if she had to. The note had said to ask him 3 times, and she had done that. Now it was the 3rd day. Now, if anything was going to happen, it would happen. She watched the mirrors with the kind of attention you use when you try to hear a sound in your house that might not be there. She waited until her legs fell asleep. She waited until the heat clicked on again. She waited until she could not tell if she was bored or excited or scared or all 3 at once. Then she closed the locket gently, and put both pieces back into the box. She slid the box under the tree. She stood up and stretched. The house was still. The world was wide. She had a whole day to live before it folded into evening. Somewhere very far away, under ice, a man who used to be more than a man felt a warmth run through his chest like summer rain. His fingers curled into a fist. He opened them. He laughed once, a dry sound. "Soon," he said to no one. "Soon." The note had ended with a promise, and the promise stayed in Gabby's head even when she was not thinking about it. The words repeated themselves in a small voice that felt kind, almost like a song. "Peppa loves you," it said. "Peppa loves you more than anyone. Peppa will keep you safe. Peppa loves you, and no one can stand between you and him. Peppa loves you." My brother wanted to be a great filmmaker for as long as I can remember. When he turned 8, our parents gave him a little video camera, and he started pointing it at everything: our dog sleeping, ants on the sidewalk, the TV reflection in the window, me brushing my hair. He called it practice. He made us sit on the couch and pretend we were guests on a talk show. He made tiny movies with stuffed animals and paper sets. At first it was sweet, even funny. I held the boom pole, brought him snacks, clapped when he yelled, "Cut!" and did my best to act in the little roles he wrote for me. As we got older, something in him shifted. Maybe it was the attention our parents gave him. Maybe it was the money they poured into his classes and gear. They paid for editing software, lights, microphones, lenses. They helped him hire actors for short films that no one but us ever saw. All of it told him he was special. He started to act like an artist who thought his vision came first and people came second. If I didn't move fast enough, he snapped. If I had an opinion, he rolled over it. When I messed up a simple task, he threw words like knives. Now and then he slapped me, quick and mean, and then carried on as if nothing had happened. By the time our parents died, I was under his thumb without seeing it. He was all the family I had left, and he liked it that way. He told me I wasn't smart enough to live alone, couldn't keep a job, couldn't make friends. I believed him. I became his shadow, driver, errand runner, unpaid assistant. If he wanted coffee, I drove across town to the one place that foamed milk the way he liked. If he needed extras, I called every number I had. If he wanted a fancy piece of equipment, I found the money. He didn't even say thank you. He just kept filming. His projects grew stranger as the years went by, half horror, half nonsense. He made shorts with no story, only images that felt wrong, an empty swing moving in still air, a clown mask on a church pew, a woman's heels slowly stepping through flowers spread on a kitchen floor. He filmed documentaries that weren't really about anything. Once he recorded a stray dog lying on the curb for hours, ribs showing, breath shallow, until the sun went down and the streetlights flickered on. Some nights I woke to get water and saw him in the living room, hunched in the glow of a screen, watching what he had filmed like a priest reading from a book no one else was allowed to touch. Then he heard a story. He said there was an underground studio, or maybe just a person, who made films no one admitted to making and few admitted to seeing. He said the name like it tasted good, Better Films. He said it with a little smile, like he'd found the door he'd always wanted to open. We started asking around. Most people scoffed or shrugged. But now and then someone went quiet. A man who ran a dusty video shop said 2 people in red suits once visited him, both with old, crude injuries. One had no eye and no ear on the same side. The other had a hand missing, and the scar at his wrist looked recent, raw and glossy. They gave him a card, just a childish frown face and a slogan, making better films for a better audience. A web address sat under it. When the shop owner went to the site, it looked like a broken page in a language he couldn't read, clips that didn't make sense, no way to order anything. He figured it was a prank. A week later, a garbage bag full of VHS tapes appeared at his door. When my brother offered money, then more money, then stupid money to buy a tape, the man shook his head. He lifted one finger and told my brother to stop talking. His voice was steady but his eyes weren't. "You think you know what you're after," he said. "You don't. It isn't what you're picturing. It's worse." He looked at me as we left. "You should walk away," he said softly. "From him and from this." I didn't. I couldn't. The hold my brother had on me felt like thick rope that had grown into my skin. We kept digging. We found rumor threads that stretched back decades. Someone said a porn actor disappeared for months in the 70s after filming with them and came back with cash and nightmares. Someone else said the company used to be called Better Productions back in the music hall days, before movies had sound, and told a story handed down through grandmothers about a performer named Elizabeth Walker. Another person swore she'd watched a children's show made by them called Sunshine Street, and that the frown in the logo pulled into a smile at the end of every episode. She said the animation was the wrong kind of smooth, like someone forcing a grin. None of it led anywhere you could point to on a map. And then my brother brought a woman to the house and introduced her like a magician produces a dove. "This is Ms. Kismet," he said. "She's a producer at Better Films." Her hair was an impossible shade of red. Her suit matched. Parts of her body were missing as if removed by hands that didn't care about healing. One eye, one ear, the ridge of her nose, 3 fingers from her right hand. The scars were shiny and uneven, the kind you get when pain is the point. She smiled the whole time she spoke to my brother. They shut the door to the lounge and talked for a long while. I stared at the wall and told myself it was fine, that if we were finally going to get answers this was the way it had to be. When they finished, my brother stepped out and asked to speak to me alone. He was almost giddy. He said he'd convinced her to let him visit a set, meet their director, do a real interview. He said he'd finally filmed truth. There was, he added, a payment for this access. He said it as if he were asking me to pass him a napkin. "She wants a night with you," he said. "You'll do whatever she asks? She promised you wouldn't be hurt." I stared at him, the words falling like stones. I told him no, told him he was sick, told him I was a person, not a prop. He lifted one shoulder. "If you don't like it, don't go," he said. "But if you don't go, you don't live here anymore. No more food, no more car, no more money. I'm sure you can find work somewhere. People always need someone to mop a floor." It wasn't what he said. It was the way he said it, calm, bored. He had already decided what I was worth. My throat burned. I wanted to slam the door and never see him again. Instead, something small inside me folded. I heard my voice say okay. We met at a motel on the edge of town, the kind with buzzing lights and doors that stick. She told me to come alone and to bring one of my brother's cameras. When I walked in, the room was dark, no lamps, no TV glow. I could just make out her shape in a chair by the bed. A knife lay on the table next to her, and my hand shook so hard I almost dropped the camera. "Sit," she said. "Start filming. Don't stop until I tell you." A thin dog limped out of the bathroom when she whistled. It was too skinny, the kind of skinny that makes you angry. While I filmed, she took the knife and drew lines across the flesh of her own hand. Blood rose. She held the wound out to the dog, and the dog licked. She cut again. The smile on her face didn't move. She made deeper lines along her forearm and fed the dog like it was nothing. The whole time she looked straight ahead with that fixed expression, as if the smile were a mask she'd glued on wrong. When she put the knife down, I swallowed and thought it was over. She opened the bedside drawer and took out a pair of scissors. She placed her little finger between the blades and, with the same unchanging grin, closed them. I heard the tiny crunch before her finger fell, and my stomach turned to ice. The dog grabbed it and scurried back into the bathroom. The room smelled like metal and old smoke. "Stop filming," she said at last. I lowered the camera. The air felt heavy. Then she grabbed my ankle, and her face changed. The smile vanished, and something like true panic took its place. Her eye darted around the room like she expected a blow. When she spoke, it was a broken sound. "Help me," she whispered. "Please! She's going to kill us all. Don't you understand? She's—" Her voice cut off as if a hand closed around her throat. A small, helpless squeak came out of her, and I saw why. There was someone else in the room. A woman stood in the corner where the darkness was thickest. I hadn't seen her because she did not move. She wore a tuxedo and a white mask with no eyes or mouth. No holes at all, just smooth latex. And yet I felt watched. Every hair on my arms lifted. I could not see her eyes, but I could feel them. My heart went animal. I dropped the camera on the bed and ran. I didn't stop to close the door. I didn't stop to start the car. I ran across the parking lot and into the street, and kept running until my legs wobbled. The next day, Ms. Kismet came by our house with a fresh bandage on her hand and a bright smile back on her face. She thanked me like we had shared a meal and told my brother she would bring him to the set. The invitation was for him alone. He didn't look at me. He grabbed his bag, tapped his pockets for his keys, and left with her. I waited. Hours stretched. Night turned the windows to mirrors. When he didn't come home, I called the police. They told me to give it time, to file a report if I hadn't heard anything in a day or two. I did. I told them everything. I explained. Better films, described Ms. Kismet, mentioned the woman in the white mask standing in the dark. The officer's face stayed careful and blank. He wrote it all down like he was humoring a child's story. Days passed with no word. Something in me unclenched. The house felt different without him there. The air seemed lighter. I made myself breakfast and ate slowly at the table, nothing to rush for. I sat on the steps outside and watched the street without listening for his car. I started to go out, to say yes when people spoke to me. I went to a bar near the house and met a woman who laughed at the same strange jokes I liked and asked about my day as if it mattered. I set up job interviews and didn't hear his voice in my head telling me I would fail. I looked in the mirror and didn't hate the person staring back. A few months later, a package appeared on the doorstep. No return address, no stamp, just brown paper and tape. Inside was a VHS tape with a handwritten label. "We make documentaries too." For a long time I stood there with the tape in my hand. I knew I could throw it away. I also knew I wouldn't. I slid it into the old VCR we still had and pressed play. The images were bright and shaky and too familiar. There we were walking down a street, our heads close as we whispered. There we were at the video store, at the doors of people's houses, stepping into living rooms. The camera wasn't a person, the camera was a habit. It watched us move and zoomed in on my brother from across the road, from behind a tree, from inside a car. It had been there longer than I wanted to think about. Static hissed. Then the screen glowed red like a darkroom lamp. A sound filled the room, layered voices crying out. The frame cleared, and my brother swung into view. Hooks held him aloft. Wire looped around his limbs and torso in slow, purposeful patterns. The metal slid and tightened, and blood ran, and the voices grew louder. One of the voices was his. He had no ears. One leg ended above the knee. His mouth opened and closed, and all I could hear between the other screams were two words. "Help me." I didn't watch to the end. I pressed stop and ejected the tape. I unplugged the TV and the VCR and carried them, cords trailing, out to the driveway. I broke the tape shell and fed the black ribbon into a metal bowl, then carried it to the yard and burned it. The smoke rose in a straight line and disappeared into the blank sky. I stood there until the ashes cooled and the bowl felt light in my hands. I didn't tell anyone about the tape. I didn't tell the police. I didn't call the woman at the bar and tell her I had been strong and saved a man who had never done anything but hurt me. I went inside and washed my hands and took a shower and put on clean clothes and opened the windows. Cold air crept in, and it was the kind of cold that wakes you up. My brother was never found. The case went quiet, the way a pond goes still after you throw a rock and the ripples fade. Now and then the phone rings late at night, and no one speaks. Now and then I see a flash of red at the edge of a crowd and my heart knocks once, hard, then goes back to normal. Weeks pass where I do not think about better films at all. Then I walk by a storefront with an old TV in the window, and my mouth goes dry for no reason. People ask about him now and then, people who knew us before. I say he's gone. They put a hand on my arm and say, "I'm sorry." I say thank you. It's not a lie. It's just not the whole story. Sometimes I think about the dog in the motel room, the way it leaned forward with its tongue out, and then flinched back like it expected to be hit. I think about the woman in the corner who never moved but filled the space anyway, the way a thought can fill a head. I think about the look on Ms. Kismet's face when her smile fell off and the fear underneath stepped out where I could see it. I wonder if she's free of that fear now, if anyone could be. I wonder if she was telling the truth when she said she would kill us all, and who she was. I wonder if the place my brother ended up is the only place someone like him could go. On nights when I can't sleep, I put on a pot of tea and sit near the window. I breathe with the room. I let the dark be the dark and the silence be the silence. Out on the street, a car passes, then another. Somewhere in the distance a train horn calls and fades. It is easy, in that quiet, to think I made it all up, that the tape never arrived, that men in red suits do not go door to door with business cards that show a child's frown. It is easy to think I imagined an eyeless mask turning toward me like a sunflower toward light. Then I see the bowl in the corner of the yard where I burned the tape. I see the thin line the heat left on the grass, a patch that grew back lighter than the rest. I look at my hands, small and steady in my lap. I reach for the cup and take a sip. I used to live in a world that had one rule: whatever he wanted, I did. Now I live in a world with a different rule that sounds simple but isn't. Whatever I let in, I have to live with. So I keep the door closed. I keep the TV unplugged. I don't read the cards strangers hand me. And when the phone rings in the middle of the night, and no one speaks, I hang up, turn on the kitchen light, and make breakfast like it's morning already. If there is a lesson in any of this, it is not clean. There is no neat ending to tuck into a final shot. There is a missing person report in a drawer and a handful of photos in an old album where a small boy holds a plastic camera and grins like he knows exactly what he will be. There is me, sitting at a table, writing my name on job forms without my hand shaking. There is a woman I like who brings me a plant and says it is hard to kill, which makes us both laugh. There is a thin slice of sky over the rooftops that turns blue before dawn. On Christmas Eve, I found a stack of my brother's tapes in a box in the closet. For a long time I stood there with the box open, breathing slow, remembering the red light and the wire. I took the tapes to the curb and left them by the trash bin. In the morning the box was gone. Maybe the truck took it. Maybe something else did. Either way, the closet is empty now. There is room for my coat and one other. That's all I have. That, and a voice in the quiet that isn't his. It says get up. It says breathe. It says go outside. It says you can. It doesn't promise anything else. It doesn't have to. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I love numbers. I love them in a way that sits in my chest and makes the whole world feel tidy when they line up just right. Even numbers make sense to me. They calm the noise. When I climbed the 48 stairs to my cell, The rhythm of my feet and the count in my head settle my breathing. When the guards open the doors at exact hours that end in 0, a part of me loosens. 4 hours for yard, 4 for work, 4 for sleep, clean, balanced. There are 80 cells in this block, 20 on each floor. My cell is on the 4th floor, 6 doors down. All of that feels right. Other things do not. There are 17 bars on my cell door. My prisoner number is 15,393, all odd digits lined up like a laugh. I hate that I was caught after 19 kills. 19 has no partner. It hums in my head like a mosquito that never lands. People say you can trace a life back to its first small habits and follow the thread to the end. Mine started with counting. I was 6 years, 8 months, and 14 days old when I began to notice that the world had amounts everywhere, and those amounts either felt safe or they didn't. I counted the letters in my name, Oliver. I counted my action figures, 12 on the dresser, 12 under the bed, 12 in the plastic bin. I loved the shower most, because I could control it. I turned the knob to the 10th notch and stayed in for exactly 600 seconds. That number was smooth. It ended in 0. It stacked perfectly in my mind like blocks in a straight tower. In the mornings, I walked down 14 stairs, touching each one with my toe, silently counting. I liked to be at the door by 7:14 and at the bus stop by 7:39, though I never liked 39. At the refrigerator I would count the magnets 4 times in a row. My family called these loops my counts. At first they smiled about it. Then the smile faded because my counts took up space where other things should have lived. Homework, chores, conversations. At school, my eyes touched everything that could be counted. The books on the shelf, the markers in their cups, the folds of paper cranes hanging from the window. If 16 students were present, I felt the room breathe. If 15 or 17, I felt the air go crooked. My first grade teacher said I took too long with assignments. She told my parents I seemed to drift, like a boat not tied to the dock. They brought me to a doctor. The lights in her exam room were 6, the jars on her desk were 3, the clipboards on the counter were 4. 2 safe numbers, one that made my shoulders rise. She had 3 pens in her pocket. I watched them when she asked me what I was thinking. The pens, I said. You have 3. She ran through soft questions in a soft voice. Did I prefer even numbers? Yes. Did I feel better when I counted in even loops? 4 times, always, sometimes more if the panic had it left. Was it hard at school because there was too much to count? Yes, 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 yes. She stepped into a hallway with my parents and forgot to close the door. I returned to the floor tiles, counting 21, 22, 23, until my mother's voice cut the air. Our son does not need medication. My father's was lower but sharper. We won't be coming back. My mother pulled me up before I finished the tiles, and I counted street signs on the drive home while they argued in the front seats. They never took me to another doctor. 2 months and 3 days later a new boy named Parker came to our class. 17. I felt the number fill the room like the smell of vinegar. It got in my nose. It made my stomach tight. I tried to do my work and could not. The oddness leaned on me. After school I followed Parker when he stepped off the bus. I stayed back, 1 house length behind, counting our footsteps. 474 steps to his driveway. He went inside, then came out with a basketball. He dribbled badly. I watched him from the edge of the yard, telling myself I would say something small, just enough to make the pressure drop. Parker, I said when I got close. You messed up my counts. He turned and his eyebrow lifted. He was going to speak. Before he could, I pushed him with 2 hands, the way boys push boys. I meant only to see him stumble. He fell backward and his head met the one pointed rock in that smooth driveway. I can still hear the sound. It was hollow with a crack inside it, like a thin bat hitting a thick ball. A red shape spread under his hair. He did not move. I ran, counting 4 seconds before my legs agreed to be legs again. All the way home my mind flipped like a coin. What if I hurt him? I didn't mean to. What if I hurt him? I didn't mean to. until the words lost their shape. In class the next day there were 16 of us again. Miss Sullivan's voice went soft, and she told us there had been an accident. Parker, playing outside. A head injury. He would not be returning. It was okay to feel sad. We nodded like we understood. I sat with my hands on my desk and felt two things at once. Fear, like ice cracking underfoot. Relief, like a knot loosening. The room was balanced. I had made it so. I did not think about it as killing. Not then. I thought about it as control. My whole body thanked me for the evenness. For a long time, no one questioned me. The police called it an accident. Children fall. Heads meet rock. The world is random, they said. I knew it wasn't. Years moved. Count stayed. Middle school gave me new things to tally. Rows of lockers, chairs in the cafeteria, steps from bus to door. In 6th grade science there were an odd number of students. The air went wrong every time I walked in. A girl named Paige followed me between classes and breathed too close and interrupted my counts with her talk. She had a crush on me. It irritated me the way static irritates, the small sting of it, again and again. She could be the one. I needed to make the room breathe. I planned for 3 weeks and 3 days, not because I like threes but because the dance was scheduled by people who didn't know how to be kind to numbers. I asked her to go. She said yes with too much sparkle in her voice. At the dance the cafeteria was a loud blur. Lights, songs, feet, voices, numbers everywhere. I steered us to the corner near the bathroom. We did our awkward sway for 10 minutes and 54 seconds, and then I asked if she wanted to kiss me someplace brighter. Her cheeks flushed. She said okay. We walked to the girls' bathroom. I checked the stalls. Empty. She leaned toward me with her eyes closed, and I put my hand on the side of her head as if to guide her. My palm found the hard corner of the sink. I pulled and drove her into it. A red smear on white porcelain. A body down on tile. 10 seconds. No breath. The feeling that followed did not have a name in my mouth then. Now I can name it. Power laced with peace. The class would be even. Numbers would lie still. I worked quickly, because you have to. Water on the floor, water on the bottom of her shoes. A yellow sign pulled from a closet and set in the right place. I returned to the cafeteria as if I had only stepped out to breathe. No one saw me. No one asked? I went home and the next day the halls were quieter by one voice and the number in science made sense again. You can hate me. Most people would. You can say I am making excuses by using words like compulsion and calm. I can only tell the truth as I lived it. The truth is that the longer I lived, the more I learned to bend numbers back into place. I learned to smile when I needed to. I learned to be patient. I learned to wait for a corner, a stare, a late-night alley, a cup that could hold a few drops of something that slows a heart. I learned to lift a hand quietly and set a stage that looked like what people expect, an accident on wet tile, a slip on an icy step, a body and a rope and a note that made sense to everyone but wasn't the story. I could list names and reasons. Natalie at 14, a seventh voice in an English group that should have been 6. Caleb at 19, a third roommate after a lease changed. Marcus at 22, the friend who left the TV volume at 13 as if 13 were not an insult. Cheryl at 24, who sent 17 emails one day, 15 the next, 19 after that, filling my head with odd numbers that rang like small alarms. There were others. 12 more in the quiet between those years. I did not choose strangers. I chose problems. I chose imbalance and made it still. I made mistakes rarely. I was careful. I did not keep trophies. I counted my steps in and out and touched nothing I didn't need to touch. I breathed through the heaviness in my chest and waited for my hands to be steady. I told myself I could stop any time. This is a lie many people tell themselves. It felt true each time I said it. Number 19 was a man named Ellis from work. He did not fit a neat rule. He didn't make a group odd or leave a dial crooked. He did something worse. He broke my counts. Every time I was looping quietly in my head, picture frames 4, pens 4, taps of the space bar 80. He leaned over the half wall of my cubicle and spoke my name. He did this 3, 5, 9 times a day. He wouldn't stop. He would grin like he was kind. In his mouth my name sounded like a stone thrown into a glass of water. Winter makes everything slower. Snow had come and gone and come again. I waited at my car after work with my bat under my coat and the cold in my teeth. I crouched in the bushes near his parking space and counted my breaths. After 3 minutes and 16 seconds I heard the click of his key fob. He reached for his door. I stepped out and swung. The bat hit, but the wood split on bone and the sound was wrong. He staggered and threw a fist without thinking. It hit my face and heat ran from my nose. He blinked, surprised by his own blood and mine, and I brought the broken end down again and again until he stopped making the little noises people make right before they stop making any. I poured water near his feet and on the frozen asphalt. I hit his side mirror 4 times to make a story out of the scene. I picked up every splinter of the bat I could find, 19 in all, because that is what I counted. I put them in my trunk and drove home and told myself it was done. It wasn't. 5 days later the doors shook with heavy knocking. 3 officers stood there, neat as a row of odd numbers. They said my full name and cuffed me, reading words I didn't need to hear. They had my blood from Ellis's knuckles. They had pieces of my bat from a place in my trunk I had missed. After I fell into their hands, everything else followed. Old cases joined new. Investigators who didn't believe in patterns started to see them. They could attach me to 17 of the other deaths. 1, the first, stayed a question in their files. It didn't matter. They had enough. I told the court I was not guilty because that is what you say, and the jury looked at the photos and listened to the numbers and said what they were always going to say. The judge liked words more than numbers. He liked speeches. He said I had taken 19 lives and he would give me 19 life sentences. His mouth smoothed when he said 19, as if he knew exactly what that odd number would do to me. Maybe he did. People are cruel in ordinary ways. Prison is a place built on counts, head counts, meal counts, steps, schedules, locks. You would think it would soothe me. It doesn't. Not here. Here the rules aren't made for me, and every day there's another small oddness to chew on like a pebble that won't leave your shoe. If I hurt someone, I go to solitary for 7 days. 7 echoes. 7 corners. 7 meals slid through a slot. I do not go. I press my forehead to cool cinder block and try to count the grit in the paint. I dream of zeros, round, closed, safe, and wake at times that end in 3s. 19 spreads itself out over everything. I feel it in my neck when I swallow. I hear it in the way the metal door shuts. It lives in the hum of the lights and the squeak of a cartwheel that needs oil. It sits with me at night and speaks in a voice that sounds like mine. 19, 19, 19, 19. I write letters in my head to a boy in a first-grade classroom. I tell him to sit in the 2nd row, not the 3rd. I tell him to avoid the driveway with the rock. I tell him to close his eyes when he wants to count, and to breathe in 7s if he must, and to forgive himself when he can't. I tell him to finish the floor tiles at the doctor's office no matter who pulls his arm. These letters go nowhere. They dissolve before they reach the end of a sentence, and even if they reached, I doubt they would change a thing. People want a reason when a person like me speaks. They want a name for the itch that lives under the skin. They want to call it a disorder and fit it in a neat box and imagine a pill that makes it quiet. Maybe that pill exists for someone else. My parents closed the door on that hallway the day we left the doctor's office, and I grew up in rooms where the only medicine I believed in was the kind you make with your hands. You can call me a killer. I am. You can call me a man who loved even numbers more than he loved people. That is also true, even if I want it not to be. Sometimes I sit on the edge of the narrow bed and let my feet find the floor. I count both feet as one unit and breathe until the count fits. I wait for the door to open for yard time and I walk the edges of the fence in rectangles. I find a corner where the wind doesn't hit my face and count the wires in the chain link, up and across, until the pattern takes me somewhere quiet. When I lie down, I try to think about numbers that feel kind, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and let them stack on each other like soft bricks. I try to build a shelter out of them. It works some nights. It doesn't work others. On the bad nights, the odd numbers creep in and pull the soft bricks apart, and leave me staring at the underside of the top bunk, my hands flat on the sheets so I don't punch the mattress just to make a sound that breaks the silence in an even rhythm. I have been here for 6 years, 9 months, and 14 days. The calendar scratches the days off whether I look at it or not. Each morning the same guard slides the same tray and calls my last name like he's practicing for a stage. Each evening the same keys clack in the same order. Everywhere I look, 19 waits. It is in my case file. It is in the way other men look at me when my name is read. It is in the rhythm of my heart when I try to sleep. It is in the question the younger ones ask in whispers, "How many?" and in the way they nod when they hear the answer, like 19 is either too much or not enough. There is a way to make 19 even. I do not have to say it out loud to know what it is. The thought came and left, and came again until it stopped leaving. You will say it is selfish, that it is only one more act of control in a life full of them. You will be right. But there is also this: I cannot bear the crookedness anymore. I cannot wake into another day where the number sits like a stone in my throat. I am tired of dragging it behind me, tired of it sitting beside me, tired of it curling up in the corner of the ceiling and watching me with a face I know too well. I have not asked anyone for help. I would not trust the help if it came. The only thing I have ever trusted is the count in my head and the balance that follows when the count is right. Tonight the lights will go out at a time that ends in 0. The block will settle like a large animal finding a place to sleep. The noises will sort themselves, the coughs, the footsteps, the far-off laugh. I will lie very still and listen until the sounds make a pattern. I will wait until that pattern feels even. I have loved even numbers my whole life. They never loved me back. They only offered me a way to make sense when nothing else did. They gave me rails to hold while I walked through rooms that felt like seas. They took from me, too. They took and took until there was no one left to tell me to stop. 19 is a rope with one end loose. 20 is a knot. You can judge me. You should. If I were outside of myself, I would judge me too. I would put distance between us and lock my door twice. I would look out the window and count the cars and feel grateful you were not one of them. I do not ask for forgiveness. Numbers don't forgive. They add up what you put into them and hand it back without comment. This is simply what I am, a man who wanted the world to click into place and forced it to click at terrible costs. The guards will do their rounds. The keys will chatter. The lights will blink. The minutes will step past in pairs, one hand in the other's hand. Somewhere far from here, a classroom will have 16 children, and one boy will count the magnets on the fridge while his mother calls from the hall. Somewhere, a girl will be waiting at a dance and will go home early because her head hurts. Somewhere, a woman will turn the TV volume down from 13 to 12 without knowing why it feels better that way. The world will go on. When the dark settles the way I need it to, when the breathing of the men around me falls into a rhythm that matches the numbers that help me rest, I will do the only thing left to do. I will make the count even. I will make it 20. I will finally feel the numbers sit right. I will finally be done counting. Mark isn't my real name. I'm changing the others too. I'm not trying to be dramatic. This is just the only way I feel safe telling it. If you're listening at night, keep your breathing slow. Picture steady rain on a dark street. Let your shoulders drop. I'll tell it plain. I knew Bill from the Crab House. We worked the same shift most weeks. Steam rolling, bus tubs clattering, butter pans always a little too close to the flame. He's the kind of guy who shows up early, remembers everyone's order, slips you a soda on a rough night. We started grabbing beers after work, nothing big, just two tired people standing under a buzzing neon sign until the sweat dried on our shirts. That's when I met Tony. Tony was Bill's friend first. Tony had a row house off an alley in Baltimore County with a concrete backyard he called a patio. He and his girlfriend, Deb, kept a grill back there that never had a cover on it, and a card table in the basement for games when a team was playing. If the O's were on, we were in the basement. If the weather was good, we were out back on torn lawn chairs with a milk crate between us like a table. One night we got to talking about tarot. Deb had a deck she liked, with soft watercolor pictures and titles that read like little poems: The Star, The Hermit, The Lovers. She'd started reading for friends of friends and wanted to try a new deck with sharper art, something with clean lines. Back when I was younger I had messed around with tarot for a minute, the way you try hobbies in a summer where you have more time than money. It wasn't a big deal to me, just pictures and stories and the way people sit still for a few minutes when you deal cards into the shape of a cross. Tony said the New Age shop up on the strip had a back room where some groups met. He'd gone once to the open pagan discussion group, he said, because he liked to people watch. He made air quotes when he said it. There were Wiccans, and people who followed Norse gods, and a quiet older woman who talked about the spirits of rivers like she was talking about a cousin who lived out of state. Tony told it like he thought it was a joke, but he remembered everything, a sign of attention you learn to notice later, when you've got some distance. There's something you need to know about Tony. He's electric. That's the first thing people say. He could light up a room or turn it sideways. He's also a thief the way some people are tall. Magic. The gathering booster packs went up sleeves. Candy bars went into hoodie pockets. Cheap lighters, batteries, a pair of sunglasses from the spinning rack at a gas station. It wasn't that he needed the stuff. He liked the taking. He'd grin, show you 2 Snickers bars like a magician, and say, "They make enough money." That's why when Tony told us about the little figure under the glass at the New Age shop, you could hear the hum in his voice. It wasn't even for sale. That made it perfect in his mind. We went to see it, because that's what you do when someone like Tony says, "Come on, you gotta see this." The shop smelled like the inside of an incense stick. The bell over the door rang a soft note, and the woman at the counter, gray hair, long earrings, kind eyes, looked up and smiled like we weren't the kind of people who walked in to laugh. On the left was the glass counter with the register, and a low shelf below with delicate things, a brass singing bowl, little carved animals, polished stones in a dish. On the right were 2 tall bookshelves. One side held rows and rows of tarot decks, each with a different face peering out from its box. The other shelf was full of stuffed animals with wings, cats with little silver stars sewn near their eyes, a row of plush unicorns lined up nose to tail. Farther in were sacks of herbs in big jars, lavender, mugwort, something called angelica root, and a bin of used books you could buy by the pound. The back door was propped open to a plain room with a folding table, 8 metal chairs, and a poster board with a calendar written in purple marker. The shop owner came out from the office when he saw us reading the small white card next to the figure. He was a thin man with the kind of beard that lets you see the shape of his jaw. The statue was 4, maybe 5 inches high and carved from a black stone that shifted in the light. You could say it looked green, if you stood at an angle. The thing it showed was a creature I don't have another word for. Not an animal, not a person. A cluster of curve in arm and mouth, like a drawing out of a story that wants you to feel small. The owner told us he was just holding it for a friend who was away on a trip, something about research near the Amazon. When the friend came back, the figure was supposed to go to a museum for a special display. That was why it wasn't for sale. He said the card had the legend on it. I read it twice. It said the figure was old and unlucky. It said anyone who held it could not be harmed or killed while they were holding it, and also that the figure brought doom. The card didn't bother to explain how those 2 ideas could live side by side. When we left, Tony had that look. The shopkeeper's story had lit a fuse, and the fuse was now burning behind his eyes. He didn't talk much on the ride back to his place. That night, 3 beers in, he said we should take it. He called it a heist. For a laugh. He said the cameras at the shop were fake. He tested that, he said, by pocketing some small items. He had a tool for the back door. He had a plan. He talked about it like he was suggesting a last-minute trip to the beach. I said no first. Bill said yes first. Deb said she didn't want trouble. Then Tony looked at her the way he looked at people when he wanted something, and she said, "If you do it, I'm going with you, because you're an idiot." I said yes last. I've thought a lot about why. You can call it being young, or being buzzed, or wanting to belong. It was also Tony, with that hum in his voice, daring you to be the one who stayed behind. If you've never known a person like that, count yourself lucky. If you have, you know how they make your better judgment seem like bad manners. We dressed in dark clothes. Tony laughed at Bill for wearing full camouflage, like he thought the trees would be fooled. The strip was quiet by midnight. The back of the shops felt like a hallway in a hotel, doors and dumpsters, a few lights that made more shadow than safety. The New Age shop was on the end. No one was around. Tony slipped a small brass tool into the seam of the door like he'd done it before. He twisted a round knob on the handle of the tool, and the latch gave with a soft pop. He held up the thing like a trophy. It looked like a tiny J-shaped horn. Inside, the shop felt hollow without the lights on. Things have a different presence in the dark. The glass case gave back our shapes. Tony slid the back of the cabinet open. It wasn't locked. Bill slid the figure into his hoodie pocket without a sound. The cash register drawer was open and empty. We moved like we were walking underwater. That's when the shop owner stepped out of the back room. He had a flashlight that made our faces look like masks. He said, "Hey!" in a voice that meant he wasn't used to saying it. Tony pulled a knife out from under his sweatshirt and held it out in front of him like a badge. None of us had seen the knife until then. That should have been the moment we stopped being stupid. Instead, we ran. The owner shouted. I heard footsteps close behind me, and then the flat slap of Tony's shoes right next to mine, and then the cold night, and then the bigger dark of the lot as we broke for the alley. At the edge of the trees, Bill stumbled hard, like his foot had found a hole in the ground that wasn't there a moment before. He didn't fall. We kept going. In Tony's basement, the four of us stood with our hands on our knees and listened to our chests. Bill pulled the figure out of his pocket and set it on the table. Then he sagged and grabbed his ankle like someone had cut a string inside it. He'd been fine 2 minutes earlier. We stared at him and then at the figure. Tony picked the statue up and held it in his palm. He pricked the meat of his hand with the point of his knife and smirked when nothing welled up. He passed the statue to Deb like he was passing the salt. The instant the weight left Tony's hand, a red bead pushed out of the spot he'd poked. He swore and stuck the heel of his hand in his mouth. "Hey, Debbie, let me cut you," he said, playful the first second, not playful the next. He made jabbing motions in the air with the knife. She backed up until her shoulder hit the basement wall. "Stop it," she said, and her voice had that small sound people make when they're scared for real. "Tony, I'm serious. Take it back." He took it back, and it was like the temperature of the room shifted a degree. We sat for a while and let the adrenaline sink. We were all too aware of the statue, like a small animal in the middle of the table. Tony poured another round and went upstairs for a minute. When he came back, he had his hands in his hoodie pocket. He was smiling in a way that didn't reach his eyes. "Let's play Russian roulette," he said. Bill made a short sound that was supposed to be a laugh. Then Tony pulled a revolver from his pocket and set it on the table beside the statue. Deb closed her eyes and said, "No." "Come on," Tony said, like he was suggesting a card trick. "It's safe. That's the whole point." He lifted the gun, spun the cylinder, and held out his other hand. "Gimme." He took the statue, pressed the gun to his own temple, and pulled the trigger. The click was loud and hollow and felt like it happened behind my ribs. He smiled wider, handed me both items, and leaned back in his chair like a dealer after a winning hand. I didn't want to touch either one. I took them because not taking them was another kind of danger. The statue felt smooth and warmer than the air. I put the gun to my head. I could feel the cold of the metal through my hair. I didn't know if there was one bullet or three or none. You can judge me for what I did next. I judge me too. I squeezed. Click. The sound was the same emptiness. I breathed again without meaning to and put both things on the table and slid them to Bill. Tony cut his eyes at Deb. "No," he said, soft, like a teacher correcting a child. Debbie's turn. Bill hesitated like a rabbit in the middle of the road. Tony didn't blink. Bill slid the things to Deb. She shook her head once, Tiny, the way you do when you're trying to make a bad dream let go. "Please," she said. I put my hand on the table and said something useless about this being stupid. Tony picked up the gun and pointed it at Deb's chest. "Pick it up," he said. "I'm not asking." She reached out, wiped her palm on her jeans, and lifted the figure. The gun went off. The flash lit the basement like lightning. My ears rang. I didn't see blood. I didn't see bone. I saw the round hole of the barrel and the small silver circle of the bullet in the air, and then it was past, and Deb was sitting where she had been sitting, eyes huge, mouth open, unhurt. Tony let out a sound like a cheer and a growl rolled into one. Bill was chalk white. I think I said her name. She was breathing. She didn't know how to move. Tony lowered the gun. His face changed. "Now listen," he said in a light voice, like a person giving advice about a recipe. "Don't put the statue down. Ever. You'll be fine." He hugged her and let her go and told her to take it home, to keep it close, to sleep with it if she had to. He said he didn't even want it. He said she should have it. He said it with warmth, and for a minute you could forget that the same mouth had told her to put a gun to her head. She left with puffy eyes, holding the figure in both hands. Bill and I left too, quiet, like people stepping out of a church after a wedding, unsure what came next. What came next was this. In the middle of the night, Tony went to Deb's house with his gloves on. He wiped his prints off the revolver and put it in her father's hand while the man slept. He went to Deb's room and took the statue out from under her fingers. He closed her door and left the way he came. The report said there was a single gunshot. It said the father confessed, then recanted, then confessed again, then sat without speaking with his head in his hands. There was a closed casket. I didn't go. I couldn't. You can call that weakness if you want. I call it one more wrong thing in a row of wrong things. The same night, the shop owner died on the floor of his store. The police didn't put the two together. Why would they? The city is full of lines that never meet. I didn't know any of that the next morning. When I walked into Tony's basement, he acted surprised like he was hearing the news for the first time. "She must have dropped it," he said, like he was reading your mind and offering an answer you hadn't asked for yet. Bill nodded and stared at the carpet and didn't look at either of us. Weeks went by. The story moved out of the center of the world and into a corner. Then one night, Tony put the statue on the table like a decoration. I stared. He shrugged. He had that look again, the one that dared you to make a thing. I said I was going to call the cops. He laughed and told me to go ahead. I pictured myself telling a detective, "We stole a cursed statue. My friend shot his girlfriend and framed her dad. Now he keeps the statue in his basement like a centerpiece." I pictured the detective's face when I got to the part about the bullet that didn't wound. My mouth went dry. Tony got bored with the conversation, stood up, said he needed air, and headed for the door. I followed him because that is who I had become in his orbit. Bill raised his hands and said he was out. That was the smartest thing anyone did all month. Tony got in his Dodge Charger and started it. I slid into the passenger seat because I thought talking would fix something. He smiled like he knew I would follow. He shifted into drive and we rolled out slow, then faster. He didn't put on his seat belt. That is important. He glanced at me and showed his empty shoulder like a dare. He had the statue in his right hand, knuckles white. He wove around a car and then another. My breath went shallow. I reached for the belt. The click felt loud. He pressed the pedal down. The engine pulled us forward like a hand on the back of your shirt. The city blurred and then sharpened, and then blurred again. He was playing a game with no rules. I told him to stop. He grinned and turned the wheel, took us down a side street lined with parked cars and small trees with lights wound around them. A woman walking a dog pulled the leash tight and jumped back. A kid on a tricycle had a man's hand on his shoulder. The red plastic wheels flickered in the corner of my eye. We hit the end of the street and shot left. I knew the name of the road we were on and the way it ended. A short guardrail, a red sign, trees beyond. The Charger 8 distance. The hood lifted. The light at the end of the street felt still while everything between us and it moved too fast. I reached for the statue. He pulled it away and drove his elbow into my face. My eyes watered. He laughed. I grabbed again, not to hurt him, just to get that thing out of his hand. The guardrail was right there. He angled the car toward the gap beside it where grass met shadow. I dragged his arm toward me. My fingers closed over the statue. It was slick with his sweat. It slid, then held. He yanked. I yanked harder. For a second we both had it, a lopsided stone tug-of-war. The nose of the car lifted as we hit the curb. I pulled one more time and felt the weight of it give. The trees came up like a wall. There's a sound cars make when they stop too fast that you don't forget. You feel it in your teeth. The airbag hit me and the world went white and quiet, and then gray and loud. When things came back into shape, the turn signal was clicking like a metronome. My seatbelt cut across my chest. Smoke hung in the air like fog in a movie. Tony's side of the car was a hard shape I didn't want to look at. I said his name. He didn't answer. I put my hand on the door handle and felt the statue in my other hand. My fingers were locked around it. I had to pry them open to look at it. It was heavier than it had been the first time I held it, or maybe I was just shaking. I pushed the door open. The night air felt cold and clean. I stepped out. I was not bleeding. Nothing hurt yet. I stood in the grass beside a broken headlight beam and heard sirens somewhere else. They sounded like a different town. I walked. I don't know how far. A block, 2 blocks, then a busier street where the lights felt like waking up. I kept the statue in my left hand and held it against my ribs. I didn't put it in my pocket because I was afraid it might slip. I didn't switch hands because I was afraid the space between hands would be enough for whatever was owed to find me. I walked like a person carrying a baby in the dark. At home, I locked the door with my shoulder against it. I went straight to the bathroom and stood under the shower with my jeans on and the statue in my hand. The water beat the night off my head and my neck and ran cold down the back of my shirt. I kept my hand high, near my collarbone, to keep the figure clear. If you've never showered with one hand high above your head because you were afraid to let go of a thing, I hope you never have to. I dried off with the towel between my chin and the statue, and then I sat on the edge of the bed and wrapped my left hand with duct tape so the figure couldn't slide out if I fell asleep. That's the part you need to understand, if you want to know why I can't sleep. If the figure kept me safe while I held it, and all the harm I had dodged was still somewhere in the room like a held breath, then the moment I let go, the breath would leave the body. If I slept, I might relax my grip. If I relaxed my grip, I might let go. I don't know how long a person can live this way. I wrote this with my right hand, crooked over a notebook that keeps sliding toward my left knee. Every few minutes I stop and feel the tape and the weight and the warmth and tell myself it's still there. I listen for the sound under the city noise, the soft turning of a wheel you can't see. When the night is quiet enough, I think I can hear it. Sometimes I imagine setting the figure down on the nightstand gently, like a person sets a glass of water near their bed. I imagine taking one breath, then another, then a third. I imagine lying back and feeling the relief move through me like a good tide. I imagine the room staying still. I imagine something simple like waking up late to light in the blinds and coffee in the kitchen and a text from Bill asking if I'm around. Then I see a small, sharp flash of something else. A missed bullet crossing 2 feet of air. A tree where a dashboard should be. A night where the rain comes harder and doesn't stop. I see the held breath go out. I see the world catching up to itself the way it always does, no matter how long you stall. Sometimes I think about walking into a museum when it's quiet, and finding a glass case that looks right and setting the figure down in it, and walking away. Sometimes I think about dropping it off a bridge at 3 in the morning and listening for the splash. Sometimes I think about mailing it back to the shop in a box with no return address. Sometimes I think about how none of that fixes the math. Here is what I know. Deb didn't deserve what happened to her. The old man at the shop didn't either. Bill didn't either, and he'll carry his own piece of this the way I carry mine. Tony thought the world was a game with rules he could bend if he smiled hard enough. He was right until he wasn't. That's true about most things. If you're listening at night, keep your breathing slow. Let the part of your mind that wants a puzzle loosen its grip. If you hear tapping, it's probably just the heater. If a thought comes in hard and bright, watch it go by like a car through rain. If you hear a soft weight shift on the nightstand next to your bed, that isn't me. I don't set the statue down. I don't plan to. I don't know how to. I don't dare fall asleep. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was sitting in the Saturday night AA meeting when my hand brushed something hard at the bottom of my jacket pocket. I wasn't hunting for anything special. I was just checking how many cigarettes I had left and thinking about the gas station on the corner near my place. I had already spent the last 10 minutes telling myself I needed to quit smoking. That was when my fingers closed on a smooth little lump, not quite like a pebble, not quite like plastic. It had a bit of give to it, a strange rubbery feel along with the hardness. I pulled it out, lowered my head so the fluorescent lights wouldn't show it to the whole room, and stared at it in my palm. It was a tooth. I stared at it too long. Richard, the guy who usually sits beside me, leaned close and whispered, "You okay?" His breath smelled like coffee and mints. I closed my hand, slid it back into my pocket, and forced a smile. "Yeah, I'm fine." I tried to sound casual, like my stomach wasn't turning over. The woman at the front kept talking. She wore a nice sweater and good shoes. Her hair looked like she had spent time on it. She was telling us about getting her job back and seeing her kids again. I'd heard her story before. She had been to bad places. You learn to hear it in the pauses and the way a voice thins out when it touches certain memories. She'd slept on benches and in shelters and hospitals. She was smiling now, but when she smiled, I saw the yellow and black gaps along her gums, teeth with spaces between them like missing fence posts. No judgment from me. Mine weren't great either. People in rooms like these wear their past right in their mouths. When the meeting ended, a cluster of us did our usual shuffle toward the coffee pots. Richard asked if I wanted to grab a cup somewhere after, but I told him I had to get home. I walked out into the chilly hall, kept my head down past the bulletin board with its flyers for meetings and temp jobs, and took the stairs. The meeting is on the 3rd floor of a 5-story rehab hospital downtown. People who've been around call it the Hilton. The building sits a little apart from the center of the city, across the park from a row of older hotels. I like the place because the crowd is mixed, old-timers who can quote the book by page and paragraph, and a lot of people on day 3 or day 10 who are still raw. It helps me remember why I go. The tooth was back in my palm by the time I reached my truck. The truck is a leftover from my drinking years, a blue Ford with a mirror taped in place, a passenger side window crank that never worked, and thin paint scuffed to dullness along both doors. There's a long scrape down the bed where I once brushed a parking garage column I swore I could clear. Every time I tell myself I should sell that heap and get something reliable, I end up finding some excuse to keep it. Maybe it's because it reminds me what I survived. Maybe I just don't like change. I sat in the cab and smoked and turned the tooth under the dome light. It wasn't cracked or chipped. It wasn't brown or rotten. It looked like it had belonged in somebody's mouth that was cared for, at least a little, a natural off-white with the faintest yellowish cast. I don't know teeth. I couldn't tell if it was a molar or an incisor. It looked smaller than what I expected an adult tooth to look like. Then again, I'm no dentist. My girlfriend, Kelly, might have an idea. She's in nursing school. She knows people who know things. I almost texted Richard a picture. "Hey man, weird question. You ever find a tooth in your pocket after a meeting?" Then I pictured him tilting his head and me trying to explain it in the parking lot, sounding already like a liar or like a guy whose mind was turning on him. When something makes you worry you're crazy, the first instinct is to hide it. So I slid the tooth back into my pocket and drove home. The apartment was quiet except for the cat. Apollo met me at the door, tail switching, mouth opening in that silent cat yell he does before he actually makes noise. He is a gray tabby with bright green eyes that never look impressed by anything. He circled my ankles and then trotted ahead, like he expected me to follow him to the bowl and witness his hardship. "Kelly?" I called. The place is small, 2 bedrooms, a living room that opens into a kitchenette. The carpet is thin, and one of the blinds by the balcony door is bent where it got caught and crushed last summer. I set my keys down and walked through the rooms. No one. I checked the bathroom and the second bedroom we use for storage, and I called her name again. Nothing. I walked out onto the balcony to light a cigarette, even though I just finished one. Our balcony looks over a curve in the road and, beyond the road, the train line. If a train went by, the windows rattled a little bit, but it never felt like the floor moved. The tracks were quiet. You could hear the trees along the sidewalk brushing each other. There was a person on the sidewalk across the street. Hood up. Hands in pockets. Standing still and turned my way. I couldn't see a face. It could have been a man or a woman, young or old. They didn't move. I took another drag and tried not to stare. I dropped my look to my feet, then back up. The figure was still there, exactly as before, like a cutout someone had set in place. It reminded me of something I hadn't thought about in a long time. A night in a bar, drunk and impatient, stuck behind a quiet man counting change to pay for his drink. I had said something sharp to get him to hurry. He turned and looked at me without a word. His face didn't sneer or frown. It just held a cold, steady dislike. It felt like stepping under a leaking air vent. That simple flat look can cut deeper than shouting. The figure on the sidewalk gave me that same prickly feeling along my shoulders, like I had slid into someone's sights. I told myself I was being dramatic. It's easy to fall back into old patterns, where every shape in the dark means something. I watched the figure until they finally moved. They didn't hurry. They turned and walked up the street, not looking back. Inside, the bedroom looked as if Kelly had just stepped out to the store. Her phone was plugged in on the nightstand. Her switch lay beside it with the screen dark. Her shoes sat by the dresser where she always kicked them off. Her bag hung on the chair. Her wallet was inside, driver's license, credit cards, everything. Her car keys were in the bowl by the door. I checked my phone messages. There was one from her. "See you soon, love you." 10 minutes after I had texted that I was leaving the meeting. Nothing else. I called. The call went straight to voicemail, the polite recorded voice telling me to leave a message, and I did, and then I did again. I wanted to wait so I could be wrong. I made tea I didn't drink. I turned on the TV and muted it. I fed Apollo and watched him eat like that might shake the world loose. When an hour passed, then 2, and the light outside had gone blue, I called the police because I didn't know what else to do. They asked the basic questions. When had I last seen her? Did she suffer from any mental health issues? Had we argued? Had she packed a bag? We had not argued. She had been fine in the morning. She had sent me the short text that sounded like her. The officer on the phone told me they usually wait before filing a missing person report for adults. But he took her name and my information and said someone would follow up. They did follow up the next morning after I called again. By then I had made 4 more calls to Kelly's phone and sent 3 texts that said nothing in different ways. Her mother answered when I finally worked up the nerve to call her, and started crying before I had finished saying Kelly's name. I felt like a criminal even though the only thing I had done wrong was be the guy who had to say those words. The police came by, 2 officers who were polite but tired. They walked through our rooms, opened drawers, peered into the fridge like detectives always do in shows, stood on the balcony looking down at the street. They checked the parking lot. Her car sat in her spot under the streetlight. They took her phone and asked if they could try the passcode. I didn't know it. Kelly had privacy around some things, and that was one of them. They told me they could work on it. They asked who she spent time with and whether she had recently met anyone new. I hated every question. This is how it goes, though. They have their list. They don't know you. They need to find a shape. They asked me if I had seen anything unusual. I thought of the hooded figure on the sidewalk and shook my head. It felt ridiculous to bring that up. There hadn't been any threat, and I could already see the look on their faces if I told them about a person in a hood who stood still and stared. I kept that to myself, and I kept the tooth to myself too because I had actually forgotten about the tooth until I went to bed and slid my hands into my jacket pockets again, and felt that strange smooth little curve and remembered. I set it on the dresser, feeling like it might bite me. The first week passed the way bad weeks pass, each day heavy and slippery at once. I went to work and turned wrenches on small motors in a shop that smelled like grease and metal and detergent. I came home to a place that now felt like a set with the lead actress missing. I fed the cat. I answered texts from friends and from people I didn't know well who had heard something and wanted to say they were sorry, and if there was anything they could do, please tell them. I hung a missing person flyer on a telephone pole and then looked up the street and saw a flyer on another pole and couldn't walk up there because it felt like walking toward bad news. I went to a meeting every night. If I had one part of my day where my feet knew the step to take, that was it. You sit in a circle with other people who have seen their lives spin, and you try to talk yourself into doing another day without taking a drink. I held on to that like it was the rail of a small boat. On the first day of the second week, a plain white envelope without stamps appeared in my mailbox. It had no return address. It had no writing on it at all. It weighed more than an empty envelope should. The weight was uneven, little bumps inside. I took it upstairs without opening it. I set it on the kitchen table, the cheap table with the plastic finish that had peeled in one corner, and I stood there with my hands on either side of it, and stared like it might jump. I don't know why I was afraid. I didn't know what it was. I just knew I didn't want anything more strange than we already had. I slid a finger under the flap and tore it open. 6 teeth slid out and ticked on the table. They were like the tooth from my pocket. Small, smooth, not filthy. I backed up so fast my chair toppled and clanged the wall. I walked to the bathroom and got on my knees and threw up nothing. I'd done that before, many mornings in many bathrooms. The difference now was that I was sober, and the room wasn't swinging, and there wasn't any blood. I gripped the edge of the sink until my fingers hurt, then rinsed my mouth and stared at my face for a long time. I looked older than I had a month ago. I looked like a guy who didn't sleep. I looked like a guy who wanted to run and had nowhere to go. I did not call the police. Maybe you're thinking that means I have something to hide. Maybe it means I didn't trust them. The truth is I didn't know what I was supposed to say. Hello, officers. Someone left me teeth. It sounded like a stupid prank, or like something a drunk guy would make up to keep himself entertained. If I was going to tell that story, I wanted to have more than a white envelope and 6 smooth bits of enamel. Kelly has a friend from school who knows a dentistry student. I messaged a friend, who messaged the student, and by afternoon I had an appointment to meet him in one of the labs at the university. The building smelled like old paper and lemon cleaner. The lab had metal tables and sinks and big swing-arm lamps and cabinets lined with trays and small tools that looked like they could fix or hurt depending on who was holding them. The student introduced himself. I remembered his face from a party once. Loud music and warm beer and Kelly laughing on the couch. That was a while before I got sober. He hadn't seen me at my worst. I was grateful for that. He asked me where I had found the teeth. I told him I had found them in the yard behind my building. I said I was pretty sure they were human and I wanted to confirm it. He raised his eyebrows, but he nodded and spread a white cloth on the table and arranged the teeth on it in a neat little line. He picked one up with tweezers and tilted it under the light, then set it down and picked up the next. "These are human," he said. "No doubt." I rubbed my hands on my jeans and asked, "All of them?" "All of them," he said. "They don't look like they were broken out in a fight or anything. There's no obvious trauma." No chips, no deep scratches that don't belong. There's no soft tissue left, which is a little unusual if they just came out recently, but not impossible. It's like they came out clean. They look like they've been out of a mouth for a bit, but they're in good condition. How old would the person be? I asked. Like, could these be from a grown-up? He smiled a little. No. These are deciduous teeth. I stared at him. Deciduous? Baby teeth, he said more gently. From a child. All of these look like they're from a kid. The word baby hit the air like a crack. I felt the room wobble and had to fix my eyes on a spot on the table to keep from swaying. I nodded like this was fine, like this was any normal errand. Take dry cleaning in, get oil changed, have stranger identify teeth as belonging to a child, drive home. I thanked him and took the teeth back in the envelope, and I walked out into the late afternoon light and put one hand on the hood of my truck to steady myself and threw up behind my bumper. When I wiped my mouth and stood up again, I saw the person in the hoodie standing at the far edge of the parking lot. They were turned toward me. The angle of the sun made their face a shadow. They didn't move. I wanted to shout. I wanted to pretend I hadn't seen them. Instead, something happened that I still cannot explain. A sound filled my head without coming from outside. It was loud without being a noise I could point to. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was like hearing dozens of animals crying out at once. Birds and dogs and cats and something else deeper. A long tearing note like metal warped in a furnace. My hands flew to my ears, though I knew that wouldn't help. My eyes screwed shut. I could feel my heart hammering against the inside of my ribs. Footsteps pounded the pavement. I knew without seeing that they were coming fast toward me. I braced. I thought, don't look, don't look, don't look. Before the running reached me, the sound stopped like someone had cut a wire. I opened my eyes. The far edge of the lot was empty. A couple of students by a sedan were watching me with tight, uncomfortable smiles like the ones you give someone muttering on the subway. I got in my truck and drove and didn't look in the mirror. That night I went to the closest meeting to my apartment instead of the one across town. It was good to sit in a circle with people whose names I knew and hear the simple truth of, I drank and my life fell apart, and I don't want to do that anymore. I sat in the back and didn't share. I stared at the toes of my boots and counted my breaths. I thought about a meeting I had 28 months before where I had said out loud that I didn't think I could do another day, and a man I didn't know had squeezed my shoulder and said I did not have to do another day, I just had to do another hour. Then another. It had sounded like a trick, but it had kept me from the bar that night. I clung to it again. I texted my boss that I needed the next day off. He said okay. I went home and ran a bath. The bath is something I started after I quit drinking, a cheap kind of peace that feels like a reward. I set my phone on the closed toilet lid and watched the steam rise. Apollo pushed the door open with his head and sat with his paws folded under himself on the bath mat like a loaf of bread. I smoked with the window open and told myself to just get through the night, to call a psychiatrist in the morning, to talk to a real person who could tell me what was happening in my brain and how to slow it down. Simple steps. 1, then 2. I was steadying myself with that plan when I lifted my eyes and saw Kelly standing in the bathroom doorway. I froze. She was there. She was shaped like herself, and yet she wasn't. The change was something you feel before you see. Her weight seemed wrong on her feet. Her hands were clasped in front of her waist the way she sometimes held them in photographs. But the fingers looked like they had been put together by someone who had learned from pictures instead of from life. Her clothes hung on her like they were the right size and the wrong cut. Her face wore the exact smile she gave our neighbor when he held the elevator. Her eyes did not join the smile. I didn't breathe. The cigarette slid from my fingers and hissed against the bathwater. Apollo stood, fur-fluffed, and backed toward the hall with his ears down. I whispered her name because I didn't know whether this was a cruel trick by my head or a second chance I didn't deserve. The thing in the doorway opened its mouth. The motion was slow, mechanical, like you would see if you watched a toy jaw move by turning a key. Teeth fell out and hit the tile. They bounced and skittered and made tiny hard sounds, too many for one mouth to hold. They were small and pale. Baby teeth. I screamed. I didn't know a grown man could make that sound. My hands came up to my face and slid away again, and I screamed again. The figure in the doorway didn't move. The teeth stopped rolling. When I finally dragged my hands away from my eyes, the doorway was empty. The hall was empty. The teeth were gone. The water in the tub rocked against the sides and then settled. The air smelled like something I couldn't place, like the inside of a garage after a car has just been turned off, or like damp soil overturned with a shovel. I scrambled out of the tub, slopped water onto the rug, pulled on pants without drying off. I stood on the outside steps and shook until I felt the night air reach through my skin to my bones. I don't know how long I sat there. A train passed, and then another. A neighbor came home and nodded and then looked again like he wanted to ask if I needed help and didn't know how to start. When I went back in, the bathroom was exactly as I had left it except for one detail. The door had a design on it that had not been there before. At first I thought someone had burned the wood. The marks were dark, almost black, but when I ran my fingers over them, the surface felt smooth, not charred. Someone, or something, had pressed the symbol into the door like a hot seal. The symbol looked like a simple set of scales, a bar and two hanging plates. Under the scales ran a line of letters in all capitals with spaces between some of them. TCHMICTIXNEQUI. I took a picture, then another to make sure it wasn't my phone playing tricks. The letters stayed. The smell in the air stayed too, that outside and garage scent. I touched the letters again. They were part of the door now, not ink, not paint, not something I could scrape away with a fingernail. I will admit something here that I am not proud of. For a few seconds I wondered if I had hurt Kelly and not remembered. I thought maybe my mind had cracked and was hiding the worst thing from me the way an animal drags itself under a porch to hide while it dies. I pictured driving and not remembering the drive and pulling over and her not waking up and me not being able to make myself look. I pictured my own hands and didn't trust them. Then I walked the apartment again room by room. I opened every closet. I opened the freezer like a coward. Nothing. The only thing that looked different than in the morning was that door. I should have called the police. I should have shown them the door and let them decide what to do with me. I didn't do that. I sat on the couch with the picture open on my phone and typed the letters into a search bar. That is how people are now. We write to the void first. The search results knew more than I did. They suggested that the letters looked like a word from Nahuatl, a language spoken by the Aztecs and still spoken in parts of Mexico. The word that kept coming up was Tecnictizniqui, spelled a little differently from the door, but close. I sounded it out slowly until it stopped tangling my tongue. I clicked a link to a small glossary on a site with a clean white background and an academic name, and there it was, TCHMICTIZNEQI. He will destroy us. I put the phone face down on the couch cushion and stared at the empty TV. The word he hung there, begging a pronoun to attach to. I hadn't told anyone about the hooded figure. I hadn't told anyone about the teeth. I hadn't told anyone about the symbol or the scales. The police had Kelly's phone and likely by now had cracked the passcode and read her last text to friends and family. They would see the search for rings. They would see my short messages. They would build a picture in their heads, a man with a record of drinking, a missing girlfriend, a shaky story. I could see the shape of it too, and I wanted to straighten it, and couldn't. I canceled the appointment with the psychiatrist. It felt wrong and right at the same time. A doctor could tell me my brain was inflamed or starved of something, could give me a pill to quiet the animals in my head. A doctor could not explain a word burned into my door in a language I did not know, and a doctor could not tell me why baby teeth had rained out of the mouth of something that wore Kelly's skin like clothing. What I did instead was this. I called a friend from years back who teaches history at a small college 2 towns over. He is the kind of person who can look at a symbol and tell you where it likely came from and what kind of person might have put it there. I told him I had found a strange mark in a word I thought might be Nahuatl and asked if I could come by the next afternoon to show him a photograph. he asked one question. Is everything okay? And I told the smallest, simplest truth I could manage. I said I needed help understanding something. He told me to come. I wish I had a better ending to give you. I wish I could tell you I turned and found Kelly sitting on the couch with a blanket around her knees, and she rolled her eyes at me for taking so long to figure out a riddle she would then solve. I wish I could tell you the police called me with a ridiculous story about how she had decided to take a trip alone and had forgotten her phone, and that relief made me forget every fear. Instead, I can only set these pieces down: a tooth I did not put in my pocket, a person who stood and watched, 6 more teeth that came in the mail without a stamp, a lab where a stranger told me those teeth belonged to a child, a noise inside my head that felt like it had always lived there and had only now learned to speak, the form of my girlfriend in a doorway, baby teeth rattling like hard rain on tile, a symbol of scales pressed into wood, and one word from a language I had never read. Before that means, he will destroy us. Maybe I am already destroyed and this is what it looks like from the inside. Maybe what is coming hasn't yet arrived and all of this is only the shadow it throws ahead of itself. I don't know. I know that I am tired in a way sleep does not touch, and that I am afraid in a way I haven't been since the last night I drank. But I also know this: I am still sober. I have not picked up a drink. I will try to keep not picking one up, because if there is anything in this mess I can control, it is that. I am writing all of this down so that there is a record. If you are reading it, maybe it means I could not explain the rest before it happened. It means at least you will know that this started with a meeting and a tooth, and then another, and then a word I did not understand burned into the wood of a door I walk past every morning. I will take the photograph to my friend. I will sit across from him in his office with the bookcases that smell like dust and ask him what he sees when he looks at the scales and the letters. I will ask him if he has ever heard the word technically, and see if his face changes when I tell him what I found it to mean. If nothing else, you will know that I tried to find answers before the dark thing with the careful smile took the rest of my courage. Maybe that will count for something. Maybe the word on my door is wrong. Maybe it doesn't mean what I think it means. Maybe. I am holding on to that little ragged hope like it is the last dry thing in a storm. I cleaned the kitchen table and threw out the torn envelope. I picked up the first tooth, and then the others and placed them back in the pocket of the jacket I wore to the meeting. I don't know why I did that. It felt like tidying an altar. It felt like keeping track of pieces of a puzzle I know will not make a picture I want to see. I turned off the lights and checked the lock twice and lay down on the bed. Apollo jumped up and settled by my feet like he always does. I stared at the ceiling until my eyes burned. When I closed them, I saw scales hanging perfectly still. When I opened them, the dark room held its breath and then let it out. In the morning I will drive to my friend's office. I will bring the photo. I will bring the word on a slip of paper, letters spaced just the way they were on the door. I will sit in a chair and try to hold my voice steady. When I leave, I will come home and, if I am lucky, write down what he told me. If I am not lucky, this may be all I leave behind, the simple account of how a life can tilt without warning, one small weight at a time. Every year on the 5th of December, our quiet town holds its breath. People double-check the locks. Porch lights stay on through the night. The wind moves through bare branches and sounds like whispering. You feel it when you step outside, the way the cold gets under your coat, the way the air itself seems to wait. Some folks in other places have parades on that date, or they dress up and laugh and share pictures online. We don't. We keep our voices soft. We look at the sky and hope it stays empty. No one can agree on when it started. Some old-timers say the killings go back decades. Others swear it's more recent, the kind of thing that grows out of a news story until it becomes a ritual no one wanted. The police have folders and reports and maps with pins in them. They walk the same streets year after year, and still they never catch anyone. There are no camera angles that help, no clear footprints that lead anywhere. The only thing that repeats is the date, and the strange little story left behind with each body. Not a note, exactly. Not a taunt. A story. Neat, careful handwriting on heavy paper. The words always carried the same steady rhythm, like the person who wrote them wanted the lines to move like a lullaby and bite like a warning at the same time. People call the author by a single name, Krampus. Some say it's a person who likes the mask more than the truth. Others say it's something older that moves in a shape our heads can understand. I can't tell you which answer is right. I can only tell you what we've found, and what we've read, and what those stories have shown us about 3 people we all thought we knew. The first year that I paid attention, the paper was left under the body of a man named Frederick. If you had met him in daylight you would have liked him. He had an easy smile that he wore like a habit. He greeted everyone by name. He stood in the same pew every Sunday. He laughed at small jokes and made big ones softer with a hand on a shoulder. He was the kind of neighbor you asked to watch your house while you're out of town. He was the kind of man who helped little kids cross the street by holding up a palm to traffic and stepping into the road without fear. People used words like gentle and warm when they talked about him. The words fit his face. The words sat well in the mouth. It felt good to say them. The story that lay near his bed told us another side. It said that behind his polite smile, he carried a private hunger. He liked to watch the light leave a child's eyes. He was careful about it. He picked moments when no one was watching. He hid what he did with practice and patience. He kept his hands steady. He returned home with clean cuffs and clear cheeks. The way the paper told it, he kept that secret folded tight inside him, a little black knot that no one else could see. Our town did what towns do. We rewound our memories and checked them for signs. We replayed random afternoons and tried to hear a different tone in his voice. We looked at his front steps in our minds and asked ourselves why the paint there had chipped in that particular pattern. We told each other it couldn't be true. We told each other we would have noticed. We told each other the story had to be wrong. Then we read the next part. It described the night as fixed and cold. The house had settled. The lamp on the bedside table burned with a little golden flame. Somewhere in the room, something scratched. The paper said the sound came from the floor, close enough to the bed that a hand hung over it without meaning to. The kind of scratch that's small at first. Not a big showy scrape. A patient sound. A sound that keeps going until you can't pretend you don't hear it. Frederick held up the lamp and leaned over, ready to name the thing and make it small. What he saw in the pool of lamplight did not step back. It wasn't a stray cat, and it wasn't a loose board that needed a nail. The story called it the demon without apology, as if that word were as simple as table or shoe. It had old iron in its hands. The chain that hung from its fingers was thick and red-brown, the way metal looks when it has been left out in weather and still won't break. The links clinked softly, then louder, a rhythm that made the hair rise on the neck. The creature grinned and showed teeth no dentist could fix. Frederick told it to leave. He said what he always said, that he prayed, that he was a good man, that he did no wrong. The paper gave his words in plain, steady lines, and I could hear the way his breath would have rushed between them. The chain moved. It circled his throat and took up its own weight. It wasn't a fast thing and it wasn't slow. It was the kind of motion a person uses when he knows exactly how much force to apply. The air in the room thinned. The little flame of the lamp shook. Frederick kicked and clawed and tried to speak, and the chain paid no attention. The story didn't cheer and it didn't gloat. It told what happened with the same quiet cadence it had used to tell about the smile that had fooled us. There was a final squeeze and a small sound at the top of his spine, a sound the writer called beautiful with a straight face and a strange kind of calm. When his body went heavy, the chain slackened and let him hang. The paper said that by morning, the townspeople would cry in the street. That part came true. I remember how the phone calls moved through the neighborhood, how the news spread with a hush inside it. I remember the circle of people outside his house, their faces pinched up against the December air, their hands tucked into sleeves. But the story said something else too, a detail that would have sounded sweet if it hadn't been placed where it was. Under the body, children no one living could see danced. Their small shapes rose and fell in place as if the floor itself were a river. Their eyes were clear. Their mouths were open in laughter. If you bent down, said the paper, you could hear them tapping the rhythm of their joy on the boards. That was year one. We told ourselves there had been a mistake. We told ourselves the writer was cruel, and that cruelty doesn't earn the right to define a man. The police took statements. The pastor held a service. The ground froze and then thawed, and then froze again. The date moved toward us across a calendar like a train across a field, steady and slow and sure, and no one stepped in front of it. The second year the name on the paper was Greta. She was younger than Frederick by a good stretch, old enough to make her own choices and young enough to believe she had time to fix them later. She took up space in a room. She laughed with her head back. She hugged herself when no one else would. If she stood next to a display case, she adjusted her hair so it caught the light. If she sat at a table, her elbows were always on the edge as if she meant to pull everything closer. If you asked her to help with something, she would tell you she had plans. If you asked what her plans were, she would say they were none of your business and flip her hand in the air like a small flag. She wasn't unkind in the quick way that makes enemies. She was unkind in the slow way that keeps a person alone and doesn't understand why. Money made her nervous. Want shaped her days. The paper described it without judgment, the way a doctor might point to a spot on an X-ray. She didn't say, "I want," the way most people do, with a smile and a shrug. She said, "I need," and the word in her mouth didn't sound like a figure of speech. When she ran out of cash, she reached without looking at the faces attached to the hands. She lifted small things first. Later she took bigger ones. Once she realized she could do it, and keep doing it, a new kind of energy filled her. It ran under her skin the way a battery's charge runs under its shell. The night on the paper was silent and cold. A fine layer of frost made the porch steps shine. Her grandparents had the kind of house that held on to old things, small silver frames with school pictures, a set of dishes brought out only in December, a wooden box with a soft lid that creaked when you opened it. The paper showed Greta moving through those rooms on quiet feet. She knew the route to the drawer where the jewels were kept. She knew which floorboards to skip. She knew where the key lay in the kitchen that fit the little lock on the bedroom box. The box was empty. This was the first new fact the story gave us, and it had a mean little click inside it, like a light bulb going out. The bedroom wasn't empty. Greta raised her eyes from the drawer and saw a shape in the half-dark. It didn't stand by the window where it could be outlined by the thin blue light that comes from snow at night. It stood between her and the door. The paper let its eyes adjust with hers. It let the shape fill up the doorway. It didn't reach for a scary word and leave it there like a prop. It described a presence that felt old and pleased to be in the room at last. Its hands were long. Its nails were long. The hairs along Greta's arm lifted themselves and had nowhere to hide. Sometimes people say, "There was no mercy," because they want to feel the weight of the phrase on their tongue. The story didn't need to say it that way. It simply gave the line that mattered. "You want riches," the voice said, calm as a person ringing up a purchase at a register. "You shall have them." And then the paper told the truth of that promise, how the thing in the doorway reached, and how it gave her something to possess, and how the price of that gift was the skin that kept her together. There are words for the way a body looks when the skin is gone, words in medical books and morgue reports. The story didn't use them. It chose the softer path, which somehow made the picture more precise. It said the room smelled like copper. It said the walls remembered where she had leaned her hand 1,000 times, and how light her hand had been then. It said the little box that had once held a pair of pearl earrings now held a weight it was never made to carry. It said that in the morning the house would hold a kind of quiet that would not lift for a long, long while. By then our town had a pattern to stare at. 2 winters. 2 bodies. 2 stories that turned nice words inside out, and showed what was underneath. The police set up more roadblocks that December. They ran patrol cars in a little circle for hours, tires crackling on frozen streets. They knocked on doors and asked questions they had asked before. We left coffee and thermoses on our stoops for them and hoped it helped. The 3rd year brought a name that made people look away. Herman called himself a doctor and dressed the part. He had certificates in frames and a white coat he wore home sometimes because it made him stand a little taller. He liked the sound of his own advice. He liked the way people's eyes searched his face for answers. He liked money most of all. He didn't enjoy being paid for work he did. He enjoyed being paid more for it than it was worth. He liked the extra in his pocket, and the feeling that came with it, the feeling that he had outsmarted a person who trusted him. He had convinced himself the feeling was a kind of proof that the world had a shape he understood. The paper didn't spare him. It said plainly that when he worked with a scalpel he didn't always choose the right spot to cut. It said he liked to see a line open. It said he kept tasting the edge of a hunger that had nothing to do with food, and that when that hunger finally crossed the line he had drawn for himself, he stepped over with a careful foot like a man trying not to disturb the dust on a shelf. The paper didn't explain why he changed. It didn't offer him a sad childhood or a bad break. It said only that the hunger had moved from thought into habit. It described his last night in a way that made my stomach hurt. He sat in his chair with the TV off and the room too warm. His body had grown thick from all the extra he had taken into it. He fell asleep and snored in little bursts that sounded like a drawer that sticks when you try to close it. Somewhere in the house a clock clicked toward the hour. Somewhere in the street the snow plow ground past and sent a wave of slush up over the curb. He woke to the sound of something tearing the door off its hinges without making a noise. That's how the story put it, and the line made me shut my eyes when I read it. The doorway filled up again, the way it had for Greta, and the room breathed differently. Herman tried to get up and found that he couldn't. The paper let us sit there with him in that helpless position for a beat. It made us feel the way the air stung his eyes. It made us see his hands grip the arms of the chair and fail to move. He was not a brave man. He was not a strong man either. He was a man who had been allowed to act like both for a long time, and that had drained the courage from him like water from a tub. The story didn't sneer at him for that. It simply gave him as he was, a person who had built a life on the assumption that the world would not push back. It pushed. It reached, precise and slow. It took the light from his eyes. It took his tongue, which had told so many lies. The story didn't linger on the gore. It said there was blood and then it didn't say how much. It said the chair took the weight of him and kept it. It said the house would be empty when the police came apart from the thing in the doorway, which the story never named as a thing at all, only a fact, only a presence, only a patient figure carrying out a list. By the time people found Herman, the day had broken gray. Someone in the next building had heard a dull thump and thought it was a box dropped in a hallway. The officers taped off the room. The same handwriting lay on the same heavy paper on the table near the chair, and the sound that moved through the crowd outside felt familiar now, a layered mixture of shock and oh, no, not again, and I should have known, and please, not this. That third story ended differently than the first two. After it described what happened, after it folded its last image into the room and closed that picture like a book, it spoke to us directly. It didn't call us fools. It didn't tell us to stop celebrating or to stop putting up lights. It reminded us that December is supposed to be full of warmth and kindness. It reminded us that laughing and the smell of baking bread and a living room full of family are good. Then it asked us to hold another thought beside those ones. It said there is something else out there too. And you should not pretend there isn't, and you should not tempt it, and you should not act like your choices float above it untouched. Be good to each other, it said in simple words. Choose love when you can. Heed this text. People clipped those last lines out and taped them inside their cupboards. People rolled them up and slipped them in wallets. Parents quoted them to kids and told them to be kind at school, please, today of all days. Teachers wrote them on chalkboards in the morning and erased them gently in the afternoon. The words ran through the town like a soft thread. The police stood in front of cameras, promised action, and asked for help. They repeated the number to call. They told us that any little detail might make a difference. They did their best to look confident and steady. It wasn't their fault that the date kept coming like a drumbeat. It wasn't their fault that 3 more bodies turned up in a village down the road the morning after Herman, arranged in a pattern that meant nothing to anyone but the person who had set them there. They set up a joint task force. They ran names through databases. They followed leads into empty fields and walked back out again with snow on their boots. We live our lives in the space between those efforts and those stories. We put on coats. We buy gifts. We bake cookies and bring them to our neighbor's porch and step back so the person opening the door can see us and smile. We remember Frederick by the way his laugh carried through the church basement while coffee was poured. We remember Greta as a little girl with a red ribbon in her hair before the wants grew too tall and blocked out her view. We remember Herman as a boy in a graduation picture, before the coat and the lies and the extra. On the 5th we turn on the porch lights and we leave them on. The streets feel wider. The night feels thinner. The wind comes around corners and brings with it a scent like iron and snow. Somewhere, someone writes on heavy paper with a steady hand. And when they write the name, they never write it like a nickname. They write it like a title that comes with a job. The letters K and R and A and M and P and U and S sit there on the page and behave themselves, and the lines that follow them march from left to right in simple order. Sometimes I think about the person behind that hand. I wonder if they sit at a kitchen table when they write, or if they stand by a window. I wonder if they hum. I wonder if they wait until the hour when the town is at its quietest, and the houses give small creaks to remind themselves they are standing. I wonder if they believe they are doing a necessary thing, the way a person believes it's necessary to shovel the walk so the mail carrier doesn't slip. I wonder if they scare themselves or if they sleep well. The truth is, I don't know. I am the same as everyone else here. I read the paper that's left behind. I hold the edge of it gently so it doesn't bend. I pass it to someone in a blue jacket who will label it and file it in a drawer with other papers that sound the same. I stand in the street and look up at the sky and hope I see only stars. I blow into my hands and make little clouds of breath. I go home and lock the door and sit by the window and watch the snow drift down in small moving dots and think about what the stories are trying to teach and how stubborn people can be about lessons, especially when they are told so plainly. The names on the papers change. The pattern doesn't. Sin looks different on different faces, but it comes from the same place. People take what isn't theirs. People say they are better than their worst thought, and sometimes they are, and sometimes they aren't. The date waits for us every year and asks us to look at ourselves without turning away. That doesn't feel like a monster's work. It feels like the kind of job a town should do on its own, and never does until someone makes it impossible to ignore. So we move carefully through early December. We check on one another. We tell the truth even when it stings. We look at the people we love and we say the words out loud. We draw our curtains and we put another log on the fire, and we speak softly. And still, when the 5th comes, there is a little sound at the edge of hearing, a rattle like a length of chain being lifted from an old nail, a clink like iron tapping iron, a breath that may be wind and may be something else. We listen. We keep our hands still. We do the small good things that are in front of us. If you come through town that night, you won't see masks or a parade. You won't hear music. You'll see a row of houses with their lights on and their shades half drawn. You'll see a police car glide past with its headlights low. You'll see footprints leading to doors and none leading away yet. You'll see a bronze plaque on the wall of the station reminding everyone who walks by of the names we've lost and the years we've counted. You'll feel the air hold itself, and then, slowly, let go. And in the morning, if the worst has happened again, you'll feel a folded paper in your hands. You'll read a story you don't want to read. You'll taste metal on the air. You'll hear a parent's cry rise up and break. You'll watch a detective take a deep breath and steady a pencil. Then you'll go back to your house and write the words that matter most and tape them on your fridge. Be kind. Choose love. Heed this text. You'll say them out loud to make them real. You'll look at the little ones at your table and tell them not to be cruel, and you'll mean it with your whole heart, because by then you will have learned, if nothing else, that the world is listening when you say such things, and that when you forget, something with a patient step and a steady hand is listening too. I am not trying to be that picky neighbor who makes trouble for everyone. In our neighborhood the quiet hours start at 10 at night, and most people follow that rule because there are a lot of young kids on our street. Last Wednesday, my neighbor across the road started using power tools after 10:30. The sound was sharp and thin, like metal screaming. It slipped through my walls and hung in the rooms of my house. I thought maybe he was behind on his remodeling and trying to catch up. It was getting cold faster than usual. Maybe he had a contractor coming and needed to finish a step first. I told myself to be understanding. I tried to be a good neighbor. I tried to give people some room to be human. 11 o'clock came and went. The noise kept rising and stopping, as if the saw had to take a breath. Every time there was a break, I thought it was over and I could finally go to bed. Then the blade would start again, and the sound would slide under the door of my patience and settle in my head. I lay there, staring at the dark ceiling, and asked myself if I should call the police. It felt small to complain about noise for one night. He wasn't usually a problem. Would the police even care? I tried to sleep. I couldn't. After a half hour of turning over and fluffing the pillow and talking myself down, I gave up and went to the living room. I put on a movie to drown things out. It didn't help. The shriek of the saw cut through the dialogue like a knife through paper. My brain couldn't catch on to the story. It kept slipping back to the sound outside. The longer it went on, the more my anger grew. Around 12:30 the noise stopped for a good 15 minutes. I sat very still, listening, waiting for a full minute of quiet, then another, then another. I let my shoulders drop. I thought I could finally rest. Then the saw cried out again, somehow louder. It startled me to my feet. I threw the remote at the sofa and swore at the wall. I still didn't call the police. I wasn't ready for a fight with the person who lived across from me. I wanted to be patient a little longer. Maybe someone else would call it in, I thought. Someone in the houses closer to the sound. Someone with a baby who surely couldn't sleep through the noise. No one called. The saw kept going until 1 in the morning. When it finally stopped, I sent a message to my coworkers saying I might be in late. The timestamp would explain it all. Then I collapsed into bed and fell asleep like a rock dropped in water. The next day I held myself together with coffee and habit. I woke at my usual time and moved through my routine on autopilot. After work I napped for a bit, and in the evening I went out to get the mail. My next-door neighbor, the one with the pickup truck and the trailer for his lawn care business, was there too. He asked if I'd heard the noise. We both laughed, that tired laugh people use when they want to pretend they're not frustrated. He said he was surprised no one had called in a complaint, especially since the people right next to the remodeler had a little kid. We agreed it was probably a one-time thing and not worth a confrontation. It was not a one-time thing. The next night the saw woke me at midnight. One instant I was asleep, the next I was staring at the ceiling, my heart beating too fast for 3 in the morning. I thought about going over there. I thought about keeping the peace I'd enjoyed for the last 6 years. I thought about all the ways these conversations could go badly. Then I thought about simple, calm words. I could be polite. I could explain that the noise was keeping people up. I could ask how long he planned to cut, and if he could move the power tool work to the weekend. Maybe he had a reason I hadn't considered. Maybe there was a compromise. I put on shoes and a jacket, slid my phone into my pocket, and walked across the street. His garage door was open. His car was parked on the street, not in the driveway, so the garage and driveway were clear. The overhead light in the garage was on, and a small floodlight pointed at a table where the saw sat. The driveway glistened under the streetlight. A thin stream of water ran from the puddle on the garage floor down to the gutter. It looked like someone had hosed things down, which made sense when I saw the saw. It was a wet saw. He was cutting tile. A stack of uncut tiles sat on the far side of the garage. I waited for a pause. He set down 2 cut pieces and turned to pick up another. I took a small step forward. "Excuse me," I said. My voice sounded too loud in the sudden quiet. "I wanted to ask how much longer you'll need to use the saw." "Start polite. Start small." He turned around. My body locked. Cold moved through me as if the night air had turned to ice and stepped inside my skin. He wasn't right. He had a man's body and work clothes and a man's hands, square and capable. But sitting on his shoulders was not a human head. It was almost a wolf's head, but not the way a wolf looks in a book. The ears were pointed and perfectly triangular, hairless and smooth like skin stretched over sharp bone. The fur on the rest of the head was short and stiff and patchy, as if it had been scorched. In worn spots I could see pale skin beneath. The whole skull looked as if it had been pressed flat, the eye sockets squeezed into narrow lines under folds of dark, cracked flesh. The lips had pulled back from the teeth and stayed there, exposing white gums and polished ivory teeth that were wet with drool. When he spoke, his jaw opened impossibly wide and there was no tongue in his mouth, no throat beyond it. It was just a hole, an inky dark that did not reflect the garage lights. "Yes?" he croaked. It took a breath and another breath before I could make words. He faced me and waited with eyes that weren't there. The noise, I managed. "Well, I need to get this done," he said. His voice was defensive and tired, as if he were the one being inconvenienced. He gestured toward the tiles. My eyes flicked to the stack. The color was wrong. A fleshy, soft pink broken by patches of deeper red. Here and there were straight white lines like little beams and smooth white knots like pebbles. It pulled at some recognition in the back of my mind. I stared harder, trying to place why it looked familiar and wrong at the same time. He picked up the top tile. The one underneath blinked. It had an eye near one corner. A human eye, glossy and wet. It stared at me and tears gathered along the rim of the lid and pooled on the tile's smooth surface. I glanced down at the water in the driveway. It looked red in the light. Before I could think, he put the tile on the wet saw and turned it on. The high scream of the blade filled the garage. Another scream braided into it, thin and real, rising from the mouth stamped into the tile. He pushed it straight through the blade. The cut was clean. He set the halves aside and looked back up at me as if nothing had happened. I told him it was fine. I told him I'd get earplugs. I told him I hoped he finished soon. Then I went home and did not sleep. I stumbled from sofa to bathroom and back again, dry heaving and crying and speaking nonsense into my hands while that terrible saw sang on and on. I should have called the police. I can say that now. At the time, I was not thinking clearly. In the morning I went to work just to get away from my house. When I backed out of my driveway I looked at his. The concrete was damp. A little muddy water pooled in the gutter. No red. No eye in a tile. No proof of what I'd seen. Maybe I had been dreaming with my eyes open. Maybe my brain had misfired from lack of sleep. On the way home I bought earplugs. I told my next-door neighbor by the mailbox that it might be best to leave the guy alone. I said I'd already talked to him. I did not say what I had seen. There were no tools on Friday. No noise on Saturday or Sunday. The quiet felt like a gift. I watched his house from behind my curtain. On Sunday afternoon I saw him in the yard. He looked normal. Human face. Human expression. I told myself that stress and exhaustion had twisted a simple late-night visit into something else inside my head. Maybe I had dozed off on the sofa and the nightmare had followed me out into the street. On Monday a pallet of bricks was delivered to his driveway. That night the saw started again. I did not go outside. I stood behind my curtains and peered through a narrow gap. It was 11. The garage door was up. He was there at the table, and the shape of his head was wrong again, those triangular ears, that stretched jaw. I had looked up the city rules on noise over the weekend. We were well within the quiet hours now. I could call the non-emergency number and report a repeated violation. It wouldn't even be petty. It would be normal. Any neighbor could do it. The man next door, the one with the little kid, walked across his lawn and headed to the garage. My breath stuck halfway up my throat. This neighbor is a big guy with full-sleeve tattoos, a kind of gentle bear of a person. Every Halloween he dresses as a Nazgul with a long black cloak and a plastic sword and gives out candy from a fog machine setup. He helped me check a breaker earlier in the year when I rewired a light. We don't talk much, but when we do he is kind. He reached the garage and stopped as if he had hit a wall of hot air. His face changed. You can tell when someone has realized that something is wrong before their mind has the words for it. He said something. The wolf-headed thing replied. I couldn't hear them, but I could see the shape of the conversation. My neighbor's voice rose. He pointed at his house. He looked angry, like any parent who has a child trying to sleep while a saw screams across the street. He was trying to protect his family, and also his peace. The saw user lowered his head for a moment, as if he were sorry. My neighbor paused. His hands dropped a little. Then the creature stood taller, shoulders rolling back. The neck lengthened like a rope pulling taut. The muscles rippled under the skin. The jaw opened too wide, like a hinge unpinned, and the head came forward. He bit my neighbor's head off. Blood arced into the air and fell over the table and the bricks and the concrete like a dark rain. The body shuddered and collapsed. I fell backward from the window and hit the floor. I crawled to the bathroom and was sick. When I could move again, I dragged myself back to the window and pushed the curtain a finger's width to look out. The creature was bent over the table saw. He was cutting thick slabs of something that looked like wood. The body was gone. There was no sign of a struggle. There was only the steady movement of his hands guiding the boards through the blade. He picked up another piece and set it down, and I saw the pattern on the grain. It looked like inked lines and circles. It looked like tattoos. He lowered the blade. Red flowed across the table, dripped to the floor, and ran in little rivers down the driveway. I called 911. My voice was too loud and too fast. I said my neighbor had been using power tools late at night, and another neighbor had gone over to complain. I said there was shouting. I said I was worried the fight might have gotten physical. I did not say a monster lived across from me. I did not say there was blood on the bricks. The officers arrived quickly. Their lights turned my living room walls blue and red. I watched from the window as one approached the garage and spoke to the man inside. It was a short conversation. Then he came to my house and asked me what I'd heard. I tried to answer clearly. I told him about the saw every night. I told him about the yelling. He was polite and a little tired. He told me there was no sign of a fight. He said he had given the neighbor a warning about the noise and told him to stop for the night. He told me to try to get some sleep. I asked if he'd seen anything unusual. He said no. When he left, I watched the neighbor close the garage door. A half-cut tattooed board sat on the saw, dark and wet at one end. A thin line ran from the table to the lip of the driveway and dripped into the street. The closed door hid it all. The next day my boss told me I looked awful and should go home and sleep. I refused. I didn't want to go back to my street. My eyes were deep hollows in my face. Tiny red dots had gathered under my skin from all the gagging. I was dizzy and felt like the floor would tilt under me without warning. When I arrived home, the police were back. They were talking to the wife next door, the one with the kid. Her eyes were swollen. She kept pressing her lips together, as if words would break her open. I didn't have to hear to know what she was saying. Her husband hadn't come home. He was missing. They checked the neighbor's yard again and looked inside the garage with flashlights, pulled at the side gate, walked the small strip of grass between the house and the fence, and finally crossed back to my door. A detective asked for my account again. I gave it. I cried. He was kind and wrote things down. I did not tell him about the creature's head or the pile of tiles with an eye in one corner. I said the neighbor had gone to complain about the noise and there had been shouting. That was all I could make myself say. It is 10:30 now. The saw has been crying for half an hour. I am too afraid to pull back the curtain. The sound itself makes my back go tight. I put in earplugs, but they only soften it. The thin whine gets into the bones of the house and into my bones. I lie on the sofa with a blanket over me and feel like the whole room is vibrating. I know that part is probably in my head. Knowing does not help. Tomorrow I am getting a hotel room. I will keep getting one until the remodel is finished or until I decide to sell my house and move. I hate the thought of leaving. I hate the thought of someone else moving in and not knowing. The only thing that feels worse than staying is the idea of someone living across from that garage and opening their window one night to let some cool air in and hearing a saw wake up the dark. I keep replaying everything to see if there was a point when I could have done something different. If I had called the police the first night, would it have changed anything? If I had stayed away from the garage, would the neighbors still be alive? I don't know. I am not sure rules apply on that side of the street anymore. I am not sure they ever did. The days are strange now. Work feels like a safe dream. People laugh. Phones ring. I answer emails and watch the clock and count hours between the last noise I heard and the next one I will hear. When I drive home, I look straight ahead. I do not look at the driveway across from mine. I park and keep my head down as I walk to the front door. I lock it behind me with the kind of care you bring to tying a bow on a gift for someone you love. Then I sit on the floor and listen for the first hint of that sound. In the quieter moments, I try to tell myself a softer story. Maybe my mind broke because I was tired. Maybe I saw a mask. Maybe a person didn't die. Maybe. But there is a part of me that feels the truth like a pebble in a shoe. You can try to ignore it. You can walk differently. You can pretend it's not there. Your foot still hurts. I think about how the tiles looked. They were flat and neat. They had square corners. He was building something. Floor? Wall? A whole room? I think about the bricks. I think about the boards, with tattoo patterns in the grain. The wet saw sang that high song and red water ran down the driveway and into the drain and away. Sometimes, in the darkest part of night, I imagine the inside of his house. I see a room with smooth pink walls and white ribs set in straight lines like trim. I see a floor of pale squares with neat grout lines and a small glossy eye in one corner that never blinks because it doesn't need to. I see a counter built from wood that looks like skin stretched tight and polished, with whorls like fingerprints circling a knot. I imagine him standing there, nodding at the work he has done, feeling proud that he is making his home better. Then I stop myself. I tell myself to think about something else. I get a glass of water. I breathe in and out. I try to remember what it felt like when I moved in 6 years ago, when the house smelled like new paint and I slept with the windows open and the wind moved the curtain like a hand. The saw starts again. I reach for the earplugs. I press them in until the world is wrapped in cotton. It does not stop the sound. It only dulls the edge. I add a second pillow over my head and lie very still. My heart slows by a notch. I try to imagine rain. I try to imagine the ocean. I try to imagine anything that is steady and kind. The noise outside rises and falls, and the night stretches on. When the morning comes, I will pack a small bag. I will book that hotel room and give myself a night of quiet. I will try to sleep without waking every few minutes to see if the saw has stopped. I will bring earplugs anyway, out of habit, out of fear. I will stand under a hot shower in a place where the water is only water. I will whisper thank you to the tiles on the floor because they are only tile. Maybe the city will act. Maybe the police will notice a pattern. Maybe the missing person report will bring more eyes to the street. Maybe the garage door will stay shut for a long time and then open to show a normal floor and a normal wall and a stack of normal bricks. Maybe someone will knock and he will answer with a normal face and a normal voice, and I will feel foolish and relieved and a little embarrassed. I would like that. I would like to be wrong. But if you hear a saw after 10 at night, and if it keeps singing when the rest of the street is asleep, and if you stand at your window and feel the sound moving across your scalp and down into your shoulders, listen to that feeling. Be kind to yourself. Be careful. Do not go into an open garage alone. Do not tell yourself you imagined an eye opening in a place where no eye belongs. You know what you saw. Tonight, the noise is steady. I will stay on my sofa until it stops. I will watch the clock and text a friend about nothing and listen to strangers on a podcast talk about their pets and their favorite shows while the blade outside keeps spinning. When the silence finally comes, it will be sudden and complete, like a door closing. I will wait a few seconds to make sure it's real. Then I will get up and lock the doors again, not because it will help, but because it is what you do when you are afraid and you want to keep the world in its place for a little while longer. Tomorrow I will leave. I will sleep somewhere else. And if anyone asks me why, I will say that my neighbor has been using power tools past 10 p.m. for days and I need a break from the noise. That will be true. It will not be the whole truth, but it will be enough to say out loud. I don't know how this ends. I only know what I've heard and what I've seen and what the night sounds like when a saw cuts through things that should not be cut. If you live on a street like mine, with kids and pickups and trailers and people trying their best, I hope your nights are quiet. I hope your neighbors follow the rules. I hope your garage doors hold nothing but tools and bicycles and messy shelves and half-finished projects. I hope your earplugs live in a drawer and gather dust. And if an engine screams after midnight and you find yourself standing in the dark looking through a crack in the curtains at a floodlit workspace across the road, I hope you remember this. Wait. Watch. Call for help. Keep your distance. It's only a noise ordinance until it isn't. Christmas has never been easy for me. When most people hear the word, they picture a warm room, soft lights on a tree, family laughing in the kitchen, maybe snow falling outside. When I hear it, I feel my shoulders move up toward my ears like they're trying to hide. I remember the noise first, voices raised, sharp words that come out before anyone can stop them. I remember the smell of spilled beer and something burnt in the oven. I remember long dinners where plates clinked and forks scraped, and nobody looked each other in the eyes. Some of my memories are almost funny now, if I try hard enough to see them that way. The Christmas of 1989, for example. I was a kid with a brand new toboggan, so proud I could have burst, and I managed to hit a patch of ice and a hidden rock at the same time. The sled shot out from under me like a coin on a table. The ground came up hard. I broke my collarbone and spent the rest of the day stuck in a chair, while my cousins played outside and brought me cups of hot chocolate I couldn't lift without help. In 1997, my brother borrowed the family car on Christmas Eve to run to the store, and came back with the front fender pushed in and a lamppost on Main Street leaning like a crooked tooth. The Christmas of 2000, my grandmother, who loved us fiercely and refused to admit when she was tired, decided to handle the turkey by herself. She forgot about a baking pan too close to the bottom of the oven. Grease pooled where it shouldn't, and a quiet little flame grew and grew. We put it out, but the kitchen smelled like smoke for a week. Those were problems that could be fixed with time, apologies, and a little paint. In 2008, the holiday became something else entirely. That's the year I learned what the word tragedy feels like when it sits down in your house and doesn't plan on leaving. I met Jennifer in the fall of 2002. We got engaged 2 winters later, married in the summer of 2006, and in the spring of 2008 we held our son, Noah, for the first time. That first year as a family, we were still finding our rhythm. We had a small house on a quiet street. The kind of street where a kid could ride a bike, and you know every car that rolled by. We were planning how to hang the lights, arguing in the soft way new parents do about whether the tree should go in the living room or the den, and who would be in charge of keeping the cat from knocking ornaments down. It felt like the start of something that would stretch out ahead of us in a straight, safe line. It didn't. Just a few days before Christmas, everything was knocked sideways. I stayed late at the office to lock up before the holiday. It was nothing big, just a checklist and a final walk through the empty rooms. At some point that same evening, someone broke into our home. They didn't take a single thing. They didn't open drawers or move furniture. They walked upstairs and went straight for Jennifer. The police said later it was senseless and wild. They said other things too, things that are true but don't fit easily in the human mouth. They never found the person who did it. There was no reason given, no neat motive. Just silence and empty space where my wife used to be. People say time heals. I don't know if I believe that. Time puts space between you and the worst day of your life. Space can be helpful. It can also make you feel even smaller. I learned to get up in the morning. I learned to make bottles and then lunches and then school drop-offs. I learned to keep going because Noah needed me to keep going. We moved out of that house because every room spoke her name, and I couldn't bear to hear it all day, every day. I found a mid-century place across town, a little worn but solid. The attic was the kind with the fold-down stairs and heavy wooden treads that slapped the hallway when you pulled them down. This year was supposed to be a new start. I had made peace with the fact that I would never love the holiday the way other people do, but I wanted to give Noah the kind of December he deserved. He's almost 8 now. He doesn't say much, but when he does talk, you can hear the wheels turning at a speed his mouth can match. Most of what he had to say that month was about Santa, elves, reindeer, and how snow feels if you catch it on your tongue before it hits the ground. He has always been a little detective. Last year he managed to find his presents in the garage behind my tool bench. It took him all of 15 minutes. This year I thought I'll stay one step ahead. So I hid everything in the attic. I trusted the ladder to be too heavy for him. The presents weren't wrapped yet, so I took an afternoon, climbed up in the dust and the insulation, and wrapped every box, marking them with small initials and tucking them into a corner where the roof sloped low. I checked my watch, realized it was almost time for his bus, and folded the stairs back up until they clicked into place. I stood in the hallway with a small, smug smile that felt ridiculous and good. Noah wasn't getting up those steps. It was December 11th. Christmas Day was 2 weeks away. My parents were due on the 18th. Shopping was done. School was out until January. For the first time in a long time, I thought maybe the holiday would be okay. Maybe better than okay. Maybe Noah and I would have a few days of real, simple time together. 5 nights ago was when the small, strange things started. Noah stayed up late watching holiday specials. He tucked himself into the couch, curled under a blanket, and laughed at the silly parts. His usual bedtime is 8. That night it was closer to 8:30. I let it slide. I was tired myself, and went to bed not long after him. Around 11, I woke to light footsteps in the hall. They hurried across the wood like little birds. I sat up as my door creaked open. It was Noah. Relief hit first. Then a small alarm bell. He never gets up once he's down. He's the kind of kid who sleeps like he means it. "Noah, what are you doing out of bed this late?" I asked. He stood in the doorway with his hair sticking up and his eyes big in the dim light. "Dad, do you believe in Santa Claus?" "What?" I said, caught off guard by the tone of the question more than the question itself. "Do you?" He looked very serious. "Yes," I said. "Of course I believe in Santa. Why do you ask?" "Okay," he said, and a little smile tugged at his mouth. "That's good. He needs to know that we believe in him." "I know," I said. "Now go back to bed." He nodded, closed the door slowly, and I heard his steps scatter down the hall. I lay there listening for a while, smiled into the dark, and fell asleep. 4 nights ago, we sat at the kitchen table with construction paper, glitter, scissors, glue, and a slow Christmas playlist humming in the background. We were making cards for the relatives. I don't usually go in for crafts, but Noah was on break and I wanted him to have something to do that didn't involve a screen. The table was a mess, the good kind, glue sticks without caps, little rainbows of glitter, curled strips of red and green paper. We made one for my parents, one for my brother John, and another for an aunt who never forgets to send gifts and always forgets to sign her name. Then I saw one I didn't recognize. "Who is this card for, Noah?" I asked. "It's for Santa," he said. "He would be really happy if we made him a card, too." I smiled at that. It was exactly the kind of thing Jennifer would have said, and for a second I had to look away and swallow. I added the card to the pile. That night I fell into bed early. An hour or so later, I woke to a crash from somewhere near the living room. I sat up, listening hard. Footsteps hurried down the hall again, and my door opened. "Noah, this is the second night in a row," I said. There was more bite in my voice than I intended. You still believe in Santa, right? He asked, as if that was the only part of this that mattered. Yes, I said. I already told you that yesterday. Okay, he said. I don't think Santa knows that. But thanks. Noah, I said, trying to keep my tone steady. What was that crashing noise I just heard? He shrugged, wide-eyed, and scurried back to his room. I sat for a minute, decided I was too tired to play detective, and told myself it was probably the heater knocking or a stack of books settling. I went back to sleep. 3 nights ago, I watched a football game while Noah drew on the floor next to the sofa. He was very focused. During a commercial, I picked up the paper he'd left on the coffee table. It wasn't a drawing. It was a list written in a careful hand that looked older than his age. Hey, Noah, I said. Is this your list to Santa? Yeah, he said from the next room. Santa told me I have to write him one. Do you think you can mail it to him in time? No, he said, matter of fact. I can just leave it here, and he knows what I want because he's magic. I couldn't argue with that. I handed the list back when he came in. Later that night, I heard the footsteps again. This time they stopped outside my door. He didn't come in. He stood there for a second. I could feel it in the way the air changed. Then he went back to his room. 2 nights ago, I decided to ask him straight out about the late wandering. We were in the kitchen making grilled cheese and tomato soup, and I kept my voice light. He got nervous as soon as I brought it up. He twisted the hem of his shirt in his hands. Finally, he said he was waiting for Santa to come with his sleigh and reindeer. I smiled despite myself. Santa won't be coming until Christmas, buddy, I said. We've got a few more days to wait. He let my words pass over him like they were wind. Then he made an odd request. Can we leave him some milk and cookies for when he gets hungry? I've never been great at drawing lines about small things. You pick your battles as a parent, and most days you hope you pick the right ones. All right, I said. But if we do, you have to promise to stay in your bed after bedtime, okay? He nodded, excited. Then his face faded back into that thoughtful look. The kind that made me wonder where his mind was going when I couldn't follow. That night, the footsteps came again. They were faint at first, and then headed straight for my door. I was more than a little annoyed now, but I hadn't fallen asleep yet. I set my book down as the door opened. Noah, I said. I thought I told you to stay in bed. He came and ate them, Dad. What? The milk and cookies. Santa came. Something cold slid along my spine. I went downstairs with him. The plate was empty. The glass had a line of milk around the inside and a smear on the rim like someone had taken a sip and set it down too fast. I stood there, heart knocking. It wasn't a hard trick to pull off, I told myself. Noah could have carried the plate and glass. He could have. I told myself that because I didn't know what else to say. Noah, Santa isn't coming until next week, I said, keeping my voice firm. And if you keep making up stories and getting out of bed, he's not coming at all. Do you understand? He broke. His face folded and the tears came at once. He ran up the stairs and slammed his door. I stood there with the empty plate in my hand and felt the sharp edge of guilt slide under my ribs. He's a kid, I told myself. He's excited. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to be steady. But it doesn't feel steady when you make your child cry. I put the plate in the sink and went to bed with the night hanging heavy. Last night is when everything shifted from small and strange to something I still can't describe without my hands shaking. Noah didn't speak to me most of the day. He answered questions with a nod or a shrug. He watched me with careful eyes, the way kids do when they're waiting to see which parent is going to show up, the easy one or the impatient one. I apologized for snapping the night before. I told him I needed sleep, that I shouldn't have called his stories stupid, that I was sorry. He chewed his lip and looked past me, like he was listening for something I couldn't hear. Would you like to tell the truth about who ate the milk and cookies last night? I asked, trying to steer us back to something normal. He didn't answer. He went to his room and came back with a piece of folded construction paper. He held it out like a waiter with a menu. "This is a card from Santa," he said. "He told me to give this to you." Something in me snapped right then. It wasn't all the way rational. It was a mix of worry, anger, fear, and the deep tire that sits behind your eyes and makes you feel like you're walking through water. I took the card, crumpled it without thinking, and dropped it into the kitchen trash. "Noah," I said, my voice tight and ugly. "I don't know what's gotten into you, but Christmas is going to be cancelled if you don't stop with these little games. What do you want from me?" His face went red and hot tears spilled over. "I want my mom and dad to be back together," he yelled, and then he ran to his room and slammed the door again. I stood in the kitchen with my hands on the counter and let the words hit me. We don't talk about Jennifer much. Not because I want to forget her, but because I don't know how to hold my grief and his at the same time without dropping something. He has a right to his anger. He's old enough now to understand absence in a way that hurts. I let him be. Later, I told him he could sleep in my room if he wanted, both because I wanted to keep him close and because I wanted to make up for what I'd said. He crawled in next to me and fell asleep fast, the way kids do when they've spent all their energy on big feelings. Around 11, he touched my shoulder. "Dad," he whispered. "It's time." "Time for what?" I asked, sitting up slowly. "Santa has a surprise waiting for us downstairs. There's a line where normal ends. You don't know when you've crossed it until you look back and see it behind you like a strip of tape on the floor." I got up, heart beating too fast, and followed him down the hall and the stairs. The tree glowed. Every gift I had wrapped in the attic was laid around it. Not just moved. Arranged. The tags faced out. The bows were straight. Nothing was crushed or crooked. "Noah," I said, because it was the only word I could get out at first. "How did you get all these down here?" "I didn't do it, Dad," he said, almost gentle. "Santa did." There was no way Noah could have pulled the stairs down, climbed up, carried heavy boxes down a ladder, and placed them in a neat circle without waking me or breaking his neck. I knew that. I also knew there were very few other explanations that could stand in a room with me and not collapse under their own weight. "And how did Santa get into the attic to get them?" I asked, surprised by how calm my voice sounded. Noah hesitated. He looked at the floor. "He's been living up there all week, Dad," he said. "He made me promise to keep it a secret." Something moved cold and low beneath my ribs. My jaw felt stiff when I spoke next. "Is Santa still in the house?" Noah paused longer this time. "No," he said. "He said he had to leave after you found your surprise. And after you read his letter." My breathing changed. It came fast and shallow, like I'd been running without moving. I crossed the room to the kitchen, pulled the trash bin out from under the sink, and found the crumpled card. I smoothed it out with my hands on the counter. The front had neat, careful handwriting. "All you want for Christmas," it read. I opened it. A photo fell open inside. I didn't have to look long to know it. It was Jennifer and me, taken days before she died. We're holding each other in the frame. There's a little blur in the corner where the camera strap swung. Across the picture, written in a dark, rusty red that didn't need a label, were the words, "Together again. Soon." My hands shook so hard I had to grip the counter to keep from sliding to the floor. The room went narrow. It felt like the air had been pulled to the edges. He was back. Not Santa. The other he. The one who stepped into our life and tore it open and walked away. I don't know how I knew that from a photo and a handful of words, but I did. I felt it like a voice in my bones. On the back of the card there was no blood. Just 3 words in the same neat hand. Ho! 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 That's where I could end this, and it would be a clean place to stop. It would capture the moment when the ground dropped away and I realized the last week hadn't been about milk and cookies and lists. It had been about someone watching my house and my son. It had been about someone moving through our rooms while we slept. Someone who knew what to write to make my hands shake. But the truth isn't clean. It rarely is. After I read the card, time did a strange thing. It felt like someone took a long stretch of rope and tied knots in it. I remember pieces clearly. Between them, things go hazy. I remember walking back to the living room with the card in my hand and finding Noah sitting cross-legged by the tree, watching my face. He looked small and very old at the same time. I remember kneeling so we were level. "Buddy," I said, forcing my voice to be gentle, "when you said Santa was living in the attic, did you see him?" He thought about the question the way kids do, not like adults who reach for the answer you want to hear. "I heard him first," he said. "Scratches and bumps. And a whisper that sounded like snow." He looked down. "I promised I wouldn't tell. He said he gets in trouble when people tell. Did you ever talk to him? Did he talk back?" He nodded. "He told me that he was happy I believed. He told me to make a card for you. He told me he would help with the presents because it's hard to carry big things when you're little." He paused. "He told me not to wake you up unless it was time. Did you see his face?" I asked, my tongue thick and clumsy in my mouth. Noah shook his head slowly. "He stayed in the dark," he said. "But I saw his hands. They were white. And he wore gloves. The kind that make your fingers look long." I swallowed hard. I wanted to run to the attic and pull the stairs down and go up there and tear open every shadow. I also wanted to grab Noah and take him to the car and drive until the gas and our nerves gave out. I did neither. I sat there on the rug with my son and the card and the tree lights blinking and tried to breathe. "Okay," I said. "We're going to be careful. We're going to lock every door and window. We're going to sleep in my room tonight with the door closed and the dresser pushed in front of it. And tomorrow morning we're going to talk to the police." Noah watched me. His face didn't change. He just moved closer and leaned against my side. We did all of that. I checked the windows twice, 3 times. I stood in the hall and stared at the rectangle in the ceiling where the attic stairs fold up and wondered if locks matter if someone has already been above you, listening. I pushed the dresser in front of my bedroom door. Noah curled into my side. We slept with the lamp on. My eyes closed and opened, like the lamp was telling them when to move. In the morning, I called the police. I didn't say the word Santa. I told them someone had been in my house. I told them someone had taken things from the attic and moved them in the night. I told them about the card. I left out what was written in what. I said, red ink, and let the words sit there and look harmless. 2 officers came. They were kind. They looked at the windows and the back door. They looked up at the attic and offered to pull the stairs down. I said yes and stood back while they climbed into the dim space and shone their flashlights into the corners. There was nothing to see that convinced them a crime had been committed. There were footprints in the dust, but they could have been mine. There was a candy cane wrapper Noah swore wasn't his, but that meant nothing. There was a smell, faint and hard to name, like old cologne and something metallic. The officers didn't smell it or said they didn't. They looked at each other in a way I recognized from the days after Jennifer died. It's the look people have when they're trying to be gentle and get their job done at the same time. They told me to keep the doors locked. They gave me a number to call if anything else happened. They left. I sat on the bottom step after they went and let my head drop into my hands. Noah stood in the doorway, holding the edge of the frame the way you do when you're bracing yourself for a wave. I stood up and tried to make the day normal. Breakfast. Dishes. A board game. A walk even though the air bit our cheeks. I almost convinced myself I could slide through the next 2 weeks like a person in a movie who stays calm because the script says they should. That afternoon, I went back to the attic. I don't know what I thought I would find. Maybe I just needed to stand there and see the flat boards and the beams and the boxes labeled with old Sharpie and feel how ordinary it all was in full daylight. I stood straight under the little square of roof and looked at the spot where I had stacked the gifts. There was a narrow strip of clear wood in the dust. You could tell where the stack had been by the absence of dust. It was the kind of proof that means everything to you and nothing to anyone else. I climbed down and put the stairs back up. I kept my hand on the pull cord a second longer than I needed to. as if touching it might change something. Noah was quieter than usual that day. He stuck close. He followed me like a shadow in the hall, and if I stopped suddenly, he bumped into my side. When I went into a room, he stood in the doorway and waited. It made me want to be loud and bright and break the spell. It also made me want to whisper. That evening, after Noah fell asleep in my bed while we watched a cartoon we'd seen 100 times, I took the card out again. I don't know why I made myself look. Maybe I wanted to feel the way my heart sped up when I read the words, so I'd remember to be careful. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself I hadn't imagined the whole thing. The photo of Jennifer and me still hurt to look at. Not just the obvious way, but in the small ways that sneak up on you. The way her hair curls at the end where the humidity got it. The way my hand is on her shoulder like I'm afraid if I let go I'll lose my balance. The way our smiles look like we've just shared a joke we're not going to tell anyone else. Together again. Soon. I flipped it over. Ho! 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 Tidy and blank, like a punchline to a joke told by someone who doesn't laugh. I put the card in a zip-top bag and put the bag in a drawer and told myself that was a reasonable thing to do. Today is a blur of small tasks done half right. I called my parents and told them to delay their trip a day. I said there was a plumbing issue. I changed the light bulb on the back porch because it went out last night at some point and darkness at the back door felt like an invitation. I made pasta for lunch and watched the pot too long, like the boil might tell me something if I stared at it. Noah asked to watch the snow from the window. It wasn't snowing. I told him that and he nodded and looked anyway. Sometimes you can hear it before you see it, he said. I don't know how to end this. I don't have a clean lesson to wrap around the story and tie with a bow. I know this. Someone was in my home. Someone who knows exactly which spots in my mind are soft. Someone who understands that a quiet set of steps at 11, or an empty plate, or a photo from a happier week, can undo you faster than a door kicked in at noon. If you're reading this and you have a child, you know this part already. You would do anything to keep them safe. Anything. But there are some kinds of fear that sit in the corner of a room and wait. You can tell stories to push them back. You can line the door with a dresser and set a chair under the knob. You can add locks. You can look behind the shower curtain and under the bed and open the closet and feel the rush of relief that there is nothing there. And still, if someone asks me tonight if I believe in Santa, I will say yes for Noah's sake. I will also check the attic one more time. I will stand under that square door and listen. If I hear anything, even the smallest scrape, I don't know what I'll do. I want to say I'll call the police before I even breathe. I want to say I'll take Noah to the car and go, but the idea of walking out into the yard and turning my back to the house makes my skin crawl. So I do the only thing I know how to do. I make the bed. I fold a blanket at the foot. I set a glass of water on the nightstand. I put the card back where I can reach it if I need to prove to myself it exists. I check the lock. I pull Noah close and feel his breath on my arm. I listen to the house. I listen to the quiet. I try to hear snow. And all the while, at the edge of my thoughts, easy and awful as a song that sticks in your head no matter what you do, I hear it. Ho. 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 Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. The bell over the door gave a thin, sharp ring when I stepped inside the bookshop. I winced at the noise and at the sudden thought that someone would hurry out and try to help me. I dislike being hovered over while I look at shelves. I like to move slow. I like to touch the covers and read the spines and be left alone. But when the door shut behind me and I saw the place clearly, I realized there would be no browsing the way I like. The shop was small, long and narrow, with old wood floors and a ceiling that seemed a little too low. Shelves climbed all the way up every wall, but they were empty. The only books in sight sat on a long wooden table in the middle of the room and a few more stacked on a small counter at the back. The whole place had the feeling of something old and cleaned out, like a house waiting for new people that never come. I walked up to the table. The lighting was dim, and it made the leather bindings glow softly. Almost every book was bound in leather, brown, black, red, some smooth, some rough with age. Leather alone doesn't mean rare, but it always makes me look closer. I ran my fingers along a spine and traced the title pressed into it. "May I help you?" said a voice at my right shoulder. I jumped and nearly knocked a stack of books onto the floor. "Easy," the voice said, calm but firm. "Please be careful with these. They're quite valuable." I turned. The man standing there was short and old, dressed in a black suit that had seen many years. He was bald, a little hunched, and for a moment he looked exactly as a bookshop owner should look in an old city, polite, watchful, and tired. "Sorry," I said, straightening the books I had disturbed. "You startled me." "That's all right," he said. He offered his hand. "William Gilchrist." "Alistair Fry," I replied, shaking it. "Welcome, Mr. Fry." "Thank you." I nodded at the empty walls. "Your shelves are impressive, but not very crowded." I regretted the words as soon as they left my mouth. It sounded rude. He didn't seem offended. "As I've aged, my taste has become more specific," he said with a small smile. "I sold or gave away most of my stock. I kept only what matters to me. What you see is my personal collection now." "I see. Are they still for sale?" He looked at me as if weighing whether I was serious, then nodded with a little nervous smile. "Yes. But I should warn you, the prices are steep. Rarity and obsession usually are," I said, and turned back to the table. I began to see a pattern. The subjects were dark. Murders, tortures from the Middle Ages, famous crimes and famous criminals. I don't seek out books like these, but I won't pretend I'm not curious about how people can hurt each other, and why they do it. The bindings were lovely, the titles careful, but the themes sat in a tight, heavy circle around that table like a cloud. "I'm surprised by your choices," I said after a while. "And even more surprised these are the only books you kept." "Many feel the same," he said. "Still, I've always been fascinated by what people can do to one another. Man's inhumanity to man, as the saying goes." As he spoke, something bright moved in his eyes. It made me uneasy. I took half a step toward the door without meaning to. "Please," he said, seeing the move. "Don't let my interest put you off." I read. "I don't practice." The tension left his face. His smile was warm and reassuring. "Come, let me show you a few treasures." He began a gentle tour of the table. He told me small stories about each book, where he found it, what was written inside, who once owned it, why the binding looked as it did. He talked a long time. I listened and nodded. The prices he quoted were too high for my taste, and the subject matter kept me cautious. Still, the bindings tugged at me. I felt curious in spite of myself. "Mr. Gilchrist," I said at last, interrupting a story about unsolved murders in Europe. "Your collection is interesting, but morbid. And very expensive. I think I'll be going." A flicker of something like fear moved over his face. "Oh no, Mr. Fry. Please stay a moment more. There's one book I haven't shown you. I think you'll like its subject. And its price." "Really?" I said, half turning. "I don't think." "Please," he said, bright now, almost pleading. "Indulge an old man a few more minutes." His eagerness felt harmless, and I relented. "Very well. One more." He moved to a back shelf I had somehow not noticed before. He took down a leather-bound book with great care, wiped the dust from the cover with his sleeve, and set it on the table as if he were setting down a sleeping child. "This is the prize," he said. "I keep it here to protect it from people who wouldn't understand. But I trust you. Please, open it." The leather was brown and soft, with a strap and a bronze buckle to keep it shut. It was worn in the way that comes from much handling. There was no title on the cover or on the spine. It puzzled me. "The title's inside," he said. "You'll have to unbuckle it." His excitement was so open it was almost charming. I slid the strap free and opened the book. The title was written by hand, Acts of Vengeance. Every page was handwritten. Not copied by a printer, not made into type, ink on paper, line by line. The script on the title page was careful, almost pretty, with old-fashioned flourishes. The book was thick, close to 1,000 pages, and someone's hand had made all of it. My curiosity warmed to interest at once. "How did you get this?" I asked. "I found it when I was very young," he said, his voice soft. "It's been with me a long time." "I admit it's unusual," I said. "The subject isn't my favorite, but as an object it's striking." He watched me turn pages. "Would you like to own it? If the price isn't too dear," I said, "though I suspect it is." He named a number half what he had asked for lesser books. It was generous, so generous I almost told him to charge me more, just to feel right. Truthfully, I'd have paid higher. "That's reasonable," I said. "Perhaps too reasonable." "Nonsense," he said. "You'd be doing me a kindness. I have been in this shop a very long time. I hope to retire. It comforts me to know this book will be cared for." "I can't refuse then," I said. He took my money and slid it into his coat pocket. He offered a paper bag. I declined and slid the book into my satchel. "Thank you," I said. "It is I who should thank you," he said, looking both relieved and sad. "More than you know. Good day." The bell rang again when I left. This time I didn't mind the sound. When the door closed and my footsteps faded, something else began for William Gilchrist. He stood a long moment staring at the empty spot on the back shelf. Then he locked the door and went through the curtain to the small room behind the shop. It had once been a storage room. For many years it had been where he slept. On a dresser stood old photographs in fading frames. He touched them with a shaking hand. A woman in a hat, a group of children, a family lined up in front of a brick house. He had outlived all of them. That was not natural. He knew it. "Forgive me," he whispered. "I had no choice." He took off his old suit and folded it neatly. He sat in the worn chair by the bed. Tears ran down his cheeks. He put one hand on his chest like a man about to pray. "At last," he said. "Please, God." The pain came in slow waves first, then like fire. He shrank, skin tightening over bone, eyes sinking. His limbs twisted as if pulled by strings. His mouth opened in a soundless cry as his breath left him in a long, thin thread. When it ended, nothing remained in the chair but a small, dry heap. Dust and bone. The book lay by my reading chair for days before I remembered it. I meant to sit and turn its pages with a good light and a glass at my elbow. Instead, my life came apart. My wife, Grace, told me she was leaving. She didn't shake or cry. She spoke in the same voice she used when she told me we were out of coffee or that the roofer had called. I was shocked, then angry, then empty. Our marriage had never been perfect, but I didn't think it was ending. We had pressure, yes, my long hours, her volunteer work, the fact that we had no children not because we couldn't but because she wouldn't. I had learned not to bring it up. It lay between us, a quiet field we walked around every day. I asked if we could try. She was not interested in trying. For a few days she kept to her room and left the house early and came back late. Then one evening I opened my front door and found her room empty and her things gone. I sat alone in the dark for hours and tried to decide what to do. It is not noble, but I chose to hate her. Hate is easy to carry when your hands are shaking. I still had to go to work. The next morning I walked up the steps to the 2-story building just off the square. A painted sign over the door read D. Cross, Accountant. I worked in the back, at a desk as far from the windows and the front door as a desk could be. It meant I got a lot done, and people left me alone. I needed that more than ever. Late that afternoon, as I worked through an account with a dozen small problems, I realized someone stood in front of my desk. I looked up. It was my employer, Damien Cross, arms loaded with ledgers and loose papers. "Sorry," I said, standing too quickly. I didn't hear you. That's fine, he said, and let the stack crash onto my desk. I appreciate an employee who loses himself in the work. Thank you, I said. My stomach tightened. This was not a friendly visit. Good, he went on, cheerful in the way of a man who isn't the one about to be pinched. Because I'm choosing you for a rush assignment. Mr. Danford is selling his business and wants all accounts cleaned up and ready for a Monday morning presentation. They're a mess. It'll take the rest of today and likely all weekend. Sir, I began. I have plans. I'm sure you do, he said, bored now. But I've committed to Mr. Danford, and I intend to keep my word. I hope your commitment to your job is equally strong. He tilted his head. It's not as if you have a wife or family waiting for you at home. It hit me like a slap. Shame and hot anger moved up my neck. Mr. Cross, I said. That is... Yes. He waved his hand as if clearing smoke. Terribly unfair. The question is, do you want to keep working here or not? I sat down before I fell down. I needed the job. He knew it. Very well, I said. I'll do it. I knew you would, he said, like a man who had just chosen the right horse at the track. He handed me the key to the front door. Everyone else has gone home. Lock up after me. Let yourself in and out as needed. My new lady friend waits in the carriage. I followed him to the door out of habit. Outside, a carriage waited with the door open. I saw her face inside before she dipped it half out of sight again. She smiled at me in a way that said she weighed more than I did and found me light. Then Damien leaned in and kissed her. It was Grace. Something hot and wild ripped free inside me. I wanted to tear the ledgers in half and thorn the lamps from their cords. I wanted glass to break and ink to fly. I made a mess that would take hours to clean and then left the front door unlocked on my way out. If someone drifted in and took something or broke something else, it would serve Damien right. I walked home in the dark. I opened my front door and fell into my chair with a bottle. Then I saw the brown leather book at my feet, peeking out from a pile of other books waiting their turn. Acts of Vengeance. How neat those words looked. How neat and useful. I lifted the book and sat, holding it, feeling the softness of the leather in my hands. A thought came to me. If I opened this, I would cross a line. I'm not a superstitious man. But the feeling was strong and clear. If I opened it, something would start that I could not stop. I opened it. There was no printed date, no publisher's name, no author listed. The title page was only the title, written by hand in dark ink. The next page held lines and symbols in a strange script, straight strokes and angles mixed with marks I couldn't place. It looked like a message in a language I didn't recognize. I told myself I would puzzle it out later. I turned more pages. The book was divided into sections, each written in a different hand. Cursive block letters, careful calligraphy, cramped, spiky scrawl. I went back to the first section and began to read. The first writer told how his neighbor had stolen grain from his barns. The wrong man waited in his fields with a pitchfork and drove its tines into his neighbor again and again until the anger in him went out like a flame. The writing was old. The words were plain and mean. The signature at the end read Horace Black. I kept reading. Each account was a story of revenge written by the person who had taken it. Some turned my stomach. Some made my hands shake. Some made me close my eyes and breathe through my mouth until the pictures left. I don't mind admitting that as I read, I began to imagine what I might do to people who had wronged me. It felt like thinking about a cliff while standing very close to the edge. My toes curled in my shoes. I read until dawn crept across the floor. Only one entry remained. I almost closed the book, then I went on. The last story was the worst. A younger brother had been cut out of his inheritance by his siblings. They called him lazy and unworthy. He studied literature instead of joining the family business. They found a way with lawyers and papers to keep him from his share. He pretended to make peace with them and went to their home. He drugged their food, not to kill, only to render them weak and unable to move. Then he mocked them, cut them with the knives from their own table, and when the blood ran, he set the room on fire. He stayed until he had to leave or burn with them. He signed his name at the end. William Gilchrist. The name hit me like a bolt. Bright pain ran from my neck down my arms and into my hands. I tried to throw the book away but couldn't move. Every muscle seized at once. I couldn't speak, couldn't breathe right, couldn't think straight. Pictures hammered through my head one after another, fast, bright, terrible. They were not words now, they were scenes. I watched revenge after revenge as if I floated above each one, and the blood and smoke rose past me. With each scene, something changed in me. At first I was sick. Then I was cold. Then I was very, very interested. I looked down. The letters on the page were red, flowing as if wet. Drops fell onto my lap. I tried again to throw the book, but my hands wouldn't open. My fingers were not around the leather was around my fingers. It had crept up to my wrists like a living thing and held fast. I screamed, or thought I did. The sound in the room didn't change. In the final vision, the killer turned his head and looked up at me. I saw my own face, stretched into a grin that did not belong to me. The victim at my feet was Damien Cross. I lost consciousness. When I woke, my body ached as if I had been beaten. I made coffee and stood in front of the mirror with my shaving kit. I scraped the blade down my cheek and saw the shape of my face as if for the first time. My eyes were ringed with darkness. I looked like a man who hadn't slept, like a man who'd been crying and wouldn't admit it. The straight razor winked in the light when I turned it. It was a small, beautiful tool, ivory handle, bright steel. Useful in one way, deadly in another. I don't know how long I stood looking at the razor. I know the thought went through me like a line of heat. Some tools are also weapons. Some weapons are also tools. Night came. I moved through it like it belonged to me. Damien's house stood well outside the city on a large piece of land. No one would walk past by accident at this hour. I crossed the yard and kept to the shadows. The back door took time and care, but it opened. Inside, the quiet felt thick and dry. I stood still and listened. Then I climbed the back stair with my weight on the edges of each step so they wouldn't creak. At the top, I realized I'd never been upstairs in this house. I had to think. The last light to go out had been in the back right corner. That must be his bedroom. I waited with my ear to the door until I heard a deep, irregular snore. The razor felt warm in my palm. I turned the knob and stepped into the dark. Heavy curtains swallowed almost all the light. The shape of a four-poster bed showed as my eyes adjusted. I moved toward it, slow as poured honey. He lay on his back, mouth a little open, throat bare. I wanted him to know it was me. I wanted him to feel what he had done to me when I took everything from him. I pressed my left hand a few inches above his mouth and held the razor a hair's breadth from his skin with my right. I clamped down on his mouth and drove my forearm across his cheek to pin his head into the pillow. His eyes flew open and focused on me at once. In them I saw surprise, recognition, then a bright, hard fear. He kicked and grabbed for my face. I drew the razor across his throat. Blood burst in a hot arc. I leaped back on instinct, then stepped in again as he rose and clawed at the air, death already working inside him. Die, I said, and I slashed his face, the blade carving from cheek to cheek. I slashed again and again, shouting without hearing my own voice. You took my wife. You took my work. You took my life. When I stopped, the only sound in the room was my breathing. Damien lay between the bed and the door in a dark pool. His hands were shreds. His face was a ruin. His eyes stared at nothing. His mouth opened and closed once like a fish out of water, then stopped. I stood very still. I felt no guilt, no sudden shaking, no emptiness. I felt lighter than I had in years. Stronger. Like a man who had finally done the hard thing he should have done long ago. Then I heard a woman's voice in the doorway. Damien? She held a candle. The flame lit her face from below. The nightdress she wore moved at her ankles. She looked from me to the body on the floor and back. Grace. We recognized each other at the same instant and moved at the same time. She turned to run. I smiled and followed. We crashed together at the top of the stair. She swung the candle lamp at me and hot wax splashed over both our arms. She screamed. I laughed. I gripped the back of her neck and forced her to face me. She clawed at my hands. Stop, Alistair, she gasped. Please. Oh, I can stop, I said, and pushed her back a step. But I won't. Why? Her voice cracked. Why do this? How can you ask? I said, leaning close so she could feel the words. You used me, you despised me. You walked out without a glance back. And then I find you here. I jerked my head toward the room behind me. In his house. In his bed. No, she said quickly, and then her eyes filled. Oh God. Damien. Don't say his name, I said, and tightened my hand on her throat. Your words mean nothing to me. I lifted the razor to her cheek and pressed it there, just enough for her to feel the line of the blade. Then I kissed her, hard and final. She gasped. I shoved her. She fell backward. Her head struck the edge of the step with a heavy sound, and her neck bent at a wrong angle. The scream cut off as if the air had been pulled from the room. She tumbled to the bottom and lay with her arms and legs at impossible angles. I looked down and felt the brief, sharp grief that it had been so quick. I checked the rest of the rooms to be sure there was no one else. There wasn't. I walked out the back door and into the night like a man leaving a play after the final curtain. On the way home, I slid the razor into a sewer grate and listened to it bounce away into the dark. At home I burned my clothes in the fireplace and watched the fabric twist and blacken and turn to ash. When the fire was low, I sat in my chair. The brown leather book lay where I had left it. I lifted it with care. This time there was no shock, no blurring thoughts. I felt a strange kind of peace, and under it a steady hum, like the feeling in your fingers when you touch the strings of a piano while someone plays. I turned the pages until I reached the end. Where William Gilchrist's story had been the last entry an hour ago, there was now another. My hands shook as I read. It was my story. Every step. Every cut. The words were in my hand. At the bottom was my name. The book slid from my lap and fell open on the floor, pages riffling backward like wings in a strong wind. I could not move. I could not close my eyes. It stopped on the page with the strange lines and symbols near the front. The marks blurred, shifted, and settled into words I could read. Vengeance has been exacted on those who deserve it most, doled out by the spirits of this book, to whom you have played host. Many are they that deserve this fate. As many are those who have died. Where and when will vengeance strike next? The spirits and the book will decide. Everything was clear then. The book isn't only a book. It's a door for something that lives on the other side of the words. It chose me, or I let it choose me, and it used my hands. It had used William long before me. It would not release me because it had more work to do. I lay on the floor a long time, staring at the ceiling, feeling my mind push against the fact like a bird against glass. At last I stopped pushing. You can tire yourself to death that way. I stood and looked at the book and felt a different kind of fear, calm and heavy. I understood what came next. If I was to be free, even only for a time, I had to pass the book to someone else. Days turned like slow pages. I moved through them as if following instructions I had not been shown. My steps took me down streets I rarely walked and into alleys I had never noticed. I turned a corner and saw a small shop set back from the street. A narrow window. A door with a bell above it. It looked familiar and new at once. I opened the door. The bell rang. The shelves on the walls were empty. A long table sat in the center of the room with a few leather-bound books arranged in neat stacks. Behind the counter, a curtain hung half open. I stood a moment and looked at the empty space on the back shelf where the brown leather book would rest until it was time. Footsteps sounded. A very old man came through the curtain, nervous and shaking. He smiled. His suit was clean and mended and years out of fashion. "Welcome to my shop," I said before I realized I had spoken. He paused at the door and looked at me. "Good afternoon. I am the proprietor," I said, and the words fit like a coat. "Alistair Fry." He came in and looked at the table, and then at the shelves, and then back at me with the same bright curiosity I had felt not long ago. He held his hands behind his back the way a man does when he's trying not to touch what he wants to touch. "I'm a collector," he said. "I like finding places like this." "I'm glad you found us," I said, and I meant it. My voice sounded gentle and tired in my ears. "Let me show you what I have." We stood together at the table, and I told him small stories about the bindings and the ink and the old owners and the oddities. When he turned toward the door at last and said he should be going, I felt the same panic I had seen in William's eyes. "Oh no," I said. "Please. One more book. I think you'll like it." I moved to the back shelf and took down the brown leather volume. I wiped it with my sleeve and set it in front of him with careful hands. The strap was cool against my fingers. "This one," I said, and smiled in a way that hurt. "This is the prize." He looked down. He slid the strap free. He opened the book. And the bell over the door, waiting so patiently for its next chance, waited a little longer. I heard rumors about a strange video game for a long time. People on old message boards mentioned it in passing, like a dare told late at night. Someone would post a blurry image, or a half-finished story, then vanish. No links ever worked. No proof ever held up. I kept looking anyway. I checked thrift stores, used game shops, and online auctions. I asked friends who collected old consoles if they had ever seen a blank cartridge without a label that looked a little off. For more than a year, I found nothing. I started to think the rumor was just that, another spooky story the internet invented to scare bored insomniacs. One Sunday night, at exactly midnight, I opened my front door and found a plain Nintendo 64 cartridge on the doormat. No label. No title. No note. It was just there, as if it had always belonged to the house. I stood in the doorway with the night air around me, waiting for a person to jump out and say it was a prank. No one came. The street was empty. The only sound was the soft hum of my porch light. I brought the cartridge inside and set it on the coffee table. I must have paced for 20 minutes, trying to decide if I was going to plug it in. I knew what the rumor said. I also knew I had been looking for this exact thing for months. Curiosity won. I told myself it was only a game. I said the words out loud, like saying them would make them true. I went to the closet and pulled out the old console. I wiped dust off the top with my sleeve, found the power cord and the yellow, white, and red cables, and slid the cartridge into place. My hands shook a little as I turned on the TV and set it to the right input. When the console's red power light came on, the screen stayed black for a breath, long enough for me to wonder if the cart was broken. The title appeared in cold green letters that looked like slime on a cheap Halloween poster. It called itself Halloween 64. Under the logo was an inverted Nintendo stamp that made my stomach tighten, like looking at a photo where the eyes were printed in the wrong place. 2 studio names flickered under the title, Eulogy Incorporated and Last Breath Software. Names I had never seen on any real game. A press start prompt pulsed in the corner. The second I hit start, everything changed. The console was still humming and the TV looked normal, but the game had taken control in a way I don't know how to explain. The power button wouldn't respond when I pressed it. The cartridge wouldn't budge when I tried to pull it out. It was locked in place, as if it had fused itself to the console's slot. When I tugged harder, the plastic became so hot it burned my fingertips. I let go and stared at the faint red lines on my skin. My phone stopped getting service. The apartment's internet dropped at the same time. I went to the front door to check the street again, and the deadbolt turned without sound, but the door wouldn't open. The windows didn't budge either. When I hit the glass with the palm of my hand, the sound was dull, like striking a solid wall instead of a pane. Every clock in my apartment changed to 12 o'clock. The microwave. The oven. The one on my nightstand. Even an old wristwatch resting in a drawer showed 2 zeros. The air felt thick and still, as if time had been folded and set aside. On the screen, pale text told me I had 10 lives. It was written so plainly I almost laughed, the way you do when a terrible thing dresses itself in a simple word. Lives. A bright number 10 in the corner of the screen. A game's way of saying how many mistakes you are allowed before it takes something from you that you can't get back. I learned quickly that the game did not live inside the television. It leaned on the world around me and pressed against it. When I lost a life in the game, something real went wrong. If you have pets, they will not survive the first life you lose. I'm sorry to put that into words, but it has to be said. If no animals share your home, it will start with your body. You will get sick. The illness will feel like it could settle in your bones and stay forever. A heavy nausea. A hammering headache that pulses behind your eyes. A nosebleed that takes a long time to stop. With each lost life, the weight grows. You will want to lie down. Do not lie down. The game will not end if you turn away from it. It will just wait for you and make the next minute worse. The first level looked harmless when it began. The camera sat behind a small child wearing a skeleton costume. The kid held a plastic trick-or-treat bucket shaped like a jack-o'-lantern. They stood in the middle of a long suburban street lined with houses, each one with orange lights or a paper ghost taped in a front window. The more I looked, the more I recognized the curve of the curbs and the old pickup that always parked under the maple tree near the corner. It was my old street, the one I rode bikes on as a kid, the one where I learned to skate. I don't think the game shows everyone the same road. I think it picks a place that lives in your memory and copies it well enough to make you forget you are looking at a copy. There was no tutorial. No voice told me what to do. The child's sneakers made a soft tapping sound on the pavement as I pressed forward on the stick. After a handful of steps, I noticed the street lights behind me were going out one by one. Each time a light died, the darkness swallowed the sidewalk beneath it. When I slowed, the shadowed area crept closer. I pushed the stick forward again, and the little skeleton ran. That was the rule. Keep moving. Don't let the dark touch you. I learned what happens if you step back. The screen flashes, the number in the corner drops by 1, and a cold feeling slides over your shoulders in the room where you are sitting. I did not test it again. I kept my eyes on the screen and moved forward at a steady pace. After a couple of minutes, small sounds began to follow the child. The rustle of a candy wrapper. The creak of a swing moving in a backyard. A door opening somewhere off-screen. Leaves dragging along the gutter. The game's sound design was good, too good. It felt as if the noises were half in my ears and half just behind me in the apartment. The hair on my arms rose. I told myself that if I didn't look away, if I kept the character centered and moving, the street would eventually end. Minutes stretched. The street didn't change much. A plastic spider web on a porch would appear. A carved pumpkin would flicker and go out. The sound of the child's breath stayed slow and even. The trick-or-treat bucket swung at the same calm pace. That rhythm started to bleed into my own breathing until I felt quiet and heavy, like someone walking in a dream. The lamp on my desk went dark. I didn't touch it. I didn't reach for the switch. Another light in the kitchen blinked, then died. Behind me, a door latch clicked. Soft footsteps crossed the hall. A familiar voice, one I hadn't heard in years, whispered my name so close I almost turned. I did not look away. The lights around the apartment kept failing, one at a time, in the same slow sequence as the streetlights on the screen. When I felt a hand rest on my shoulder, I said out loud, as gently as I could, that I would keep moving, and I did. The darkness stayed at the edge of the frame, always there, always hungry. The first level ended without a checkpoint or a scoreboard. The child's footsteps slowed, the camera pulled in close for a moment, and then a small line of text appeared in the corner. Time elapsed, 7 hours and 26 minutes. I blinked at the number, and only then realized how dry my eyes were. I didn't know if the apartment had been quiet for that entire span or if the silence had just dropped all at once. My throat hurt. The room was darker than it should have been, even with the TV still glowing. I took one breath, then another, and did not stand up. The second level opened in a dark hallway. The point of view shifted into the character's eyes. The only light came from a weak flashlight that cast a narrow cone ahead, and the edge of the beam shook a little as if the person holding it was tired. The house looked like every house and no house at once. Narrow doors. Old carpet. A single framed picture on a wall, hung a little crooked. The game didn't show a map or a list of tasks. If there was an objective, it was to keep going, to move through each room and find what was waiting. Cold settled in as soon as I took 2 steps. Not a small draft, but a deep chill that made my teeth press together. The apartment's air felt thin, as if the heat had been shut off for days. I thought about getting a coat from the bedroom, and the number in the corner of the screen flickered for a fraction of a second, as if warning me. I stayed put. The flashlight's circle rolled across the hallway and caught a staircase leading down. When the beam touched the top step, a low hum started, so faint I had to hold my breath to hear it. I moved forward anyway. The game scattered objects around the house that looked like tools and felt like traps. In a drawer, a heavy knife, the kind people use in kitchens. In a laundry room, a small blowtorch with a neat blue spark when you touch the button. In the garage, a bat leaning against the wall. In a desk, a screwdriver. When I picked them up, the game showed them as icons in the corner of the screen. When I selected one by accident, the camera tilted down and a hand lifted the object. The moment I saw the character begin to raise their arm, a sharp tug pulled through my chest, and I dropped the selection before the action could finish. I understood, in a quiet, certain way, that if I let the character use the tool on themselves, a life would vanish and I would be left shaking in my chair with a brand new pain echoing in my bones. I left each item where it was after it appeared in the inventory and moved on with empty hands. The second level tests resolve in a different way than the first. It doesn't chase you with a dark line at your heels. It waits. It shows you rooms that feel close to your own past. It lets you hear voices you know. It pulls up moments you tried to work through and file away, and it does it without loud sounds or jump scares. The house is quiet and patient. You hear a phone ring that you didn't answer in time. You hear a name said in a tone you can still feel in your chest. You hear yourself say something you wish you had said in a kinder way. You wonder if you are just remembering, or if the game is speaking through your own memory back at you. Either way, you keep moving. My body felt weaker as I walked. The number in the corner dropped more than once when I hesitated. A slow cough built up in my throat and left a metallic taste. My nose bled and I had to wipe it with the back of my hand, eyes never leaving the screen. The flashlight found another stairway, then a long, narrow room with a window that looked out on a yard that did not exist. Each time I reached a dead end, a door behind me would creak open on its own, or the flashlight would flicker and reveal a small path I had missed. I began to understand that the level cared less about confusing me and more about wearing me down. When the last item was added to the inventory, something in the house shifted, the way a building sighs when the temperature changes. A door I had passed before was now ajar. I walked through and the picture went black for a second, then faded in on a small bedroom lit only by a table lamp with a shade that turned the light amber. The third level took place there, in a room that felt more present than the rest. It didn't announce itself. It did not give a large title or a final warning. The camera stayed at eye level. The only sound was the small hum of electricity in the lamp. There was a person lying on the bed, asleep on their side, one arm tucked under their head. Their face looked like someone I had loved and lost. The resemblance was not exact, but the feeling it pushed into my chest was exact enough that my hands became still on the controller. All of the objects I had collected appeared again as small pictures in the corner. A short sentence at the bottom of the screen said what the level expected me to do. The words were plain. The task was ugly and simple. There was no timer and no score and no hint of another way through. When I chose, the rule revealed itself. whatever you do to the person on the bed you feel. Not as a copy of the damage, but as the full pain of the act, delivered to your nerve endings with perfect care. You do not bleed. You do not fall. You do not go into shock. You remain awake inside your own body with your fingers wrapped around plastic and your breath coming too fast. If you stop for too long between movements, the number in the corner ticks down by 1. If you try to drop the object, the game waits. If you try to say no out loud, the air around you swallows the word. The person on the bed will open their eyes and ask you to stop. They will say your name. They will say please. They will sound the way they sounded when you knew them, if you knew them, or the way you imagine they would sound if the game has borrowed a face but not a voice. What happened next belongs to that room, and to the 20 minutes the screen told me had passed when it was over. I will say only that when the bar above the sleeping figure emptied, the picture went still. The person on the bed became a shape and then a shape with less weight, and then the room was just a room. The sentence at the bottom of the screen vanished. A small, spare message took its place. Game complete. I had 1 life left. The screen dimmed. The console's red light went out. For a moment, the apartment made a sound I have only heard once, the sound of everything turning back on at the same time. The refrigerator motor hummed. A heater kick-started. The clocks lifted themselves out of midnight and stumbled forward to meet the hour. My phone lit up with a burst of missed messages, then settled. The front door opened easily when I tried it. The window glass felt like glass again. I sat very still on the couch and let my hands rest in my lap. I don't remember lying down, but at some point I closed my eyes. For days afterward, small things felt different in ways I could not name. I moved softly, as if a noise might call something back. I kept the console in a box in the back of a closet. I didn't throw it away. I did not sell it. I did not say the game's name out loud. When I walked past the closet, the carpet seemed quieter under my feet. It doesn't matter, I told myself, because it's over. The words helped for a while. Every now and then, I think about how the game chose to arrive, quietly, without ceremony, just a plastic rectangle on a door mat at midnight. I think about how easily I invited it inside. The game wants to be played by people who will not put it down. That is part of its trick. It imitates what you want. If you like hard levels, it gives you a rule you can obey. If you like stories, it gives you a path that looks like your own past. If you like to collect things, it scatters items with neat outlines and clear shapes. If you like to be brave, it gives you a job that hurts. It is patient. It can wait in a drawer for years and still feel new and sharp when you touch it. If a game you do not recognize appears at your door, do not bring it inside. If you do, do not put it in a console. If you have already done these things, if the title is on your screen and the power light has locked itself red and your phone has gone dead and the door has forgotten how to open, then listen carefully. Keep moving when it tells you to move. Keep your eyes forward. Do not reach for the lights, because they are not for you in that moment. Do not test the dark, because it has a rule and it likes to be obeyed. When the house tries to speak to you, let it do the talking and keep your breath slow and steady. Collect what you must and do not hold any tool in your hand for longer than it takes to set it back down. When the last door opens, tell yourself the truth about the room you are in. There is no other way through. You can be gentle in the way you are able. You can be quick. You can say the person's name with kindness. You can do what the level requires and stop when the screen tells you it is done. Afterward, you will feel like a quiet place inside your chest has been changed. You may wait for a knock that does not come. You may hear a voice you know when the refrigerator turns on, or think you see a hand resting on your shoulder when a car passes outside at night. The game is good at making your apartment feel like a level that never ends. It takes time for that feeling to fade. Do not let it push you into a corner. Open the curtains in the morning. Put on a pot of coffee and notice the simple way the water warms. Keep your phone charged. Call someone you trust and talk about ordinary things. If you have pets, hold them close. If you do not, open the window to fresh air and listen to the world that exists without your help. It is still there. There is one more thing I need to tell you. I do not know how the game chooses its next player. I do not know if it moves toward people who hunt for it, or if it turns left at random street corners and ends up on doorsteps with names it does not care to learn. I only know it can wear many shapes. It might arrive as a disc in a cracked jewel case, or a download link that looks like it was sent by a friend, or a cartridge that fits into a system you have not thought about in a decade. It does not abide by rules you can see. It is not limited by your cables or your outlets, or the taste left in your mouth when you wake up from a heavy sleep. If this thing ever comes to you, leave it on the steps. If you have already invited it in, and you are reading this while the room around you grows cold, and the clocks decide that midnight is the only number they will show, then take a breath. The first level will ask you to move, and you will. The second level will ask you to remember, and you will. The third level will ask you to do a hard thing, and you will do it as kindly as anyone can do a hard thing. When it is over, you will see a small message that says the game is complete, and it will be true enough. You will be able to stand up and walk to the door and open it, and you will feel air that belongs to the outside press against your face for the first time in too long. I wish I could promise that will be the end of it. I can't. What I can say is that the world will still be there when you step out. Streetlights will line up like small moons. A neighbor's porch will hold a pumpkin with a soft glow inside. A car will pass by and its headlights will slide along the curb. Somewhere, a dog will bark at nothing and then stop. You will take a step and then another. You will go inside when you are ready and wash your hands and set water to boil and watch steam rise, simple and quiet. You will sit on your couch with a blanket and feel the fabric on your skin. The clocks will move forward 1 minute at a time. When you are ready to sleep, you will turn off the lamp and breathe in the dark that belongs to you, not to any game, and you will close your eyes knowing morning has not forgotten how to find you. I was declared missing on All Hallows Day, November 1st, 1974, when the village woke to find our house burned to the ground. The investigators found and identified my parents' bodies in the ruins. They searched for mine but could not find it. The official report called the fire an accident. Neighbors formed search parties and combed the lanes and hedgerows, but there were no footprints leading away from the property, no torn fabric on a fence, no sign that I had passed by. After a week, people stopped asking questions in the shop. After months, they spoke of me softly and changed the subject. 7 years later, by law, I was declared dead. You might wonder how I can be writing this if that is true. The answer is not simple. To explain, I must start at the beginning, with the girl I was and the things that happened in our house before it burned. In late 1973, my father lost his job and took to drink. The bottle filled the space that pride and purpose once held. It also fed a temper that had always been there but had not always been given so much room. What had started as the occasional smack for a clumsy mistake became a daily routine: slaps, the belt, the long stare before the blow. My mother knew. She kept the family looking tidy for Sunday Mass, kept the curtains just so, kept the gossip away from our door, and kept quiet. She cared more for what the village thought of us than for the bruises that did not always hide under my sleeves. I was 14 in 1974. We lived in Catbrook, Monmouthshire, a small village with hedges and narrow lanes and the slow hum of ordinary life. On the last school day before the autumn half-term, Michael Rees came to my table at lunch. I liked him in the gentle way a girl likes a kind boy who smiles without teasing. He asked if I would go with him to a Halloween party. The word yes rose in my throat, but habit pushed me to caution. I told him I would ask my parents. Inside, I already knew the answer I would receive. Even so, a little flame of hope stayed lit. That afternoon, I came home to find the front room empty and the kitchen door half-open. I meant to ask my mother first. She was often softer if I caught her alone, but when I turned, my father was already in the doorway. He smelled of whiskey. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I was looking for Mum," I said. "Is she still at work?" "No. She's gone to the grocer's," he said. "Why?" "I wanted to ask if I could go to a party with Michael Rees." "Why wouldn't you ask me?" I didn't want to bother you. Why would that bother me? He stepped forward and I stepped back. When I faltered, his hands closed hard on my shoulders and shook me. Then he threw me to the tile. I tried to stand. He grabbed a fistful of hair and pulled me upright. You're not going to that party, he said. Go to your room. As soon as he let go, I ran past him, through the door, across the small patch of front garden, and to my bicycle. He shouted my name from the doorway. I pedaled toward Monmouth with tears drying in the wind. Halfway there, near the fields by Lydart, I saw a small shape in the grass. At first I thought it was a crow. Then it lifted its head and I saw golden eyes and a black face. The cat was thin, coat dull, ribs showing, collarless. I crouched, spoke softly, and held out my hand. She did not run. I picked her up and set her in the wire basket on the front of the bicycle, where she curled into herself as if she had been waiting. When I got home, my parents were in the front room. I stood in the doorway with the cat in my arms. Where did you go? My mother asked, not unkindly, not kindly either. I was riding my bicycle, I said. She looked at the cat. Where did you find her? Lydart. Why did you bring her back here? May I keep her? My father muttered something coarse under his breath. My mother clicked her tongue. Are you prepared to be responsible for her? Yes, Mom, I said. She will be my pet. Then you will feed her and clean after her, she said at last. I set the cat on the kitchen floor and opened a tin of tuna. While she ate, I stroked her back. You're a princess, I whispered. My princess. The name felt right, as if I had been saying it for years. Later that night, shouting came from the front room. I went downstairs in my nightdress and saw my father standing under the family portrait above the mantel. The frame hung crooked. He reached up to straighten it. The second he let go, it sagged again. He reached again, swore, yanked the frame hard, and the picture flew off the wall into his face. The glass shattered, and he cried out, clutching his cheek. I screamed. My mother rushed to him. Princess brushed against my leg and purred, calm as if nothing had happened. Bring me the bandages, my mother said, sharp with fear and annoyance. I ran to the loo and came back with a packet of plasters. My mother pressed one to my father's face while telling me to go to my room. I obeyed. In bed, Princess curled at my feet and vibrated with sleep. The next day, I rode to Monmouth and used my entire allowance on supplies for Princess: cheap food, a litter box and litter, a little collar with a bell, 2 felt mice on strings. Back home, I set up the litter in the loo, the food in the pantry, and the toys in my room. I put the collar around her neck and adjusted the buckle so it wasn't tight. She shook her head once, the bell chimed, and then she carried on. I began my chores. My father was asleep in his chair, a bottle on the table beside him. I gathered empties, washed plates, swept the kitchen floor. One brown bottle slipped and smashed. My father jerked awake and came into the kitchen with his face already twisted. He took off his belt, struck my cheek with the strap, then pulled me across his knees and whipped me. When he finished, he watched me sweep up the glass. Then he went back to his drink. On Sunday, my mother woke me early for Mass at St. Mary's in Monmouth. She sat me at her vanity and dabbed powder over both cheeks. She was careful with the puff and gentle with the rouge, and for a moment I thought I saw something like worry in her face. She finished with a thin line of pink lipstick and asked me what I would wear. She took a blue jumper and a white dress from my wardrobe and laid them on the bed, then told me to choose the jumper. Downstairs I heard my parents talking in the low, tense tones they used when they didn't want me to hear. What did you think you were doing? My mother asked. She needed to learn, my father said. What will people think at church? She'll be fine. She has to wear makeup. I could not make out the rest. At dinner that evening, after Mass, he made me say, I love you, Mom and Dad, before he would let me leave the table. The ceiling light flickered as I spoke. It flared bright and burst with a sharp pop. Glass scattered across the tablecloth. We all stared at the dark fixture. What did you do? My father asked. Nothing, I said. How did it happen? You know how it happened. I didn't. He hit me again anyway. Princess hissed at him, and he raised his hand toward her. I stepped between them and took the slap he had aimed at the cat. That night, in my room, I remembered I had not called Michael about the party. Shame and sadness pressed in together. I opened my wardrobe, took out a small towel and a packet of bandages, and hurt myself because it felt like the only thing I could control. I cleaned the skin, wrapped it, put the things away, and lay on the bed. Princess watched me with unblinking eyes and did not leave. The next morning I phoned Michael and told him my parents would not let me go. He sounded disappointed but said he understood. I spent the day in my room with Princess. She moved with me from desk to chair to floor, warm as a live coal under my palm. Late in the evening, my mother announced that she and my father would attend a Halloween party at the home of Dr. and Mrs. Hughes and that I would stay home. Yes, Mom, I said. I kept my face still and stirred my cereal, then cleaned the bowl. Before bed, while changing, I saw blood on my thighs. My stomach tightened. I had read of it, heard girls whisper about it at school, but fear still rose in me. I knocked on my parents' bedroom door. My father was in the shower. My mother sat at her vanity. What? She asked. I need to speak with you, I said, then faltered. She noticed the blood on my hands and went pale with distaste. She opened a drawer and handed me a packet of sanitary towels. Wear them, she said. Is there anything else? No, I said. She offered no advice, no warmth. I went back to my room and did my best. As I settled into bed, the shower stopped with a bang. Then my father shouted. My mother's voice rose, alarmed. What happened to you? She asked. I was in the shower, he said, voice shaking. And the water turned to blood. What? The water turned to blood, Elizabeth. I lay very still and listened. I thought of a lesson from Catechism, of Moses and the Nile, of water turned to blood as a sign. My mother said it was impossible. My father said it had happened, and then he said something that made my name tremble in the air between them. I think it's her doing. I closed my eyes. Was I cursed? Was God angry with me? Or were we all caught in something we did not understand? On Halloween Day I rode to Monmouth and bought sweets with spare coins. I bought a small treat for Princess too. Halloween was not a big night in our part of Wales. Few children knocked for sweets. But I loved the idea of it, the masks, the candles, the right to pretend. As dusk fell, I watched television in my nightdress, ate sweets, and gave Princess her treat. My parents left at 7:30 and said they would be home by midnight. They returned at nearly 3 in the morning, loud and unsteady. I woke when my father's voice filled the hallway. Where were you? He called. In bed, I said, coming down the stairs. Why? He pointed at the sofa. Sweet wrappers lay where I had forgotten to gather them. His hand struck my cheek before I could speak. I apologized, breathless. He grabbed my hair and hit me again and again. When my mother tried to pull him back, he shook her off. He raised his arm to strike me again, and he flew backward as if pushed. He stumbled over my mother and fell into a chair. He stood, face white with rage, and unbuckled his belt. The lights in the room flared so bright we all squinted. Then, one by one, they exploded, each with a high, sharp crack, until the house dropped into moonlit dark. We stood in the blue, gray light from the window and stared at one another. She's a witch, my mother said, almost laughing, almost crying. Witch, my father said. She's got Satan's power. I'm not, I said. I don't. The words dried in my mouth. You've sold your soul, haven't you? My father asked. That's why things have been happening. That's why. He lifted the belt. I shut my eyes. Then I heard a sound I still cannot name, the sound of air moving around a new shape. My mother shouted. My father swore. I opened my eyes. A woman stood between us, as real as any person, lit by the full moon through the window. She had long blonde hair and brown eyes. She wore a black dress and fingerless gloves, a black shawl stitched with flowers around her shoulders, rings on several fingers, and a small bell on a chain at her throat. She did not look at my parents. She looked at me. My parents stared at her with open mouths. Flame bloomed on my father's sleeve. In a breath, both my parents were on fire. They screamed. The smell was strong and wrong, hair and cloth and something else. Their shapes crumpled and fell. The heat pressed against my cheeks. I did not look away. I should have. I could not. The woman took my hand and pulled me toward the stairs. "Come on," she said softly. In my bedroom, she touched my face with the backs of her fingers, like someone calming a frightened child. "My princess," she said. I stared at her shawl, at the little bell that chimed when she moved. "Princess?" I asked. She nodded and smiled. "Yes. You were the cat." "I was. I knew you long before you found me in the field. If I was going to save you, I had to arrive in a way that would not bring trouble too soon. Why didn't you take me away before now?" "I had to be certain," she said. "You would have stayed if you thought you could fix them. You would have believed you could change their hearts. You needed to see that they had given their hearts away already." "What about my parents?" I asked, because even then it felt strange to leave them like that. "I saw what they did to you," she said. "They tried to break you. They failed. Your love is a power all its own." She held both my hands in hers. "If you come with me, I will teach you what I know. Not the kind of magic your father named, but the kind that binds wounds and breaks chains. You will have to leave everything else." "My friends," I said. "I'll never see them again. You must decide," she said. "Will you stay or will you come?" I looked at the door, at the thin line of smoke curling under it, at Princess, no, at the woman, at her patient face. "Take me," I said. We went to the window. She opened it wide, stepped onto the sill with the surety of someone stepping onto a road, and drew me beside her. The wind rose like a hand and we leapt. It felt like falling and flying at once. We did not touch the ground. Now I am an old woman who has not aged like other women. 45 years have passed in Monmouthshire and the world beyond, and I am still here, living quietly with the witch who saved me. She has not aged at all, though she changes as a person changes, learning new ways to be kind. She taught me to brew and bind and read the sky. She taught me to listen to the small sounds of a place, and to hear what the land is asking for. She taught me how to make myself into other things, a bird, a cat, a silence in a doorway, and to move unseen when moving seen would frighten the innocent. I do not call myself a dark witch. I do not sell harm. Some would name me white. I do not love labels. I try to do good. I try to undo what other hands have done. You may still be asking why I am telling this now. The reason is simpler than the reason I lived. Not long ago, under the clear light of a full moon, I flew to Monmouth as a small bird and landed in a tree near a narrow garden behind a house. Inside, a boy, not much older than I was when I left my parents' home, stood with his hands at his sides and his shoulders tense. A man yelled at him until his face went purple. A woman looked at the floor. The boy flinched but did not raise his arms. Later that week, I saw the boy again, alone on a footpath, moving slowly through the field by lidar. He looked at the hedges as if they might speak to him. He looked at the sky as if it might hold a door. I have a plan. I have not shaped myself since the last full moon. I am saving the change. When the next full moon rises, the boy will walk the path, and he will hear a small, frightened sound in the grass. He will find a skylark with a broken wing. He will be kind because he is kind. He will pick me up. He will carry me home. He will make a nest in an old shoebox and line it with a soft scarf. He will leave a cup of water nearby and a few crumbs to see if I will eat. He will sit with me on the floor of his room and talk without planning to. He will not know that the broken wing is a trick of shape, that the feathers hide hands that can lift, and stitch and unlock. He will not know that I have waited years to feel a hand like his again, gentle, certain, practical, careful. He will not know, at least not at first, that I have come to take him away from a house that does not know how to love him. Some will ask if this is right. Some will say that parents have rights, that children must obey, that the proper doors are through the council, and the police, and the church. I do not argue with those doors. I spend years knocking on them in one form or another. Sometimes they open. Sometimes they do not. Sometimes they open too late. If you think I am wrong, then keep your doors open and your windows lit, and I will have less work to do. I remember the girl I was. I remember the feel of a hand on my shoulder that was not there. I remember how it felt when the lights went out one by one, and I thought I had made them die. I remember the sound of glass shattering and my father's breath in my face, and the line where fear turns into something bright and hard inside you. I remember a voice saying "my princess," and the relief that broke over me like rain after a drought. I am telling you this so you will understand a few things that most people do not believe until they see them. First, not all witches wear black or burn. Some of us wear shawls with flowers and carry bells to make a sweet sound when we move. Second, the world is wider than the room you are in. If your room is dark, there are other rooms. Third, if a cat looks at you for a very long time and seems to understand, it may indeed understand. Fourth, love is a kind of power that does not ask permission from those who do not know how to use it. I keep sage in the kitchen and hang little bundles of it to dry. I sweep the threshold and bless the water before I boil it. I write names on paper and burn the paper to send wishes into the air. I do not harm unless I must stop harm. I do not leave a child behind if I can carry them. I know this because someone once carried me. When I wake early, I step out into the lane and listen to the birds, and sometimes one of them sounds like laughter. The village still tells stories about the night our house burned. Some say a candle fell. Some say my father's cigarette did it. Some say the devil came to collect. There are people who claim they saw a girl at an upstairs window and then saw no girl at all, only a shape against the moon. There are people who swear they heard a bell somewhere in the smoke. The story changes when it is told in the pub and when it is told in the schoolyard. That is all right. The truth is not bothered by stories. It waits. It stays the same, solid as a stone under grass. If you live near Cat Brook and you walk toward Lydart on a clear night, you may see a black cat sitting on a gatepost. If you step closer, she may jump down and vanish into the hedge. If you drive through at dawn and the fog lies low in the field, you may hear a skylark singing above the mist. If you stand outside St. Mary's in Monmouth after Sunday Mass and watch the families go by, you may notice a woman with a shawl embroidered with small flowers. She may smile at you. If you listen closely, you may hear a bell. I do not know if I will write again. Words are one way to make a path for someone else to walk. There are other ways. The next full moon is almost here. I have made the small nest and lined it with something warm. I have set aside kindness enough for two. I have left room in my life for one more person who needs a door. When the boy finds me in the grass and lifts me into his hands, I will look up at him with the eyes I wore when I was a cat, and he will see what he needs to see. I will rest quietly in the basket of his bicycle. I will listen to the sound of tires on the lane. I will let him carry me into a house where voices are too loud. I will lie still until the shouting is done. I will wait for the moment when he is alone. I will show him that magic, when used with care, is simply love doing its work in the world. And then I will take him away. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Forgive me if I sound short. Tonight has been awful, and I don't think it's going to get better. I don't know where my girlfriend is. My clothes stink like fish guts. My palms are full of splinters from the old axe that's leaning against my desk. Worst of all, I can still hear the noise my dog made when I should start earlier. I met my girlfriend, Abby, back when we were both in school in the city. Friends introduced us, and that was that. I fell for her fast, and I guess she felt the same, because after graduation she asked me to move in with her. There was one big condition: we wouldn't be staying in the city. She wanted to go back to her hometown, a coastal place called Derby, about 2.5 hours away. Her aunt had a small house there we could rent. Abby already had a job lined up in town, steady money with a small group that did healthcare work. My degree let me telecommute. I could do my job from a computer anywhere. I loved Abby. I was tired of city noise and crowds, and nothing major tied me down. So I said yes. Country life sounded like it might be good for me. We waited out the end of our leases. By the time both were up, winter had settled in. We packed a U-Haul, crept it through slush and salt spray, and rolled into Derby at dusk, guided by a row of tired street lights and the smell of the ocean. The house wasn't big, but it wasn't a cramped shoebox either. One story, a small yard, a picture window facing the road. It sat on the main drag that leads straight into town, so it wasn't tucked into quiet farms or rolling fields like I had imagined, but compared to the city it felt open and slow. Derby is an old fishing town. You can tell by the docks, the peeling paint on the sheds, the gulls that circle like they own the place, and the way the wind tastes like salt even when you're not standing near the water. Winter went by without much drama. I learned how the snow drifted in our driveway and where it turned to ice first. My back learned the weight of a shovel. Spring looked the same, just wetter and a little warmer. The town moved the way a hand moves through a heavy coat, slow, deliberate, and not in any kind of hurry to change. Summer surprised me. Derby isn't a tourist trap, not really, but it tries. There were a few small festivals that made the town feel bright for a couple of weekends. Most of them revolved around boats, nets, and anything you could dig out of the ocean or drag onto a dock. Vendors set up tents down by the wharf. Kids ran around with lemonade. Locals pretended to be impressed by the same wooden crafts they'd seen at last year's tent. It wasn't much, but it gave the streets a little color. The last big event came on Labor Day weekend. The town called it Ocean Harvest Days. It felt like a way to bring the fishing folks and the farm folks together for one loud afternoon. A parade rolled down the street right past our house on its way to the water. Some floats were just pickup trucks with ribbons on the mirrors and a fresh coat of hose water on the hood. Others were actual floats, built from plywood and wire, covered in flowers and curled paper strips. A fake blue sea made of plastic blooms. A canoe made from chicken wire and glue. A papier-mâché cow chewing fake grass, pushed along by kids in boots too big for them. The high school marching band went by in uniforms they looked slightly embarrassed to wear in broad daylight. Then came the Ocean Harvest Days. Queen, a teenager in a prom dress and a sash, sitting stiff-backed on a throne shaped like a giant clam. It was so homey, and so full of effort that it made Abby blush. She looked down at the curb and bumped me with her shoulder. "I don't want you to think I'm a hillbilly," she said. I teased her until she laughed, then convinced her to walk downtown with me to see the food tents and the little booths. It was even more over the top than I'd hoped. It was the same as the other festivals, mostly candles you don't need, t-shirts you'll sleep in once and then forget, wooden signs about kitchens and wine, but one table caught my eye. An older woman sat behind it, selling Derby trinkets. On the table were t-shirts and little figurines of something I didn't have a name for. Imagine a mermaid reversed, a wide, ugly fish head on top, gills and all, with thick human legs underneath. No arms. Just fins. It stood there like it was ready to walk out into the street. "What is that?" I asked, nudging Abby's elbow. She rolled her eyes. "The Marwendin." "What is that?" I asked again, smiling because I liked the sound of the word but couldn't stop picturing the dumb statue. "Some fairy tale people tell here," she said. "They taught it to us in school. The first fishing boats came into these waters and this sea monster harassed the crews. It swam under them, messed with their lines, rammed their boats, drowned men. That was the Marwendin." I pressed her to go on. She looked like she wanted to stop. Then she sighed and kept talking. "Later, the Marwendin started coming onto land. He dragged girls into the ocean to make them his brides. You know how these stories go. At one point he threatened to destroy the town completely. The mayor bargained with him. The Marwindin, I said again, because I liked how it sounded and because I wanted to see her face when I said it. Yes, fine, she said, laughing despite herself. The mayor convinced the Marwindin to let us keep fishing his waters, but the farmers had to throw livestock off the wharf once a year. Cows into the ocean, I said, to feed the fish man with human legs. Pigs too. They used to do it at the start of the fishing season, she said. Today, actually. Ocean harvest days. They don't throw animals anymore. Now kids throw pumpkins into the bay. Does the Marwindin show up so we can get a picture with him? She made a face. No. The story says he got hungrier and hungrier every year. Then he formed a cult and tried to take over the town with the fish-human things he had with the girls he took. Eventually he messed with some whalers down from a city port. They speared him and buried him in town. The end. I laughed out loud. Abby gave me a light punch and shook her head. You think we're all ridiculous now, she said. A little, I said. That is a wild story. We headed home before the pumpkin toss, and I never did see a person dressed up as the Marwindin. I didn't think about it again until later. Time moved on. We took the next step in our life together and adopted a puppy, a black lab with a round belly and big feet. We named him Corky. Abby worked away from home. I worked at the computer. I liked having the dog there during the long, quiet hours. He curled up by my chair at first, then grew confident enough to trot from window to window to keep an eye on the empty street like it was his job. I settled into the rhythm of Darby. I learned when the fish processing plant started up in the morning, and when the smell was worst. I figured out which store kept bread fresh and which one sold loaves that felt like they'd been baked 2 days ago. I found the one bar where you could sit and not feel like you'd stolen somebody's regular stool. But there were things I couldn't help noticing. The older people in town had a certain look. You'd think fishing and farming would put color into people and strong lines in their faces. But most folks over 40 had a dusty pallor, like they lived in basements. They were stocky, short, and soft around the middle. Conversations didn't go far. I tried to chat and get the weather back, or a repeat of the same story I'd heard yesterday. It wasn't coldness. It was like they didn't have extra words saved up for strangers. Inbreeding, I joked to Abby once. She laughed and shook her head. Before the internet, living here was like living on the moon. People didn't come or go much. You knew everyone you'd ever know by the time you were 12. Another thing stuck with me, the missing pet posters. Cats and dogs. There were at least 10 on my street alone, maybe more if you counted the ones so faded you had to lean in to see there was a picture under the gray. Most were old. Tape edges yellow. Thumbtack rust bleeding through the paper. The marker ink had washed and dried again, until it turned into a faint halo around an address. Faces of cats and dogs stared from the photocopies like they were slipping out of focus. Most of the posters were for cats. This is the country, Abby said when I mentioned them. People let pets wander. They get lost. They get taken by coyotes. It happens. She wasn't wrong, and in the city pets go missing too. I told myself not to make a big deal of it. Still, I noticed how many eyes looked from paper, and how many had probably been hanging all through winter snow and spring rain, and now the edges curled into fall. People stared too. In the city, you avoid eye contact. Here, when I walked Corky, people driving by turned their heads to watch us. Not a quick glance. A full turn of the neck, eyes wide, taking us in like someone they recognized from TV but couldn't place the name. At first I pretended not to see. Then I started to stare back. Abby would have told me I was being childish. I didn't bring it up. For months, nothing serious happened. I worked. I took Corky for a walk. Abby came home late, tired and kind, and told me about her day. We ate. We turned off the TV and went to bed. The seasons shifted without asking permission. Then the days got short and sharp. By late afternoon, the lights slid away and the street outside our window turned into a long, dark ribbon. The wind came off the water with an edge. That's when I started seeing the runners. You'd think a place like Derby would be full of people out jogging in summer, trying to fix the damage that comes from eating fried food on the weekends and sitting all winter. But I barely saw anyone run in warm months. Then, when the chill set in and darkness came early, I began to notice lone figures. They wore black, hooded sweatshirts, track pants. No logos except sometimes 3 white stripes down the sleeves or the legs. They ran silent. I never saw a group up close, never a smile or a wave. Just a moving shape crossing a street ahead of me, a breath of air as one passed behind and then slipped away. At first, I told myself I'd just missed the town getting into fitness. Then I saw more, not in daylight, but at the edge of dark. One dashed across a crosswalk and was gone before the light changed. Another drifted past on the far sidewalk while I bent to bag Corky's mess under a stuttering street lamp. They were always there and never there. I planned to ask Abby if there was a new running club, and then I forgot. Last night I took Corky down by the waterfront. The sidewalk becomes a faded boardwalk near the restaurants and shops that only open in summer. I had my headphones in. Nick Cave played, and the drums rattled in my chest. That was my mistake. When you fill your ears, you shut a door to the world around you. You can't hear footsteps. You can't hear breath. You can't hear your name if someone says it right behind you. Something made me turn. A ripple of air. A flick of motion in a dark shop window. Maybe the boards under my feet vibrated in a way my bones understood. I spun just in time to see a runner closing in. Black hoodie pulled low. Black pants. Head tilted down. He ran straight at me like he meant to slam into my chest. When I turned and faced him, he stopped dead. He froze, then pivoted and sprinted the other way. I pulled my headphones off. My heart hammered. I watched him vanish. The boardwalk stretched empty in both directions. The water slapped wood. I crossed the road and cut into the back streets to get home. There weren't many street lamps on the side streets, and the ones that were there weren't bright. The world turned into patches. Pool of light. Shadow. Pool of light. Shadow. The air smelled like seaweed and diesel. Corky trotted close to my leg and bumped my knee every few steps. I kept my eyes forward, but everything in me felt like a coil pulled tight. It wasn't long before I heard running. Not close. Not far. Parallel. Feet hitting pavement, then silence, then feet again. Someone pacing me from one street over, running a block, stopping, running a block. Keeping pace without drawing even. I sped up. The footfalls sped up with me. They were never right behind me, but they didn't fade either. I shouldn't have turned, but I did, expecting to see someone standing still under a streetlight, waiting. There was no one. A couple of blocks from our house stands an old church. It's tall in a New England way, wooden where a European cathedral would be stone. White paint, steeple, black windows. The graveyard around it is full of thin headstones with dates, chiseled so long ago the numbers lean. A black iron fence surrounds it, each post tipped with a sharp point like a row of teeth. A greenish light glowed behind the church. It painted the edges of the stones and lay in sick, pale sheets across the grass. I told myself it was a security light. I tried not to look. I told myself to walk past and keep going. But something pulled at the corner of my eye, some small movement, or sound or shift, and I glanced over. Figures moved among the stones. It was hard to count them. 3? 4? They were just silhouettes at first, black shapes sliding between darker black. When they crossed the light, I caught flashes of those 3 white stripes down sleeves and legs. They wore the same black sweatshirts with hoods. They moved with purpose, not like people out for a run, not like teenagers sneaking a drink, but like people with a plan. I tore my eyes away and hurried on, pulling Corky with me. I might have made it home without hearing it if I'd walked faster. I didn't. A sound tore through the graveyard, high and sharp and filled with pain. It wasn't human. It was a cat. A house cat being hurt in a way I don't want to describe. The noise went on and on, 30 seconds, maybe more, until it cut off like a cord had been snipped. Corky barked, deep and loud for a young dog. I yanked him around the corner, heart pounding. The dry leaves on the grass crackled. Then I heard feet hit ground. Not one runner. A group. They ran across the graveyard in a rush. I didn't look back. We ran. We didn't stop until we were in our yard. I fumbled the key into the lock, slammed the door, and threw the deadbolt. Abby got home later from her shift, dropped her keys on the coffee table, and fell onto the couch with a long groan. "You won't believe my day," she said, and then told me about it. An old man who didn't want to take his meds, a woman with a bad fall, a family that couldn't agree on what to do for their mother. By the time she finished, I had started to feel foolish about my own fear. I told her a small version of what happened, the part about the runner on the boardwalk. I left out the graveyard. I left out the cat. I left out the way I ran home with my chest on fire like a kid. "He probably didn't see you," Abby said. "I used to zone out with earbuds in. You don't notice anything. You're still fit," I said when she started to complain about how tired work made her and how she wanted to start running again. That shifted the conversation. We turned off the TV. Abby went to bed. I checked the window a few more times than usual and tried to convince myself I'd overreacted. Today I worked, but my eyes kept drifting to the big front window beside my desk. I kept looking up every time someone passed. I craned my neck. Old men in caps. Young moms pushing strollers. A couple of kids on bikes. No black hoodies. No runners. I told myself I'd blown it up in my head. Still, when mid-afternoon came, I took Corky on the same route as the night before. I wanted to prove to myself that there was nothing there. We walked past the church in daylight. No figures. No sound. The bare trees in the yard reached up their thin fingers. The light behind the church was off. The gravestones looked like they always do in fall, tilted, tired gray. A smell rolled over us from the water. It had the sour edge of seaweed that's been left too long on the sand. It turned my stomach a little. In Derby, you smell fish and brine a lot, and you'd get used to it. This smell felt different. I told myself it was nothing and took Corky home by another street, because I didn't want to step through that yard and find something I'd wish I hadn't seen. I worked until dark. Then I waited for Abby with the TV on low. Clouds had moved in. Darkness fell hard and fast, like a heavy door closing. You could feel it press against the windows. When it was time for Corky's evening walk, he stood at the door and whined. I hushed him. I wanted to wait for Abby so we could go together. I wanted someone else with me if I saw anything I couldn't explain. He scratched at the bottom of the door and made a sad, high noise. I gave in. I clipped the leash to his collar and stepped out into the cold. He went to the edge of the lawn, did his business in the yellow circle of the porch light, and I was about to turn back inside when he planted his feet and growled. His whole body leaned forward. He yanked the leash tight, dragging me toward the sidewalk. A man stood at the end of our driveway on the sidewalk under the streetlight. Hands in the big front pocket of a black zip-up hoodie. Hood up. Face shadowed. He looked up at us. He didn't move closer. He didn't speak. He just grinned, showing a mouth full of uneven teeth with too much space between them. Corky barked and barked, his whole body shaking with it. I walked down to the end of the driveway until I stood on the curb. My heart thumped. My mouth went dry. "Can I help you?" I said in a voice that made it clear I didn't want to help. He said nothing. He just stood and smiled that wide smile. Corky lunged. The leash cut into my fingers. I braced. "What's your problem?" I said louder. The man turned and walked away at a steady pace. I took a step after him, burning with anger. I was tired of being stared at and followed. I was tired of being spooked in the dark. I wanted to scare him back. I reached the sidewalk, and that was when someone hit me from behind. I went down hard, palms scraping concrete. The leash flew from my hand. I saw a blur of black and the swish of track pants. Another runner had been crouched somewhere near the lawn and had used the distraction to shove me. He didn't stop. He sprinted past the first guy, who had now turned back toward me. Everything after that happened quickly and burned into my head like a brand. The first man bent down without breaking stride and scooped Corky up. In one motion he cradled my dog like a football and ran. Corky screamed that same sound I'd heard in the graveyard. He kicked and twisted. The man ran in a weird hiney jog, like a runner in a bad cartoon, and he was fast. I scrambled to my feet and ran after him, screaming. He was 3 houses ahead in seconds. By the time I reached the end of the block, he was gone. The street curved, and he vanished around it like a ghost. "You bastard!" I yelled into empty air. I stood there, chest heaving, hands shaking, and then I ran. My mind grabbed at paths and cut-throughs. I aimed myself toward the church. I couldn't explain why, but I knew in my gut that's where they were going. I followed my nose, too. The smell that had been faint in daylight now swelled, thick and rotten, a heavy reek like fish left in a hot trash can. It grew stronger with each street I crossed. Near the church, I cut through someone's backyard and crouched behind a thick shrub. From there I could see the graveyard. A light glowed near the center of it. This wasn't a porch light or a bulb on a pole. The color was wrong, sick green, not yellow. It was brighter than last night. The stones cast long shadows, sharp as blades. Figures moved in and out of the light, sliding like they were being pulled on strings. When a hood tilted just right, I saw the white triple lines on a sleeve or a pant leg. The smell hit me hard enough to make me swallow against my throat. It sat in the cold like a heavy blanket. A low hum filled the air. At first I thought it was my ears, but it was something else. It wasn't loud. It was inside. It vibrated in my ribs and behind my eyes, in the spaces where your thoughts sit. It rose and fell slow, like breath. I hated knowing that. Something about realizing it matched a living pattern made my skin crawl. One of the figures stepped into the open. He lifted his arms. A high, thin sound cut across the yard. A cat. He tossed something toward the green glow. The cat screamed. The rest of the figures began to chant. Their voices were harsh, almost all consonants, wet and clipped, the words tumbling over each other. I couldn't make out most of it, but one word came clear, over and over, like a drumbeat. Marwindin. 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 Something moved inside the light. It was big. Round. The thick shape swelled up into the air. At the top of it, a long triangle rose, a fin. One side of it rippled like a torn flag underwater. The cat's scream went up one last time and stopped in an instant, cut in half. The hum in my chest spiked, and for a heartbeat the whole yard seemed to shiver. Then came a softer, repeated spike, and my mind supplied a picture for the sound even though I didn't want it to. Chewing. I couldn't do it. I couldn't stand there and see what my brain was telling me I'd see if I kept watching. I backed away on my knees, then turned and ran. I didn't stop until I hit our front steps. I took them 2 at a time and slammed through the door and locked it. My head rang. My stomach twisted. The house felt thin, like cardboard. I wanted Abby to be there so I could pour it out and let her tell me I was crazy and then make a plan to leave now, not in the morning, not after breakfast, now. I wanted to throw clothes in a bag and drive until the ocean smell disappeared and our lungs stopped shaking. I wanted Corky to be on the rug by the door, thumping his tail. Abby wasn't there. I called her name. No answer. The living room sat quiet. I patted my pockets for my phone and remembered I'd left it on the kitchen table. It lay there next to a note in Abby's handwriting. "Babe," it said. "Tried to text but you forgot your phone. Some old friends from middle school invited me out. We're going for a run together. Maybe I'll see you and Corky out there. If not, don't wait up. Abby." The bottom dropped out of me. Something inside my head cracked. It felt like the whole house leaned a little, like it wasn't built to hold what I now knew. I went out back to the shed, pulled the door open, and grabbed the old wood-splitting axe that had been there since before we moved in. The handle was rough and dry. Splinters bit into my hands. It felt too heavy and at the same time exactly the right weight. I came back inside and leaned the axe against the desk. Then I opened my laptop and started typing as fast as I could. I didn't craft it. I didn't fix commas. I wrote like a man trying to leave a message in the dirt before the tide comes in. If Abby reads this, she'll know why I'm gone. If she doesn't, then these are just words thrown against the wall. Either way, I have to go. I have to find my girlfriend. I have to bring my dog home. Don't wait up. Kent and his son Brian spent the afternoon wandering a small traveling carnival that had set up on the edge of town. The air smelled like fried sugar and warm popcorn, and lights blinked along the booths even though the sun hadn't fully set. Brian tugged at his father's sleeve, pointing at an old wooden roller coaster with peeling paint and seats that looked like they had stories to tell. "Can we go on the roller coaster?" he asked, already half running toward it. "Sure we can," Kent said with a grin he hoped looked brave. He had never liked rides that rattled and shook, but being a dad meant trying anyway. At the gate a tired man in a cap pointed at the height sign. Brian stood as straight as he could beside the cartoon bear, chin up, heels flat. "Looks like you just made it," the man said, winking at Kent. Brian whooped and pulled his dad forward. They climbed in, pulled the bar down, and Kent wrapped an arm across his son's shoulders. The chain dragged them up the first hill. Brian giggled. Kent tried to keep his breathing even and smiled back. They paused at the top for a heartbeat that felt like a full minute, then the train rushed down, wind in their faces, the world flashing by in wooden clatter and a blur of lights. Brian shouted with happiness. Kent laughed along with him and, for a moment, forgot about being afraid. When they stopped, the ground swayed under Kent's feet and a wave of nausea surprised him. He leaned over a trash can and let it pass. Brian waited, face crumpled with concern. "You okay, Dad?" "I'm fine," Kent said, catching his breath. "Just a little dizzy." They bought a piece of sweet carnival bread. Brian ate 2 bites and saved the rest. "I knew I'd need this later," he said, stuffing it carefully into his small knapsack. Kent ruffled his hair, amused. They walked past ring-toss games and a row of tents painted with stars. Brian suddenly pointed at a dark facade near the edge of the grounds. A wide spider with glowing red eyes hung over the entrance like a sign. "I want to go in there," he said. The painted letters above the door read, "Spiderland Funhouse." Kent stopped without meaning to. Spiders had always bothered him. He could handle small annoyances, flies, beetles, the usual, but spiders were different. The idea of webs and waiting and slow, quiet hunting turned his stomach. He tried to think of a reason to steer Brian away. "I don't think this is a good idea," he said, keeping his voice light. "Why not?" Brian asked, genuinely puzzled. Before Kent could answer, the ticket taker leaned over the small counter. "Afraid of spiders?" the man asked, not unkindly, but with a look that made Kent want to prove something. Brian puffed up. "I'm not afraid of bugs." The man tilted his chin toward Kent. "I meant your dad." Kent forced a laugh. "No one's afraid of anything," he said, though the sweaty palms in his pockets disagreed. He crouched to Brian's level. "Tell you what. You go in with those kids." He nodded toward a small group of teenagers milling nearby. "I'll wait here. I might be a little too big for the tunnels." Brian studied his father's face, then the funhouse door, then the teenagers, who looked more bored than dangerous. "Okay," he said. "You can go do something fun too. Maybe the fortune teller?" A tent across the path glowed purple from a light inside. A small sign read, "Fortune teller." Kent almost said what he always said, that fortune-telling was a carnival trick, but Brian's hopeful smile kept him soft. "I'll be right there," he said. "You be careful. Stay with the group." Brian nodded. The teenagers agreed to keep an eye on him. He handed over his tickets and vanished into the mouth of the painted spider. Kent watched until the door swallowed them all, then crossed to the fortune-teller's tent with a nervous feeling he couldn't name. Inside, the air smelled of dust and dried flowers. A woman sat behind a round table. There was no crystal ball, just a plain cloth and a small lamp with a red shade. Kent pushed the curtain aside. "Sorry," he said. "I might have changed my mind." "Nonsense," the woman said in a thin, steady voice. "Sit down. What are you afraid of?" Ken had been asked that a lot already tonight. He Saturday. "It's only for fun," he said. The woman took his right hand and traced the lines in his palm with a cool finger. "Very interesting," she murmured. "I'm very interesting," Kent joked, trying to lighten the air. The woman didn't smile. "You should stop looking for what you have lost," she said. He frowned. "I haven't lost anything." She met his eyes, and the room felt smaller. "You have," she said simply. "That is all I can tell you." She let go of his hand. He felt oddly dismissed. He gave her 2 tickets and stepped back into the cool night air. The teenagers came out of the funhouse, laughing and pushing each other. Kent went to meet them. "Where's my son?" he asked. They looked at him blankly. "Who?" "My son. Brian. You said you'd stay with him." "Dude, we don't know you," one of them said, and they moved past him as if he weren't there. Kent stood very still, confusion washing through him like cold water. He turned to the ticket taker. "Did you see a boy go in? About this tall? He had a little backpack." The man frowned as if trying to remember. "If he went in and didn't come out," he said, "go get him. 4 tickets." Kent threw the last of his tickets on the counter and pushed through the entrance. Inside, the air was warmer and thinner. Low lights glowed under webs stretched along the walls. The floor shifted in sections, the old tricks of funhouses. Mirrors made his own face look long and then short, young and then old. He called Brian's name, voice bouncing off cold metal. No answer. A narrow bridge swayed under his feet. A rope tunnel stained his hands. A moving floor almost took him off his feet. He kept going, chest tight. At a spinning hallway painted with swirls, he saw a bright patch at the far end. He tried to step in time with the moving cylinder, but his head swam. The lines spun and pulled at his balance. He took one more step, and the world turned to a soft, distant hum. Kent woke to sunlight on his eyelids and the sound of birds. He lay on dry ground beside a lone tree. The carnival was gone. The field where it had stood was empty, nothing left but trampled grass and a few deep tire tracks in the dirt. He sat up, heart pounding. "Brian," he said, as if the name itself could pull the boy into view. He turned in a slow circle. The world felt wrong, misplaced. He spotted a small road and a handful of buildings not far off and walked toward them, calling his son's name every dozen steps. The town was small and quiet. The buildings looked tired but tidy in their own way. He headed for a cafe with a bell on the door. Inside, people sat at tables with plates in front of them. When the bell rang, every head turned at once. Kent swallowed and tried to speak clearly. "Can someone tell me where the police station is?" he asked. No one answered. The conversations didn't resume. Forks lay where they were. People watched him like he was a stranger who might try to sell something. "My son is missing," he said. "I need help." "The police," an old man at the counter said, "ain't got a station here." He sipped his coffee. Kent blinked. "No phones then?" he asked the woman behind the counter. "Phone line's been down for years," another man said without looking up. There was a pay phone against the back wall. Kent pushed past a chair, lifted the receiver, and held dead air to his ear. He set it down gently, as if it might break. He turned to the room again. "If you see a little boy you don't know, please keep him here. I'll be back." People picked up their forks and ate. The room returned to the quiet scrape of plates. A man stumbled through the door then, thin and pale with a patchy beard. He grabbed at Kent's sleeve and stared up with desperate eyes. "They took her," he whispered, breath shaking. "They took her. Get him out of here," someone called. "Had enough of this." Kent steadied the man by the elbows. "Who took who?" he asked softly. My daughter, the man said. They took Charlotte. His eyes rolled toward the ceiling, then closed. His lips moved. Past where the river bends, he said. Past where the silo stands. Past where they paint the houses. The room went stiff. The big man who had shouted before put a heavy hand on the stranger's shoulder. That's enough. The stranger's voice grew louder, as if he couldn't stop himself. Past where they paint the houses, he said again and again until the words tangled and he coughed and slid to the floor. A few people sighed. No one stood to help. Kent checked for a pulse. It beat slow and steady. He sat the man in a booth. He needs a doctor, Kent said. He needs to sleep it off, the big man said. If you've got a boy to find, go. Kent stepped back outside. The sky was a clear blue that felt wrong. He followed the main road until it met a small river. The water bent in a sharp curve downstream, slipping behind a rise. He stared at it a long time. The stranger's words echoed. Past where the river bends. Hope is a strange sort of fuel. He followed the curve. The path along the water grew thinner, up and down small hills. The sun warmed his face between trees. He called Brian's name into the soft noise of moving water. Every time the path split, he chose the way that felt the most like forward. In a scrap of tree ahead, something hung like a bag someone had forgotten. Kent jogged the last few steps, heart thumping. Brian's knapsack hung by one strap from a branch, weathered as if it had been there longer than a day. Kent pulled it down and opened it. It was empty. He closed his eyes for 3 slow counts, then kept walking. A tall shape rose above the trees, a silo, old and cracked, with a rusted ladder. Moss climbed its sides. Past where the silo stands, Kent said under his breath, not sure if speaking the words aloud would make them truer. The path narrowed to a barely used track. As the trees grew denser, the air felt still and old. Kent found a small cabin near the path, paint peeling in blue shreds. He knocked once, stepped back, and saw a man in a cap open the door with an expression that asked who and why before any words did. I'm looking for my son, Kent said. Have you seen a little boy? The man studied him, then shook his head, not to say no, but the way someone shakes off a thought they don't want. Go home, he said quietly. Forget this. Not without him, Kent said, stepping forward. He didn't want to be unkind. He didn't want to fight. But time felt tight around his chest. The man sighed. You won't bring him back, he said. You can't. If you keep going, you'll wish you hadn't. Tell me where he is, Kent said. The man looked past him into the trees, jaw tight. Then he turned and went inside without another word. Kent followed to the doorway but not into the room. The man returned with a small pistol, held by the barrel. I'm not going to shoot you, he said. You might need this. 1 bullet. He showed Kent how to check the chamber, how to hold it without pointing at his own foot. When the time comes, you'll do what you have to do. Kent slipped the gun into Brian's bag and wanted to sleep on the cabin floor for an hour, but the man shook his head. You can't stay here. Not tonight. So Kent kept going. Dusk slid into the trees, painting the path in thin purple. He found a small clearing and sat with his back to a stump, knees up, fingers around the picture of his wife and son he kept in his wallet. Carol smiled from the paper with eyes he could feel even in the near dark. He slept without meaning to. In the night he felt warmth at his back, an arm across his ribs, the weight of someone who knew the shape of him. Where is our son? Carol's voice whispered, low and tired. I don't know, he said in the dream, and the words hurt like bruises. Silence followed, thick enough to press against his mouth. Then his own voice, or someone's voice using his mouth, said things he barely understood. Promise me the sun will rise again. He woke to cool air and a pale sky. Birdsong came back in pieces. He stood, stretched, and found himself in a place where 8 narrow paths opened like spokes. Panic flickered. He didn't know which way he had come, which way to go. He turned slowly in a circle until he saw small crumbs pressed into the dirt along one of the paths. Brian's bread. The crumbs weren't many, but they were there. Kent smiled without meaning to. Like father, like son, he said to the quiet trees, and followed. The path twisted and folded back on itself. In places it ran into thorn and brush, and he had to push through with his forearms. The crumbs appeared now and then like tiny anchors. He came out of the trees onto a slope and looked down into a dry valley where a cluster of houses sat in a rough ring around a larger, low building. Dust hung in the air like it had been there for years and never settled. No paint on anything. No grass. Only gray wood and roofs beginning to sag. Kent walked among the houses. He felt people nearby the way you feel heat from an oven, something there, just out of touch. In a window he saw a small face, a girl, watching. Please, he said, stepping closer. The face moved away. He tried the door and found it locked. He tapped gently on the glass and put his forehead against it. It smelled like old rain. He kept walking. The central building was octagonal, like a stop sign laid on the ground and raised up into walls. Parts of it had been patched badly. No door, only windows. Through a broken pane, light fell in thin lines from gaps in the roof. In the middle of the floor, on a small stool, sat a boy with his head down. Brian, Kent said, and the boy lifted his face toward the light. His eyes were swollen from crying. His lips trembled. Dad? He whispered. I'm coming, Kent said, already clearing the rest of the broken glass from the window with his sleeve. Are you hurt? Help me, Brian said very softly. Kent tried to swing his leg through the opening, but something moved in the light by the boy's shoulder, and he froze. At first it looked like a set of long, thin fingers. Then another. And another. The limbs were dark and covered in fine hair. They waved over and around Brian as if testing the air. One touched his cheek almost tenderly. A voice came from the dim beyond the light, a stretched, thin voice, drawn out like rubber pulled to the edge of tearing. We love him, it said. Kent's skin prickled down his arms and across his back. More limbs lifted into the light. Shapes behind them stepped forward until faces appeared, not fully animal and not fully human, something in between that made Kent's mind want to look away. Their eyes were too many. Their jaws were not quite right. Two large wet fangs hung where a smile might be. He is dear to us, another voice sang, a half-tune you might hum without knowing. Won't you join us? Said a third, and the word, join, seemed to last too long in the air. Bodies moved in the dark, soft rustling of many feet. Kent fell backward off the windowsill, hitting the ground with his palms. He scrambled to his feet and ran without choosing a direction. The path back found his shoes. He did not look behind. Breath burned his lungs and the world narrowed to the strip of ground ahead. He ran until the trees thinned and a building rose in front of him. The cafe. He pushed the door open. The room was empty now, dust on the tables and a thin gray on the counter like flour. The air smelled like old coffee. He sank into a booth and pressed a picture from his wallet to his chest. The pistol in the bag pressed against his hip. He set the bag on the table and took the gun out. 1 bullet, he said. He didn't want to think about what that meant. He lifted it, hands shaking, then paused as a sound broke the room's stillness. The payphone rang. He stared at it. It rang again, loud in the quiet. The old man had said the lines were dead. It rang a third time. Kent set the gun down. He walked to the back of the room like someone walking toward a dream they don't want to wake from. He lifted the receiver. They took him, he said, because he didn't know how to begin. They took our son. Carol's voice came through the line like she stood outside in the wind. Where is Brian? She asked. I couldn't save him. The words were so heavy he could barely get them out. I tried. I ran. Please bring him home, she said. The softness of it hurt worse than anger. I couldn't, he said. They took him. It's my fault. He waited for a breath on the other end. I'm sorry. You coward, she said, and it landed like a stone in the center of his chest. The line clicked and went dead. He put the receiver back and slid to the floor, back against the wall, knees up. He stayed like that long enough to stop counting breaths and then start again. The door creaked. Cold air moved across the floor. Soft legs and many feet crossed the threshold. Shapes surrounded him. He tried to stand and his body didn't listen. Hands, or something like hands, gripped his jacket and his ankles. They dragged him. He let them. He watched the ceiling lights pass above like slow stars. They pulled him out into the street that still had no people. They pulled him past the river where it bent, the water moving steady in the wrong direction. They pulled him past the old silo standing like a guard who had fallen asleep on his watch. They pulled him past a row of houses that had never seen a paintbrush. They took him where he was always going, where the path led even when he didn't want it to. They took him home. My name isn't the important part of this story, but you can call me Monty. I grew up in a small town just outside Hartford, Connecticut. It was the kind of place where you waved at every car because you knew the driver, where people returned your dog before you knew he'd slipped the fence, and where porch lights were more of a friendly habit than a security plan. Folks left their doors unlocked. Everyone had a spare key under a rock shaped like a turtle or hidden in the plastic daisy pot by the steps. The town had this warm, steady hum to it: church bells on Sunday, Little League on weeknights, old couples walking in the evenings. We felt like one big family, and for a long time I believed nothing truly bad could happen there. This happened in 2005, on Halloween night. I was 10. My friends, Adam, who was 12, Timmy, who was 10 like me, and Jared, who was 9, were my whole world back then. We were good kids with loud laughs and sticky hands, and we liked to pull harmless pranks. If you ask the older folks in town, they'll still tell the story about how we snuck into old Mr. Harrison's chicken coop one spring afternoon and swapped his eggs for Cadbury cream eggs. We left the real eggs outside in a basket so nothing would go to waste, but the hens weren't impressed. Mr. Harrison said it took him a week to clean chocolate out of feathers. He pretended to be mad, but he laughed when we brought him a mop and a box of wet wipes. That was us: dumb jokes, quick apologies, and a lot of running. That Halloween, our parents said we could stay out until midnight as long as we came home right on the dot. Not 12:01. Not. Almost. Midnight exactly. In a town where nearly every porch had a bowl and nearly every house had an old couple ready to coo over costumes, we thought 6 whole hours sounded like we'd be swimming in candy until Easter. We carried pillowcases instead of plastic pumpkins because we had big plans. We wore homemade Avengers costumes cobbled together from cardboard, tape, and every bit of red and blue fabric our moms would let us cut. Adam insisted on being Iron Man and had a mask made from a cereal box and gold spray paint. Timmy had green dishwashing gloves and foam, Hulk fists, he'd saved from a birthday party. Jared, who was the smallest, swung a paper towel roll wrapped in silver duct tape like it was real Mjolnir. I wore a blue sweatshirt with a white star and a trash can lid shield painted with stripes. We were proud of ourselves. We looked ridiculous, and we didn't care. By 11 o'clock our pillowcases were dragging. I'm not exaggerating when I say each bag had to be close to 20 pounds. Most of the other kids our age were at parties or home early. The teens were busy being teenagers, wearing plastic fangs and sneaking beers in someone's garage. That left a lot of full candy bowls and a lot of well-meaning grandmas who pressed extras into our hands. For the road. At 11:40, we were cutting through a side street to circle back toward home. The sidewalks were empty, the jack-o'-lanterns were mostly burned down to stubs, and the night had that thin, cold taste that only shows up at the end of October. That's when I saw the car. If you had asked me at 10 years old to picture a bad guy, the kind of grown-up your parents warned you about, I would have thought of a rusty van with a broken taillight and a driver who looked like he needed a comb and a toothbrush. The man who pulled up beside us that night didn't fit that picture. He had a neat car, not new but taken care of. He had a full head of dark blonde hair, a clean-shaven jaw, and a smile so bright it seemed to have its own light. He leaned his elbow on the window and called out in a friendly voice. "Hey there, kids! It's getting pretty late. You should be heading home." Jared, our Thor, waved his duct tape hammer like a flag. "We are. We're going now," he said, bouncing on his toes. "Look at all the candy we got." The man chuckled like he meant it. "That's a lot. I might have a little more for you if you want it." He reached across his passenger seat and pulled out 4 king-size Snickers bars, the kind we only saw in commercials. He held them out like a magic trick. "No tricks," he said. "It's Halloween." We were kids. We rushed to the window with our pillowcases and our grins. He handed each of us a bar, and told us his name was Reggie Smith. He said he just moved in a few blocks away and was still figuring out which house had the best decorations and which one gave out pennies. He talked easily, like he'd practiced being liked and was very good at it. Even so, something about him made the hairs on my arms stand up. I couldn't name it then. I can't name it now. It was like walking into a room where a candle had just been blown out. You can't see the smoke yet, but you know it's there. The first red flag came dressed up as kindness. "I've got a bag of candy on my porch," he said, waving toward the direction he claimed to live. "If you want to grab a few more before you head home, hop in. It's right on the way." He had just told us to get home because it was late, and now he wanted us to go the opposite way for candy. I was the kind of kid who followed rules because I didn't like how my stomach felt when I broke them. I also had a watch, a cheap plastic one with a cracked face. It read 11:50. The rule was midnight on the dot, not midnight-ish. I swallowed and stepped back from the car. "It's almost 12, I said. "I've got to go." Adam pushed up his Iron Man mask with the heel of his hand and frowned at me. "Seriously? For king size? It's like 2 minutes. Timmy clapped his foam fists together. "Dude, it's free candy." Jared bit his lip and looked from me to the car, small and hopeful and tired. I wanted to give in. I wanted to be the kid who didn't worry. But my parents' voices were loud in my head, and the feeling in my arms wouldn't go away. "Sorry," I said. "I'll see you tomorrow." Adam sighed like I'd ruined his birthday. Timmy rolled his eyes. Jared gave me a small shrug, like he was saying, "Don't be mad." Reggie tilted his head in a friendly way. "Let him go," he told the others with that perfect smile. "I've only got room for 3 right now anyway." The words caught on something inside me, and I remembered the black bag on his passenger seat. I'd noticed it when he reached for the candy, a doctor's bag like you see in old movies, wide and stiff with shiny handles. I didn't know why it made me uncomfortable, but it did. I said goodbye. I ran. I didn't look back. My pillowcase smacked against my knee, and the bottom scraped the sidewalk. I reached my front door, and the clock over the stove in our kitchen ticked to 12 as my mom opened it for me. "Right on time," she said, relieved. My parents did what parents do. They made me dump the pillowcase on the table, and they checked for anything torn, punctured, or weird. We weren't a paranoid house, but we were careful. While they sorted, I told them about the man in the car. I told them his name, the way he smiled, the black bag, the invitation. Both of my parents stopped moving. My mom's face went white in a way I'd never seen before. My dad didn't speak. He just grabbed his keys, his coat, and his old work boots by the door. "What's wrong?" I asked. I was 10, already feeling that warm rush of pride for following the rule and getting home on time. That feeling disappeared like a switch had been flipped. My mom was already dialing. "It's fine," she lied with a voice that was suddenly too high. "We're going to call it in." "It's fine." It wasn't fine. I can still hear the tone in her voice when she gave our address and the description. I can still hear my dad's boots hitting the porch steps 2 at a time. The police came fast. This was a small town. They knew our house. They knew my parents. They came in quietly and spoke to my mom in the kitchen while I sat on the couch and clutched my Captain America shield like it would do anything useful. A young officer with kind eyes took my statement. he wrote slowly. He made me repeat the details. He didn't make me feel stupid for noticing the black bag. His partner, Officer Stevens, it said on his name tag, stayed with me, kneeling so our eyes were level. "It's not your fault," he told me. "You did the right thing coming home. You did the right thing telling your parents." I nodded, but the words didn't land anywhere. They floated over me like the cobweb decorations we'd seen on porches that night. Then both officers' radios crackled at the same time. The young officer's hand went to the radio at his shoulder out of habit. Car 3, suspect inbound to your location on foot. He appears to be armed and dangerous. Do you copy?" "This is Car 3, the young officer said. "We copy." He looked at me, and for a second I saw how tired he was. Then he put the mask back on, the calm mask, and smiled. "Don't worry," he said. "We'll get him." He looked over at his partner. "Stevens, stay with the kid. I'm going to cut this guy off." Stevens stayed. He sat on the arm of the chair across from me and told me about the year his daughter insisted on being a bumblebee, and refused to take off the wings for a week. He asked me about my costume, and told me my star looked straight. He kept me talking until the radio went quiet again and the clock said 2 a.m. When he finally stood to leave, he put a hand on my shoulder and squeezed once. "You did good," he said. "I didn't sleep much. I dreamed of porch lights winking out and car doors opening on their own. In the morning my dad came home with mud on his jeans and a gray look on his face that made him look older than he was. He didn't take off his boots. He just dropped into his chair and leaned his head back. The men went out. My mom told me softly. They found him. They cornered him in the old manor on Sycamore, the one that's been empty since the fire." She paused, like she was deciding if I needed to hear the rest. "He shot himself," she said. "He didn't want to be caught." I was 10. "Good," I said, and then I felt bad for saying it. My dad opened one eye and gave me a small nod that told me I didn't have to feel bad. "You're probably wondering what happened to Adam, Timmy, and Jared. You can probably guess. We didn't see them again that night. We didn't see them the next morning. We saw their parents' cars outside the police station. We saw the flyers. We saw the news trucks from 2 towns over set up and then pack up and leave when there wasn't anything you could show on TV. In a week, we had 3 funerals. In a small town, funerals look like the whole town kneeling together in a church that smells like lemon polish, like the sound of old hymns sung too softly. Adam and Timmy were gone. Jared came home alive. That sounds like the happy part. It wasn't. We were still kids, so the grown-ups kept details from us. They tried to wrap us in blankets of words like tragedy and unthinkable. It's funny how kids still hear the truth, just not all at once. Pieces slip through. You hear your mom crying in the laundry room and whispering into the phone. You hear your dad talking on the porch when he thinks you're asleep, using a quiet voice you've never heard him use before. You hear names and relief and anger and words you don't know yet but will look up later. As for the details, if you're the kind of person who wants the edges of a story, I'll give you the edges and stop there. I'm not doing it to shock you. I'm doing it because it's part of why I don't sleep in October even now. Jared lived. He came home. He was small and pale and flinched when a door closed too fast. He didn't talk about that night for a long time. When he finally did, he told me one thing I can't forget. He said Reggie Smith never had a gun. He had the black bag. He had scalpels. He had disinfectant. He had rubber tubing and clips and a roll of gauze that never seemed to end. He had a way of talking that made your body go cold while you kept nodding because you were afraid to do anything else. He had knowledge that didn't belong in a living room with a rug and a lamp. He had time. Jared told me that Adam learned something on a floor with plastic spread over it, and what he learned is that a heart will keep moving for a few minutes after it's been removed. Not in a romantic way. Not in the way the movies tell you. It flutters and jerks like a fish in the bottom of a boat. Timmy learned that lungs can't do anything without the chest around them. That's enough. That's more than enough. Jared survived that night, but he didn't survive the years after it. When he was 12, he laughed like nothing could ever get him again, but the laugh came out flat and thin. When he was 13, he flinched when someone tapped him on the shoulder. When he was 14, he stopped answering my messages. When he was 15, 3 years after Halloween, he used his father's shotgun and made sure he wouldn't have to hear the quiet of the house anymore. The note he left behind wasn't long. He said he was sorry. He said he couldn't keep waking up in rooms that didn't feel safe. He said he hoped to find Adam and Timmy somewhere where nothing hurt and nothing waited. I went to another funeral. I stood by another small hole in the ground. I looked at the grass and the sky and thought about how nothing in the world should be able to keep going the way it always does when something like that happens. But it does. It always does. I'm 23 now. I've spent more hours than I can count with therapists who sat by windows and told me to breathe and showed me where to put the bad pictures when I didn't want to see them in my head anymore. I learned words like trauma response and hypervigilance. I learned that it's okay to walk out of a store if the lighting makes your skin crawl. I learned to sleep with a fan on because silence is worse than any noise. Slowly, my life filled itself back in. I met a woman who had eyes that understood the way I looked at doors and who never made me feel like I was too much work. We got married in a small ceremony where my dad cried the way I'd never seen him cry at anything else, and my mom hugged my wife like she was handing me over for safekeeping. My wife is pregnant now. We're expecting a daughter. We've already picked out a name, Teresa, after my grandmother who always kept an extra cookie in her apron pocket and never let me leave the house without it. People ask me if I'll let my kid go trick-or-treating. I don't get mad when they ask. They don't know what the question does to my stomach. I tell them the truth, no. I won't. Not door to door. Not following other kids down shadowy sidewalks. I'll buy her a huge bag of candy every year. I'll throw a Halloween party with orange cupcakes and apple cider and a plastic skeleton that jokes when you press its hand. I'll send her to school in a costume so good she can't stop smiling. But I won't send her out at night with a pillowcase while I wait by the window and pretend my hands aren't shaking. I can already hear people saying I'm overreacting. I can live with that. There's one more part of this story that sticks with me, even after everything else. It's the part that wakes me up at 3 in the morning and leaves me staring at the ceiling, listening to the fan. After the men cornered Reggie in that old manor, the official word was that he shot himself to avoid being taken alive. Later, I heard something that made that sentence sit wrong in my head. It came from the same place most true things come from in a small town, a cousin of a friend, an aunt who dated a nurse, a whisper you hear at a grocery store and pretend you didn't. Jared, before he died, told me Reggie never had a gun. Not that night. Not ever, as far as he saw. The autopsy said he died of a single .45 shot to the head. That part is clean. But the same report, if you knew someone who knew someone and you were willing to hear it, mentioned injuries that didn't come from a bullet. It listed fractures and ruptures that matched what might happen if someone with size 12 combat boots kicked a body over and over. The chest. The pelvis. The neck. Injuries that say someone was very angry and didn't stop until he was tired. Maybe that sounds like rumor. Maybe it is. Maybe it's exactly what it looks like. Maybe it's not. All I know is the man who raised me didn't come home that night until it was almost light. His boots were muddy. He didn't talk about where he'd been. He hugged me after he showered and shaved and put on a clean shirt, and the hug felt like he was trying to press something back into place inside me that had broken. A few weeks later, the outside news trucks were gone. The story stopped being a story anywhere but at our dinner tables and at the end of pews in our church. If you drive 15 miles in any direction and ask someone at a gas station what happened in our town that Halloween, they'll shrug and tell you they don't remember. They'll tell you some other story about some other bad night that wasn't theirs either. Our town remembers. No one else does. Sometimes I'm grateful for that. Sometimes it makes me angry. There are questions that, if you pull on them, the whole sweater comes apart. I could sit here and pull at those threads for the rest of my life and end up with nothing but a heap of yarn and cold arms. It won't bring back Adam and Timmy. It won't change the way my mom looks at me when Halloween shows up on the calendar, and she calls to ask if we're coming over for chili and a movie because she still can't stand to sit in the living room that night without other voices in the house. It won't make Jared's note longer than it was. There are things I do know. I know that old towns have long memories and quick hands when they need them. I know that sometimes justice looks like a line in a report, and sometimes it looks like a man scrubbing mud from boots at 4 in the morning while the rest of the house sleeps. I know that love can be fierce and ugly, and still be love. I know a heart can keep moving for a few minutes after it's taken out of its place, even though there's no reason for it to do so. I know lungs are useless without the ribs around them. I know people are the same way. We need the bones we build around each other to keep breathing. Every October, I set out a bowl of candy on our porch with a note that says, "Please take 2." Then I lock the door and sit with my wife on the couch, a movie playing low, the fan humming even though it's cold outside. When little fists thump against the wood or someone shouts, "Thank you," from the steps, I get that old twist in my stomach. I picture a car with a bright smile behind the wheel. I picture a black bag on a passenger seat. I picture a 10-year-old boy in a paper shield saying, "I'm going home now," because some small voice inside him told him to listen. I wish I could bottle that voice and hand it out with the candy. Our daughter is due in a few weeks. We've painted her room a soft, warm yellow. There's a mobile with plastic stars over the crib that spins and plays a song that gets stuck in your head for hours. When I stand in that room, I think about everything that can go wrong in a world that doesn't care how careful you are. And then I think about my dad's hand on my shoulder the morning after and Officer Stevens telling me I did the right thing, and my mom's voice on the phone with the operator shaking but not breaking. I think about the bumblebee costume and the church bells and the way the town showed up at our door with casseroles when we were too sad to eat. I can't fix the past. I can't make Halloween quiet in my head. I can't tell you for sure what happened in that manner because the people who could tell you either won't or can't. But I can lock our door, and I can watch the clock, and I can hold my daughter when she cries and tell her that inside her is a voice that knows when to say no and run. I can tell her that sometimes the right thing feels small in the moment, like walking away from a car even when everyone else is climbing in. And I can tell her that if anyone ever asks her why she doesn't go trick-or-treating door to door, she can shrug and say, "My dad likes to buy candy by the bag." It's not the kind of ending you put on the news. It doesn't tie anything up with a bow. But it's how I live with it. When the pumpkins come out and the air smells like damp leaves and old smoke, I feel that old weight pressed down, and I do the only thing that's ever helped. I count the people I love. I listen for little feet in the hallway. I check the locks twice and the oven once. I put extra lights on the porch. I tell stories when I'm asked. And when I think about Reggie Smith, and the reports, and the way the world decided to stop caring, I remind myself that not every answer makes a life better just by being known. Some questions, like who fired the gun, like why the boots left marks where they did, like how a town can keep a secret, are better left where the adults in my life put them, up on a high shelf I can't reach even if I stand on a chair.